Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making it first up here for the Hindu Huddle 2026. We should be starting in the next 10 minutes or so. Thank you so much for your patience. Just as another hygiene announcement, it'll be wonderful when the show does start. It'll be great if you can put your phones on a silent mode, please. Thank you. That'll be of immense help. Thank you once again. We should be starting in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Policymakers Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Policymakers Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Policymakers, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Muhammad Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Telangana is positioning itself as a Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
दीदी, रोहिणी को क्या दूं बर्थडे गिफ्ट?
ये रुपए डिजिटल गिफ्ट वाउचर दे दे।
किधर मिलेगा?
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के बॉबी पे यूपीआई ऐप पर।
मतलब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में अकाउंट खोलना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, लेकिन बॉबी पे के लिए कोई भी बैंक अकाउंट चलेगा।
चैंपियंस कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, हाँ?
बॉबी पे, वन यूपीआई ऐप फॉर एवरीवन। ए, तू चीटिंग मत कर।
अरे आप आओ तो हर बार हाथ निकाले तो चीटिंग गए।
From monumental icons to technological structures of unimaginable scale, these aren't just feats of engineering. These are milestones that propel India towards a promising future. An institution that believes in taking leaps. Larsen and Toubro leap to new heights. Innovation is our lifeblood. It drives us, manifesting in everything we do. We are TAFE. We are one of India's largest and most trusted tractor manufacturers. We are global leaders in farm equipment. With 65 years of pioneering efforts and presence in over 80 countries, we understand the unique needs of our farming communities, understanding terrains, crops, and cultures. Through deep research and advanced technology, we empower farmers worldwide, cultivating the world for a brighter and more prosperous future. TAFE, cultivating the world.
That full spins.
Thank you.
From street food in Vietnam
to authentic baklava in Azerbaijan.
from shopping in Malaysia
To shopping from duty-free in Indonesia. Got it all.
in a whiz.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. Million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grande's legacy, crafting homes. Where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grande, transforming lives.
Sabi Savitsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sabi Savitsa Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sabi Savitsa, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Muhammad Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047, Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
दीदी रोहिणी को क्या दूं बर्थडे गिफ्ट?
ये रुपए डिजिटल गिफ्ट वाउचर दे दे।
किधर मिलेगा?
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के बॉबी पे यूपीआई ऐप पर।
मतलब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में अकाउंट खोलना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, लेकिन बॉबी पे के लिए कोई भी बैंक अकाउंट चलेगा।
चैंपियंस कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, हाँ?
बॉबी पे, वन यूपीआई ऐप फॉर एवरीवन। ए, तू चीटिंग मत कर।
अरे आप आओ तो हर बार हाथ निकले तो चीटिंग गए।
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to take your seats, please, and make sure that your phones are on the silent mode. We should be starting in the next couple of minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. If I can request all the guests to settle down, please, so that we can start with the Hindu Huddle 2026. A wonderful city, great weather as usual in Bengaluru. Not like the good old times, but still coming from Chennai, it just feels great out here in Bengaluru. Good day, great set of people, and therefore we seriously hope that we have a great couple of days as well. Members from the world of academics, members from the world of politics, stalwarts from the world of journalism, Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Umar Abdullah, lovely to have you with us, sir. And of course, stalwarts from the world of field hockey, member of the Olympic gold medalist winning team in 1980 in Moscow. Big round of applause to everybody who is present here. Thank you so much. And of course, members from the press, thank you so much for making it first up in the morning. The Hindu Huddle 2026 wouldn't have been possible but for your immense support and of course the support of the sponsors. And I'll be failing in my duty if I do not thank the sponsors first up. The Hindu Huddle 2026 is presented by Sami Sabensa Group, which is powered by the Government of Telangana in association with Khaja Bandhan Awaz University. Associate partners, Bank of Baroda, L&T, Apollo Hospitals, IIM Sirmaur, ICFI Group, TAFE, Government of Uttarakhand, and Wismoni. Realty partner is Casa Grande. Luxury car partner is Toyota. University partner is Amity University, Bengaluru. Education partner, Harrow International School, Bengaluru. State partner is Meghalaya Tourism, and TV partner is NDTV 24/7. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Radhakrishnan Srinivasan, usually addressed as RK. It gives me great privilege and honor to welcome you on behalf of the Hindu family for the Hindu Huddle 2026. Conversations, I believe, are very, very important because at the end of the day, conversations do matter. And I wouldn't call what's happening over the next couple of days as an event per se, because at some level I'll be doing a bit of an injustice to that, because what we are here to understand and take home is a lot more than just attending a few sessions. Because we've got plenty of lovely intellectuals, wonderful minds sitting together, or rather huddling together, pun intended. And they are not necessarily like-minded people, and therefore we absolutely love it, because that is the essence of democracy at the end of it all. And we are all in it to understand the evolving ideas. And this is a world that is in transition. And therefore, the Hindu Huddle 2026 is pretty much based on that as the theme over the course of the next couple of days. And hopefully, over the next 2 days, we go home wiser and richer as well. Thank you so much, as ever, for the unbelievable support that you have provided us over the years as well. May I first up request to play the AV of the Hindu Huddle, please.
As always, we will start the day by inviting the dignitaries on stage to light the ceremonial lamp to invoke divine blessings. Please put your hands together first up for Mr. N. Ram, who's the director of the Hindu Group. Lovely as ever. Thank you so much for having us all, sir. Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, who's the chairperson of the Hindu Group. If you can please step forward, sir, to light the ceremonial lamp. Keep the applause going as I invite the opinion editor, the Hindu, and the curator, ladies and gentlemen, of the Hindu Huddle, Dr. Narayan Lakshman. Lovely to have you with us, and wonderfully crafted stuff over the next couple of days. Dr. Anju Majid, who's the group executive chairperson of the Sami Sabensa Group. Thank you so much, ma'am. Lovely to have you with us, and thank you immensely for all the support that you have provided us over the years with. Mr. Suresh Nambat, who's the editor of the Hindu. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. L.V. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu Group. Mr. L.V. Navneet, there we are. And of course, Mr. Sundar Kondur, who's the CRO of the Hindu Group. Thank you very much. A full house, an auspicious beginning. Let's start the day's proceeding. May I kindly invite the curator of the Hindu Huddle 2026, Dr. Narayan Lakshman, to formally welcome the gathering.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 6th edition of the Hindu Huddle. My name is Narayan Lakshman, and I'm the opinion editor of the Hindu. And I also have the great privilege of being the curator for the Hindu Huddle last year, 2025, and this year, 2026. This is the ideas conclave of the Hindu Group. And before reintroducing it to all of you, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the incredible talent and absolute dedication of my colleagues at Team Huddle, a cross-organization, multi-division group of professionals who worked with synchronized precision for more than 6 months to pull together a crisp yet enriching program for you all over the coming 2 days. I am grateful for your support, and these are people in this room, so thank you very much. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. So in 2025, the Hindu Huddle rose like a phoenix, as it were, after 5 years since its previous edition in the city. Little did we realize then that for us as organizers, it would be a trial by fire. For on that very same day, the Indian military launched Operation Sindoor, with the immediate implication that a number of confirmed guests, including senior figures in the government, could no longer attend. The fact that we still pulled off a successful conclave with engaging, provocative conversations from dawn to dusk for 2 full days says much actually about the faith that all of you in Bengaluru and beyond placed in us, and more importantly, in the Hindu and its brand of journalism, which is committed to authenticity, fact-checking, investigation, and the greater public good. Our group has and always will continue to put the interests of our readers, our viewers, and our listeners ahead of all else and strive for a better future for India and the world at large. Today, after 5 previous editions, we are honored that all of you are here with us as we renew our commitment to excellence in the spheres of inquiry that matter to all of us and catapult the Hindu and the Hindu Huddle as well to new heights. In doing so, for our current edition, we are bringing under a single roof the most impactful global experts in subjects such as diplomacy at a time of shifting global priorities and polarities, AI and its transformational impact on jobs and mental health, federalism, pluralism, and the fight for constitutional values in Indian governance, and how technology, culture, and new institutions are shaping the worlds of entertainment, art, and sports. So a very wide canvas indeed for all of you to enjoy. We are especially proud to have created opportunities for each and every one of you to engage and interact with these thought leaders, to challenge them, and to challenge yourselves on your own ideas and notions in terms of this wonderful process that drives the Hindu Huddle. India in dialogue, a world in transition. That is our theme this year. We are also thrilled to surprise you this year with a splash of color, with a compelling aesthetic element that is a personal mission of mine, an element that infuses into our conversations an aesthetic sense in terms of a carefully curated art display in this hall that reflects actually the themes that will be discussed on the stage. They are, if you've not noticed yet, right behind you on either side. Please feel free to wander through the space during the breaks and let us know if the art speaks to you. As we embark on the excitement of the next 2 days, we hope that you will join us, every one of you, in the same spirit of thoughtful inquiry that we apply to our brand of journalism at The Hindu, to listen, to hear, to analyze, and to challenge. With that, it is my great honor to declare the 6th edition of the Hindu Huddle open for dialogue. Thank you. Setting the context for our group, we will now hear a few words from the chairperson of the Hindu group, Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, following which Mr. N. Ram, director at the Hindu group, will share his thoughts, and our program will begin immediately after this. Thank you. I'll add one more footnote here, which is that we are expecting a very special guest who will formally inaugurate and open the Hindu's 6th edition as well. Please wait for that. There'll be a new addition to our events this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let me add my very warm welcome to all of you at the Hindu Huddle this morning. It's a privilege to welcome our distinguished speakers, guests, partners, and colleagues to what we believe and know will be a conclave of scintillating conversations and crucial ideas that will show us pathways to progress and understanding across a multitude of topics. The Huddle provides an important forum for ideas to emerge and for existing assumptions to be challenged. What we see around us is a world that is in flux. Divisions are deepening, democracies are floundering, and people across India and across the globe are grappling with enormous challenges to their existing existence. War, the enduring violence of poverty, environmental damage, injustice, and continuing inequities are extremely daunting. Questions of human dignity and survival, of equity, social justice, and sustainability have therefore acquired an absolutely new sense of renewed urgency. The need to engage in dialogue, in meaningful dialogue, such as the Hindu Huddle proposes, is something that we believe at the Hindu is a crucial way forward. Now, in its 6th year, the Huddle carries forward the nearly 150 years of fearless journalistic traditions of the Hindu that is at the head and heart of the functioning of the newspaper. Truthful, objective reportage, the upholding and reaffirming the trust of a diverse groups of people, of communities, the firm adherence to democratic values, and a constant commitment to freedom of expression are some of the basic tenets of the Hindu. This is what builds credibility among our readers, and the Huddle, like the Hindu, creates a thoughtful and constructive space for ideas, conversations, and discussions. We are convinced that conversations matter, ideas matter, and dialogue between those who hold differing views are very important to the health of a democracy. The variety and range of the topics that are going to be discussed reflect the dynamism of India itself, a nation that is rich diverse, and has sustained generationally a pluralistic approach to life itself. In this gathering of diverse and distinguished speakers are politicians, policymakers, business leaders, thinkers, scientists, artists, and citizens from all walks of life. They will bring us their expertise and share their experience and knowledge that will not only engage and enlighten us, but strengthen the public good. In an age where information and indeed misinformation and distortions are abundant, informed dialogue based on factual perspectives are necessary not only for the survival of democratic societies. It is in that spirit that the Huddle opens today with a program that reflects the range of issues that impact us. From AI to technological advances, from economics to business and entrepreneurship, from climate change and sustainability to health, especially mental health, are challenges that we face today, and many of these subjects will be discussed. The Huddle will also engage, as Narayan mentioned, with perspectives on culture and the arts, including topics like cinema, music, heritage, and the impact of all of that on us as individuals and as a society at large. I would like to acknowledge at this point our sponsors and partners who have been enormously supportive and have brought this wonderful, meaningful dialogue together for us. The Huddle, I believe, practices the best kind of journalism based on fact-based perspectives, enhanced thinking and engagement, as well as providing a forum for public discourse and a better understanding of ourselves and society. I hope you all have a rich 2 days in this beautiful city of Bengaluru. I'm sure that what happens here will deepen our understanding, and understanding is indeed what we need that can lead us to progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nirmala Lakshman. Of course, much appreciated for your thoughts on the Hindu Huddle 2026. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to start the first session of this morning. It is titled Beyond the Valley, the Role of Kashmir in Greater Power Politics. I repeat, Beyond the Valley, the Role of Kashmir in Greater Power Politics. And this session is sponsored by Sami Sabenza. Could we have the AV of Sami Sabenza, please?
Sami Sabenza Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sami Sabenza Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sami Sabenza, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Muhammad Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, Beyond the Valley, the Role of Kashmir in Greater Power Politics. Please put your hands together for Mr. Omar Abdullah, who's the Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and being a part of this wonderful occasion. The current Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir assumed office for the second time in October 2024. His earlier tenure as Chief Minister spanned from 2009 to 2014, during which he became the youngest and the 11th Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, following a coalition government with the Indian National Congress. He entered politics in 1998 to become the youngest member of the Lok Sabha, a distinction that he held across 3 consecutive elections. He also served as Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Commerce and Industry. Omar Abdullah received his early education at Burn Hall School, Srinagar, and Lawrence School, before graduating in commerce from Sydenham College. Prior to his entry into politics, he worked with the ITC Limited and the Oberoi Group. Recognized, of course, as the youth icon, his leadership combines progressive ideas with inclusivity and a steadfast commitment to economic reforms, education, and healthcare in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of the Hindu Huddle 2026. And he's, of course, in conversation with Dr. Narayan Lakshman, who's the opinion editor of The Hindu, and of course, the curator of the Hindu Huddle. Over to you, Dr. Narayan Lakshman. So overall, we'll have 30 minutes, out of which 20 to 25 minutes is what the discussion is, and then there will be room for Q&A. There will be chits that will be provided to you. If you can just write down your questions and pass it on to the volunteers, we'll try to take as much as possible. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Akri. And welcome, Chief Minister. Lovely to have you here. Our session is titled Beyond the Valley, the Role of Kashmir in Great Power Politics. But let me start with a sense of irony, which is Kashmir, in a sense, still seen as a geopolitical story at all? Or has that become an outdated view of the state?
Well, considering the opening of this huddle had a mention of the circumstances that prevailed on your last huddle, and those circumstances were born out of what happened in Jammu and Kashmir. I was one of those participants who had to drop out at the last moment because of what was happening. Jammu and Kashmir is an important part of the geopolitical story of India. You can't ignore that reality. Yes, there are times when we occupy more headline space than others. Last year was one of those years. This year, touch wood, so far things are quiet, and I'd rather they stay that way than what we saw last year.
Absolutely. And drilling down a bit more into Kashmir's position, as it were, India-Pakistan relations obviously took a downturn when the events of last year happened. How do you see that evolving, and Kashmir's role particularly as a key player in that relationship?
Well, I wouldn't call us a key player because neither side talks to us about talking to each other. But we are, for want of a better phrase, the elephant in the room. The whole disagreement largely stems from the status of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan wants us. We are a part of India. We chose to be a part of India. That was something they couldn't accept, are still unable to accept. And that has shadowed our relationship ever since 1947. Yes, I mean, we don't get to determine how the dialogue goes, but we are the actual reason why our two countries haven't been able to see eye to eye with each other.
So in that sense, after Pahalgam and Operation Sindoor and questions that linger perhaps on security, you talked about, Pakistan wanted this part of the country. What keeps you awake at night in terms of how this could evolve?
If I had to list what keeps me awake, I would take up the entire 2 days of your huddle and probably next year's huddle as well. Let's just say it's a very long list. Part of it is what happens internationally. Clearly, what's happening in and around Iran is a matter of concern because we have a large expat population, particularly of students who study in Iran. But then also what keeps me awake is the fact that we are a union territory when we didn't deserve to be one. We are the most unfortunate part of this country because everybody else that was a union territory went on to become a state. We were a state that went on to become a union territory with no explanation as to why it happened to us and no finite date as to when that situation will be reversed. So the list of things that keep me awake, as I said, is long and complex.
So let me provoke you a bit on that in the sense of saying you spoke out strongly against the revocation of certain clauses of Article 370. What has history proved? Were you right? Did things take a different turn? Was there chaos, or has there been development, or is it a mixed picture?
Look, Article 370 was never a cause of any lack of development in Jammu and Kashmir. And nor has the revocation of Article 370 or its watering down suddenly resulted in this massive development. Development has continued. If anything, Jammu and Kashmir has suffered on account of the 35 years of violence. People will not invest money in a part of the country that they deem to be unsafe. So if you set aside the geographical differences, problems that we have, the lack of a strong resource base, the fact that Jammu and Kashmir was perceived as an unsafe place to visit or an unsafe place to do work is what we paid a price for, not for Article 370. But that was the stick that was used to beat us. That was the sort of the propaganda that was used, that you can't have two different systems in the same country. And only talking about J&K, forgetting that you have two different systems in other parts of the country as well. All of us sitting here, none of us can go buy land in Lakshadweep. There are large parts of the northeast of this country where we can't buy land. There are parts of this country that we can't visit without a permit. But none of this is talked about. The only thing that was talked about was Jammu and Kashmir and the fact that you can't buy land there. And that was the stick that was used to beat us with. Lack of development was not a factor then, and it's not a factor now as far as 370 is concerned. It was a political, it was part of the politics of the BJP, and we've had to live with its after effects.
Absolutely, I echo what you say. For example, we are from Tamil Nadu, some of us, and Karnataka and elsewhere in the south. We have had our own questions about state autonomy, which is different but related in the sense we want to define some part of our own rights and welfare. In Kashmir, do you feel that that conversation has taken on a different tenor in the sense it is no longer about you can wait? We talked about this at breakfast. You need this now. You need statehood now. What would statehood bring? Would that improve the situation for you on the ground?
Look, statehood is something that was promised to us. It was a commitment. All of us remember that in the Supreme Court, in the Parliament, in various public forums, Government of India said that it is a three-stage process, the normalization of Jammu and Kashmir. Delimitation will be followed by elections. Elections will be followed by statehood. We had the delimitation. Good, bad, or ugly, we dealt with it. We had elections in which the people of Jammu and Kashmir participated in record numbers. And then the third step, which is statehood, is nowhere to be seen. And nobody is able to explain to us as to why not. We are told that it will be at the appropriate time, which is fine. I'm ready to listen to that, provided somebody can tell me how I'm supposed to gauge what the appropriate time is. What is the yardstick by which I will measure an appropriate time? Is it the levels of violence in Jammu and Kashmir? Because if it is, that's unfair on me because I'm not responsible for security. Government of India is directly responsible for security and law and order in Jammu and Kashmir through the office of the Lieutenant Governor. So essentially then you're holding my statehood to ransom over something that I don't get to control. Okay? Is it the international situation with Pakistan? Again, something I don't get to control. So my question to the Government of India always is that if you say statehood to J&K at the appropriate time, can you please define the yardstick you are using to measure that appropriate time? So I have a goal to reach. You're part of a newspaper. At the end of the day, you know what your goal is, whether it is circulation, whether it is eyeballs for your digital media, you know what your targets are. My target is to achieve statehood, yet I have no idea what goals I have to achieve to reach that point. And therefore, obviously, this becomes a matter of concern. And what will change? Governance will change. At the end of the day, you have an elected government with more than one hand tied behind its back. Now, I understand that, and again, you will have seen this, statehood for states that are opposition ruled is very different than statehood for states that are BJP ruled. The role of Raj Bhavan, now Lok Bhavan, is very different when it's an elected government versus a BJP government. But even then, it's better to be a state with an interfering Lok Bhavan than to be a union territory with an even more sort of empowered Lok Bhavan. And that's what we're trying to correct. I mean, I'm chief minister. And you've got other chief ministers who will be participating here. Ask them, how would they feel being chief minister without getting to choose who their chief secretary is, without getting to choose who their director general of police is, without getting to choose who their finance secretary is? I mean, what sort of government is that?
All fair questions. One interesting fact that you mentioned jumped out at me, which is that people came out in strong numbers in that election and made their voices heard. There was a clear surge in that sense. Do you feel that there's something that the people are trying to express? What is the mood and what is their sense, you as their leader would know?
Well, I think the people have, in successive events, put their point of view across, that they want to be participants in the development and the progress that this country is making. They want to see their day-to-day concerns addressed. They do not support violence. Again, coming back to the situation that we had last year, for the first time in 35 years of violence in Jammu and Kashmir, the people of J&K came out and overwhelmingly made their voices heard against terror, against the deaths of innocent people. They came out, whether it was to light candles, to march, to protest silently, or to even speak out and say, this is not in our name. Similarly, when they come out in elections, it was because they wanted the promises made by the government of India to be kept. So in that respect, there is very little that is different between the electorate of Jammu and Kashmir and the electorate in the rest of the country. They want to see jobs for their children. They want to see better healthcare. They want to see a government that is accountable and a government that is able to deliver. And in that respect, unfortunately, as I said, you've given us a system of governance where 1.5 hands end up being tied behind our backs.
Fair point. And I'm going to ask you to project into the future now. What, in your view, is the single biggest policy mistake that India could make in Kashmir over the next decade?
Well, you've already made it. You've already made it. You made it in 2019. And unfortunately, you're continuing that mistake by denying the people of Jammu and Kashmir what is rightfully theirs, statehood. Look at what's happened in Ladakh. You have essentially taken a part of the country that celebrated what they got in 2019. Vociferously, the people of Ladakh came out and said, thank you very much. You have freed us of the clutches of Kashmiri hegemony. You have given us our freedom, so to speak. I mean, look at the level of buyer's remorse that the people of Ladakh today, large numbers of them are saying, look, we were better off actually where we were in 2019. So, I mean, God forbid you're going to actually make a bigger mistake than the one you've made so far. I mean, we took our eye off the ball. Look at what happened to us in Pahalgam last year. We were complacent. We became complacent about the security situation. We thought that the dark days of militancy where innocent people would be killed are far behind us and we won't see them again. And we did see them last year. So I believe that our worst mistakes, I hope that our worst mistakes are actually behind us, because if we're going to make bigger mistakes than the one we've already made, then God help us.
What do you see? Let's try and look at what could be a positive scenario for the state going forward for the next 10 years. What policies would resolve those issues that you've been talking about for the last few years?
First and foremost, give us our statehood back. Give us what is rightfully ours. Empower us back as a state, and then we'll go forward from there. I'm not going to ask for anything more at this point in time. What you do with Pakistan is a different matter. Of course, it impacts us. It impacts us in our day-to-day lives, in our security environment. It impacts us in how we're able to use our rivers, how much water we're able to use. But I'm happy to discuss all that with Government of India after that. The single biggest policy thing that I want now is for them to keep their promise. As we were told publicly when the train started from Jammu to Srinagar, When I reminded the Prime Minister about statehood, he said, this is not just any promise. This is Modi ka wada, Modi's promise. All we're asking is that you keep that promise and keep it now so that the people can see that that promise has been kept. Everything else we'll talk about afterwards.
So on those everything else matters, there were a couple of questions raised earlier. One in terms of with 370 no longer being what it was, is there concern about land purchase, for example, people moving in, Kashmiris moving out? And at the same time, how will a state of Kashmir deal with the border in a different manner? How will you balance human rights with terrorism and other concerns? Just give us your vision.
Well, I'm assuming that the current trend of reducing violence will continue. And therefore, problems with relation to human rights will be less of an issue because security forces will have less contact and less conflict within Jammu and Kashmir. The border is not the responsibility of any elected government. It isn't in Gujarat, it isn't in Rajasthan, it isn't in Punjab, and it won't be in Jammu and Kashmir either, whether we're a state or a union territory. It's like your coast. The coastline and protecting the coastline is not the responsibility of the government of Tamil Nadu. It's essentially the responsibility of the government of India. So the border will continue to be their responsibility. We'll support them as we have done from 1947 onwards. So that's not a matter of concern either. It'll make delivery of services, it'll make governance better, it'll make governance more accountable. It'll give me, I'm not using the absence of statehood as an excuse. Don't for a moment confuse what I'm saying with some sort of excuse making that I'm not able to do anything because we're not a state. That's not the line I'm taking. I'm just saying that governance and delivery will be better when you give us what you've promised us.
Fair enough. Thank you. So you entered parliament at 28, became one of India's youngest ministers, and you have experienced electoral victory, defeat, detention, constitutional upheaval, of course, and political return. Looking back, what have these experiences taught you about the limits of power and the resilience of democracy even amongst those limits?
Well, I've actually been seeing this since my teenage years. I saw what happened to my father's government in '84 when the office of the governor was used to encourage defections and to bring his government down. So I've seen the ups and downs of power and power politics from a very young age. And therefore, I'd like to believe and also the fact that I spent 8 years in boarding school and 3 years in college very far from home has given me, I think, the ability to remain a lot more grounded than I otherwise should be. Power is a very fleeting thing. It's here today, gone tomorrow. I've always told my colleagues that we are perhaps the most glorified daily wagers in the country. Just because I'm in this office today is no guarantee that I'll be in this office tomorrow. And therefore, I take the trappings of this office with a very large pinch of salt. And I think that's a lesson all of us in elected office should do. Some of us believe that we are in office for life. That's not the case. And the sooner we come to terms with that, the better. But I was actually counting how long I've been doing this. Year after next, I'll have been an active politician for 30 years. 30 years is a very long time to be doing this. And when I started out, and particularly when I was a minister with Vajpayee Saab, I always used to believe that this whole concept that with age you become more wise is a very misplaced one, and that we youngsters also know a lot. And that age doesn't actually bring you very much except for creaking bones, sore joints, and a lot less hair that's a lot whiter than it used to be. Over time, and now with almost 30 years under my belt, let me just say that that was really the foolishness of youth, and that age does give you a lot more sort of understanding of situations, of how you deal with things. I am definitely not the person I was when I entered parliament at the ripe old age of 28. And therefore, age and experience are definitely something that should never be scoffed at, and which is something I was very guilty of in the early part.
Thank you for that thoughtful note. Before we wrap up, just a last question. You are from Kashmir and you're sitting here in South India, and we're all asking questions about federalism and pluralism and how this country works. Leave us with one message that you have that brings to bear your own experiences.
Well, actually, I'm not going to talk about pluralism or governance or anything. I'm just going to ask you to come and visit Kashmir.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
it.
good, sir.
Come and visit. We don't get enough people from south of the Vindhyas. It's something I've been desperately trying to correct. And in fact, conversation that I had with our friend, the moderator, earlier before I came in here, was about how we are trying to encourage more people from this part of the country to visit us. I know you've got beautiful hill stations. My grandfather actually lived in one for a very long time, against his wishes, but he did enjoy his stay there. I'm actually hoping that more of you will come and visit us up north and enjoy a bit of our hospitality as well. So perhaps that's the thought I'll put here, and leave the federalism and all for the experts to discuss after this.
You did say something interesting about movies, if you want to share.
Yes, I did. Tourism follows movies. It's clear. I mean, look at how many tourists go to Switzerland thanks to Yash Chopra. I mean, as I was telling you, Yash Chopra has done more for tourism in Switzerland than the Swiss government could ever do. So similarly, we are hoping to encourage more and more film crews from the southern parts of the country to come and film in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the valley. There have been movies from the south that have been based out of J&K, particularly Roja, many years ago. Unfortunately, that movie was made at a time when filming in Kashmir was actually not safe. And if I'm not wrong, they didn't film in Kashmir at all. While the story was based out of Kashmir, I think they filmed in Himachal or somewhere else. So now that things are so much better, we're hoping that more film crews from here, because you guys have better budgets. Your movies have definitely better budgets. And these days, your movies seem to do better than Bollywood movies as well. So if we can encourage some of you to come there, nothing like it. That's what we'll do.
Lovely. Thank you. So now we'll open up to questions from the audience. Okay. If you... So we have one question from Ms. Talha Salaria, who's a Kashmiri who lives in Bangalore. And her question is, if you were to focus on the ordinary Kashmiri, what would be the top 3 priorities among the following? Policy, institutions, daily restrictions?
Well, I'd be failing in my job if I didn't focus on the people of Jammu and Kashmir even now. The entire purpose of governance is to focus on the issues that concern people. So, I've been asked to focus on 3 areas in terms of institutions. It would be improvement in our education institutions, particularly government schools. Raising the level of the quality of education that we impart in government schools, given that so many of our students have to go to government schools in far-flung areas because private schools are not an option. So the institutions that I'd like to see more improvement in would be in our schools. The second part was?
Policy and daily restrictions.
Policy. Well, clearly, unemployment is a huge problem in Jammu and Kashmir. And therefore, policies that are designed around creating more avenues for employment outside of government jobs, because government jobs just become a bigger burden on the taxpayer. So an enabling environment where the private sector feels more empowered and more able to invest and create jobs, whether small, medium, or large, would be the policy area. And the third one was restrictions. Unfortunately, as a union territory, the security and law and order situation does not come under my control. But if it did, I definitely would like to see less restriction in terms of free movement of people, particularly on our highways. They're subject to a lot of checks, a lot of random searches. And as the security environment improves, I do believe that there is scope for that to be reduced quite significantly.
And in that context, if I may, Chief Minister, there are lots of stereotypes and tropes that some of which deserve to be blown up in terms of better understanding. This question of radicalization of the youth, you hear that bandied about a lot. But can you give us a sense of the reality on the ground and the risks versus where progress has happened?
Look, I mean, when you see an effort to radicalize youngsters, particularly in the north of the country, on religious lines, at the behest of our ruling party, how do you expect that there will be no knock-on effect in other parts of the country as well? You can't expect that one section of the population will be encouraged to be more radicalized, more hardcore, more committed, and then expect that other parts of the country or other religions will sit back and say, no, no, this is not something we are going to do. It does have a knock-on effect. So yes, there is an element of the population that is looking at religion more differently. There are elements that are trying to radicalize youngsters. But this belief or this sort of this propaganda that is sought to be sort of injected into people, that every young Muslim, particularly young Muslim Kashmiri boy, is a jihadi looking to do nothing else but pick up the gun and go and murder innocent people, couldn't be further from the truth. Again, I come back to what happened in Kashmir last year. Immediately after the Pahalgam attack, the security establishment went out and started blowing up people's homes, purely on the basis of suspicion or past record. After the investigation was concluded and the people who were behind the Pahalgam attack were identified, not one of the attackers was a local Kashmiri boy. They were all from outside of J&K. They had one local person who gave them support, and that too under the force of the barrel of a gun. So this belief that all Kashmiri youngsters are nothing but radicalized jihadi, gun-toting lunatics could not be further from the truth. But that's sort of this impression that some people in our country want to create about the youngsters.
Interesting. Open to any more questions? Anyone else? Yeah, we have one here. One second, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. Please hold. Please hold. Please write your question down and we'll take it.
Oh, are you going to get them to write it down?
We've requested that.
Okay.
We have a few already lined up.
Okay.
So the recent retreat has had a lot of flack. Did you achieve
the recent
retreat? Did you have any major discussions about it?
Oh, you mean yesterday or day before yesterday when I took my MLAs for off-site? I mean, sure, the opposition criticized it, but then they're going to criticize. That's why they're called the opposition. They're going to oppose everything I do. That's their job profile. But that's not going to stop me from doing things. There's a reason why you call them the leader of the opposition. Their job is to oppose, and they will do it. My job is to deliver. I'm the government. I have to govern, and that's what I'll do. We went, we sat, we discussed, we took stock of the last 16, 18 months. A lot of positive things came out of it. And I think we also got a chance to sort of unburden ourselves. We got a chance to sit and complain about each other in an environment where nobody else was listening in. I thought it was a good thing. And I'll do it again if I can. At least it wasn't resort politics. I didn't lock them up and switch off the cell phone towers and anything like that. We just spent a day, had a nice picnic, so to speak, chatted, learned from each other's experiences, and went home in the evening.
Okay, thank you. We can take another question. Yes.
He's written it down, but now he can read it
Okay.
out.
Thank you. I'm Ekambaram. A couple of things. One would be, you mentioned about the tourism. Is it possible for you to encourage direct flights from here to your place? That would be more of use to us. Second part would be, you touched upon employment time and again, wherein the industry are unwilling to come into your place because of security issues. But how about going digital online services, wherein your youth can also benefit a lot, like Bengaluru, wherein services are done offline without any security issues? Thank you.
Well, there is a direct flight between Bengaluru and Srinagar, as I understand it at the moment. Indigo operates directly. Other parts of the country, southern parts, maybe not as well connected, but then there's a connecting flight. So it's not that difficult to get to. And as far as hill stations in North India are concerned, it is by far the easiest one to reach. I don't mean to knock or do down any of the other states in my neighborhood, but we are a lot easier to get to than some of the others, and I'll leave it at that. In terms of digital delivery of services, I take your point. It's something that we are actually moving forward on. Again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. States like Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra have already done a lot, particularly in terms of use of WhatsApp delivery of services. So we are actually in active discussion with Meta at the moment to modify it for our own requirement. But we are looking to roll out WhatsApp-based digital services in Jammu and Kashmir over the next few months.
Thank you. And I think we have one question here, a very special one from a young man.
Good morning, Uncle. I am Anirudh from 8th standard. I want to ask one question to you. Will there be great colleges in Kashmir for students like me to come and study?
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for asking a question.
Thank you.
When I was your age, I would never have had the guts to stand up, take a mic, and question anybody. So hats off to you. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
There were no private universities in Jammu and Kashmir, nor an enabling mechanism to set up private universities in Jammu and Kashmir until this year. This year, the Assembly in J&K finally passed legislation to create the framework for private universities to now come to Jammu and Kashmir and set up there. So along with asking you to come and make movies in Jammu and Kashmir, those of you who are part of the education setup, particularly the higher education setup, and are looking to branch out from your part of the country, please look at Jammu and Kashmir as well as a possible destination to set up institutions of higher learning because there is enormous potential there. If I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong, we spend about 2 to 2,500 crores is paid to universities outside of J&K by students who are getting an education. So that's the kind of potential there is for education institutions within J&K. Colleges we have very good agriculture universities. We have a couple of good technical universities. We have a good network of medical colleges, almost all of them government. So you're right now in the 8th standard. You have 4 more years of school before you get to college.
Yeah.
I can assure you by the time you're choosing a college, I will have a lot more to offer you. At the moment, I also have an IIT and an IIM as well.
Thank you.
So yes, once you're ready, please come. I'll be more than happy to take you on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are out of time. Okay. One question.
One question.
One question, please. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we can pass the microphone across
This
there.
mic is with me.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay.
What's your opinion about one nation, one election? Yeah, it's a very essential thing now in the country.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Sorry, did you say it's essential for the country?
No, what I meant to say is, now the topic that's going on in the country is one nation, one election. Whether it's relevant to the country or not.
Well, it's relevant. The problem is in its execution. The fact is that one, it makes regional parties like mine deeply suspicious of the motive behind it. Because more often than not, when the voter goes into the polling booth, they don't really distinguish between votes for a state government and votes for a union government. That is one. Secondly, the problem also is that what happens in a, let's say my state, what happens if 6 months after an election or 2 years after an election, the government falls? Will you have governor's rule for 3 years? No. Then you say, okay, we'll have an election, but it'll only be for 3 years. So I will be expected to fight a full-fledged election, whereas my term of office is only going to be 3 years. I understand that practically it's designed to save money. Realistically, in implementation, how do you implement it for a country as diverse as ours, with state governments that are so different, in conditions where there is no fixed term? Unless you decide that you will not have a vote of no confidence, unless you can prove you have a majority behind you. If you don't have that, it's very difficult to make it work.
Thank you. Actually, we've carried hundreds of opinion articles on this, and I've never seen one so poignantly stated and clearly as you did. So thank you, Chief Minister. We have one last question, after which we'll wrap up.
Greetings of the day, sir. I'm really sorry to intrude like this, but I couldn't help, because if I would have spoken few words of praise for the person I've been following time immemorial, and the way of politics that is exercised by a politician and an erudite speaker like you, who really have well-shaped perception about things and affairs. And I feel for people like you, politics really seems like a paradise. You don't belong to Kashmir, which is often monikered as the paradise on earth, but your way, your actions, your prudence really are exemplary to stand on what we all take pride in calling paradise. So really, in the world of politics, which is filled with malice, propaganda, and misleading information, the politics exercised by persons like you really make stakeholders of humanities and learners like me really proud, and really look forward to be in this participatory democracy. And thank you so much for coming to Bengaluru, and I'm sure I'll have enough of opportunities coming in the heaven of earth. Thank you for the day, and wishing you an enchanting day, and drawing the denouement here with an expectation that we'll keep on meeting in such huddles with much better improvised advancements, notions, and sustainable thoughts that would shape our Bharat in the real Viksit form.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I straight away need to apologize. I'm the bad cop here. I straight away apologize to Sumit, who was given his question, Sushant, who was given his question, and Devaswarup Kumar as well. I'm afraid we're just running out of time. Really sorry about it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Omar Abdullah. If Dr. Narayan Lakshman can take a moment to felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Photo opportunity always helps in such times. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much, sir, for having taken your time out and being a part of this Hindu Huddle 2026. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Dr. Narayan Lakshman as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session. But before we move on to the next session, I must emphasize that the beauty of the Hindu Huddle is, of course, the variety that it produces. Variety in terms of the panelists and hence the ideas emanating from them. It is a platform that allows you to express, and express being the operative word, because when I talk about the freedom of expression, I simply cannot think of too many besides Mr. N. Ram, who is an absolute stalwart of our times. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. N. Ram. His ability to articulate and speak on matters fearlessly is something that one admires. It's indeed my pleasure to invite Mr. Ram to set a context to, of course, what is to follow.
Thank you. Let me begin by expressing my freedom of expression by saying something about what went on just before this. In other words, the very clear, thoughtful, moving reflections offered by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah Saab. I think it's very important what he said. India is not a unitary state. The Constituent Assembly of India did not design India as a unitary state. It was not quite a federal system in the way we know federal systems elsewhere, but it was, let's say, semi-federal or quasi-federal. But in this, over time, the diversities have developed, unevenness has developed, pluralism has developed, and we in the South are very familiar with these issues, namely the issues of state rights, but whatever name you call it, state autonomy, state rights, and so on. State rights have come under pressure, have come under assault over decades in India, and the South is no stranger to that experience. There has been resistance, of course, to these assaults. It was not just the BJP government which did it. The Congress government also, the union government, when the Congress was in power, did many things that went against the rights of states, including the use of the power to dismiss elected state governments and so on. But we must say, in all honesty, that we have not faced a crisis of federalism the way we have seen it since 2014, when absolutely no respect has been paid to state rights. And at the center of this was the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which unconstitutionally, in my opinion, was reduced to the status of a union territory. And of course, I don't have to say more because it was very clearly, thoughtfully put across in that interaction by the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. I know his father, Farooq Saab. I didn't know his grandfather. And I've participated in discussions where state rights and state autonomy has figured fruitfully in the past, including in Chennai. That's the first thing I want to say about this, and I join in the eloquent appreciation expressed by the lady earlier for what went on here, particularly for the qualities that you saw on display here. So I really want to, on behalf of the Huddle, on behalf of the Hindu, I want to thank Chief Minister Omar for being here, for his bravery, for his, don't age too fast. That's what we want to say to you. You still have a role to play. We know the constraints. So I think we are all with you in your brave attempt, what is the word, struggle, but very much within the Constitution, in a constrained role, trying to be as positive as possible without giving up the rights that your people have fought for over many decades. So Jairam didn't hear what I said about the Congress, I think. Or he did earlier, before 2014, how they treated states. The second point I want to make is about the importance of news media, professional news media, or curated news media. It's wonderful to see this turnout in Bengaluru. I think Bengaluru is the capital of many things for India. It's in terms of the new economy. No center in India has surpassed Bengaluru. It's cosmopolitan. It's looking for ideas. It's been through a lot of turbulence and uncertainty in the past, but now you have some kind of stability. A change has taken place, and I think people are coming here to look for new ideas, to see what innovations are on offer, and so on. So I think in this context, I want to assert, not just on behalf of the Hindu, but on behalf of the institution of the press, not the social media, although it can give you some useful things or even valuable things. It has been overwhelmed by the phenomenon of misinformation and disinformation, weaponized on digital platforms, on social media platforms, I think on WhatsApp. You need to be very, very careful, Chief Minister Omar, because the amount of toxicity carried within WhatsApp's groups has been well documented and studied. So you need security systems to do this. But we are very familiar with trolling. We are familiar with how women's voices are attacked viciously on social media. The lies that circulate, particularly in Tamil Nadu, I see it quite a lot, even facts, the complete falsehoods on the social media, alongside some useful things. We have to strike a balance here. And in this context, I think the role of the professional media, the legacy media, also the new digital offerings like the Wire, Scroll, and various others that have come up, I think this is going to be very important. And in this context is where the huddle comes in, opening it up. Because the role of the media, what is the role that we play? The credible information function. 2, a critical function, analytical, investigative, thoughtful. 3, an agenda-building function. We hope a virtuous agenda. You can have propaganda, as we have on many TV channels today, but you also have an educative role, a role of, helping the polity frame issues, put the focus on things that matter, the kind of things that Chief Minister Omar Abdullah talked about, development, tackling the problem of unemployment, saving the lives of innocents, of providing security to them, giving them hope, educational opportunities, and so on, and above all, giving them freedoms, democratic freedoms. So I think this is where the media, the curated media or the professional media play a role, and that is where we come in alongside our colleagues in the Times of India, in the Indian Express, the New Indian Express, in the Deccan Herald, and in hundreds of Indian language media organizations. We are all together on this, whatever our competition in particular markets. I think that has to be highlighted, and that's one of the messages that I think the huddle takes to people, and I can think of no better city where it can be hosted than Bengaluru. Finally, I want to touch on, there's not much time here to discuss it, but over the next 1.5 days, we're going to hear a lot about these issues, I hope. And that is the world in turbulence. Recently, China's President Xi Jinping, and Russia's President Vladimir Putin issued a joint statement after the summit on May 20th. And a key phrase from that, the declaration was, the global peace and development agenda is facing new risks and challenges, and there's a danger of fragmentation of the international community and a return to the law of the jungle. That maybe seems like an exaggerated phrase, exaggeration of what is happening, but that is exactly what is happening. The law of the jungle is now in operation. I wouldn't say in full play. There are still constraints. There are still attempts to bring about peace and some kind of settlement. But I think this is a reality. And India is caught in the midst of it. I don't think the government of India has fared very well in standing up to these pressures. We have not taken a position of true independence or non-alignment. India has come under pressure and has given in on some of this. I don't want to enter into too many details here, but it is important that we preserve our independence. And clearly, the most consequential shift that we are witnessing now is that the international cooperative architecture built over 8 decades, however imperfect it was, is fracturing, has already fractured. Cooperative mechanisms have crumbled. Governments have retreated from multilateral frameworks, and a contested multipolar landscape is emerging where confrontation is the rule and collaboration or cooperation the exception. And trust is in decline. Chief among this, of course, is President Donald Trump of the United States. As an essay in The Economist late last year pointed out, an essay written by its editor-in-chief, and I quote, "In global politics, 2025 was the year when an old order ended. President Donald Trump demolished decades-old norms and institutions as dramatically as he set about reshaping the White House. His tariffs bludgeoned the multilateral trade system, the machinery of international diplomacy, from the UN to foreign aid, was hit by American funding cuts. Long-standing security alliances were refashioned into more transactional relationships. At home, Mr. Trump unleashed the most expansive assertion of executive power in a century. Soldiers were sent into the Democrat-run cities, universities brought to heel with threats and funding cuts, the independence of the Federal Reserve attacked, and the machinery of government deployed against the president's force," and so on. And the other thing here is, I mean, this was written before the outrageous attack on Iran happened. And I'm glad that Chief Minister Omar Abdullah mentioned it. I didn't know there were so many students in Iran. That's a new thing we learned here. But whatever you think about the regime in Iran, its sovereignty was attacked. Before that, Israel conducted a genocidal attack on the people of Gaza. It's still going on, and also in Lebanon and elsewhere, and on Iran. The US-Israeli attack on Iran, it looked like it would be a walkover initially for those who didn't know Iran. But I think I remember an editorial in The Economist which said that the US has claimed that Iran has been its military power has been eliminated. And then the editorial went on to say that 0% has been able to cause tremendous turmoil all over the world in terms of prices, energy prices, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, what is happening there, shipping, in terms of inflation and so on. So I think this is a war that the US wants to end more than Iran does at this point of time, paradoxically. And these are things that are happening before us. We don't know what end is in sight to all this, except that we know that the FIFA World Cup is going to be held very soon. It'll begin later this month. And Donald Trump needs this to end because the Iranians will also be, I believe, will be participating and in this. So it's a very uncertain time before us. And we need more than ever discussions of the kind, open discussions, free discussions, moderated discussions, intelligent discussions, courageous discussions that we hope will take place over the next several sessions in this huddle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Endram. Moderate, intelligent, and courageous sessions we hope to have over the course of the next day and a half here. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for about 10 minutes. People who would want to step out, please do so and be back in about 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 10 minutes break. Thanks.
Sabi Savinsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sabi Savinsa Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sabi Savinsa, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Muhammad Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
दीदी रोहिणी को क्या दूं बर्थडे गिफ्ट?
ये रुपए डिजिटल गिफ्ट वाउचर दे दे।
किधर मिलेगा?
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के बॉबी पे यूपीआई ऐप पर।
मतलब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में अकाउंट खोलना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, लेकिन बॉबी पे के लिए कोई भी बैंक अकाउंट चलेगा।
चैंपियंस कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, हाँ?
वो भी पे, one UPI app for everyone. ए, तू cheating मत कर.
अरे आप आओ तो हर बार हारने का तो चिकन गए.
From monumental icons
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly request you to take your seats, please? We should be starting in the next 3 minutes. People who are right at the back, could you kindly take your seats? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to take your seats, please? Thank you. For people who are just walking in, just make sure that you walk in and take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats and please ensure that your mobile phones are on the silent mode, please. Thank you. We should be starting any moment now. Request you to kindly settle down, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the next of those sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Chief Minister for taking time out and formally inaugurating the Hindu Huddle 2026. An outstanding achiever of 5-decade force in Indian politics, a grassroots leader who rose from the student activism in the NSUI to become the Chief Minister of Karnataka and the President of the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee. And first elected as MLA from Satanur in 1989, he has since won 8 consecutive assembly elections, building an unmatched record of public trust. It's indeed our honor and privilege to welcome the Chief Minister of Karnataka. As the Energy Minister, he's led Karnataka's solar revolution, anchored by some landmark projects. And as the KPCC President, he built the party's organization and architected the Congress's decisive 2023 victory. As the Chief Minister today, he oversees 5 guarantees benefiting over 7 crore people here, a 1.5 lakh crore in infrastructure investment. As he walks up the stage alongside the curator, ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka as he officially declares the huddle open here. Lovely to have you with us. May I kindly request Dr. Narayan Lakshman to felicitate him before proceeding any further. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request all of you to rise, if able, for the national anthem first up, followed by the Karnataka Nadagite.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. Please take your seats. It gives me great honor and it's a privilege to have Shri D.K. Shivakumar, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, here with us. He is here for a very, very short time and we are very grateful, sir, for your generosity in being here. He has an incredibly busy day ahead, so we will just request him to make a few remarks to formally inaugurate the Hindu Huddle 2026. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. I think today is the first day out of office. Day before yesterday, I took the charge of the Chief Minister, you all know. Yesterday, I started my work at Vidhan Soda. Normally, I have a coffee with Hindu, and today I started my new outreach with a Hindu Huddle. So Hindu Huddle is creating solution to every section of the society. It may be politics, it may be commerce, it may be trade, it may be anything, whatever is there, including the sports, culture and everything. I am very happy to welcome you all to this garden city. You know, this is an air-conditioned city also. A place the entire world looks at. I am thankful Mr. Amar Abdullah has come here, a great friend of mine. His father is a legend. I am so proud today he gave me this Kashmir shawl. I am very happy to wear this and thank him for this. And I have got a pen from Hindu so that I will use it in a proper purpose. I thank Hindu for this. See, you are in a city where the world is looking at. 25 years back, I was a urban development minister with Krishnaji. He came to inaugurate the world international airport of Bangalore. He said there was a time when the world leaders first used to come to Delhi. Vajpayee said this. He had come there. World leaders used to come to Delhi, then used to come to China, this one, Calcutta, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and what are sort. Now the situation has changed. Now all these world leaders, by 4 months, about 4 or 5 prime ministers had come to China, Japan, Poland, England. All of them had come to Bangalore within 3 or 4 months. Then he said that, Vajpayee said that these world leaders are first coming to Bangalore, then they are coming to Delhi. This is what Bangalore is. Like such, Hindu also, it is almost 150 years, nearly 150 years, 1876 or something, if I write. Okay, a very long history it has, big heritage, but we all read history, you write history, we believe in making history. That is what the difference is, that is all of us. So today you have come with this Huddle program, you have brought a lot of great minds here. You all have joined. I have always said that joining together is the beginning. Discussing with all of you will be the progress. Then let us all work together for the success of this country and for this, whatever the program you have built. I am very fortunate to be here. My party high command also directed me my ACC president and my leader of the opposition, both are just coming to the airport. They are filing the nomination here. Rahul Gandhi is also the leader of the opposition, is coming to Bangalore just to file the nomination of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. But as a chief minister and a president party till now, I had to go and officially receive him. But I had given a commitment. I should not go back with my commitment. I thought that I'll be there with you, inaugurate this, tell that Hindu is a committed paper. Hindu starts with my coffee every day. Hindu, you have not moved a budge. You're with any of the political pressures or the government pressures. Your pen is very straight. It's straight. So the pen, the direction to the country and all section of the society is leading up. So even my former, now the present chairman also, the CPP, first paper she also reads is Hindu. That is what I know, Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Such great love she has for Hindu. Anyway, you all have to come to Bangalore. This is a city of a capital with the biggest talent pool in the Asia. You know, California has 13 lakh IT professionals. Bangalore has 26 lakhs IT professionals. This is the talent pool. The number of doctors produced in Karnataka is 13,940 doctors every year. More than about 1 lakh engineers produced. At the same time, more than 1.2 lakh nurses have been produced, including the, what I am trying to tell for the secondary, for all the hospitals. We produce engineers, doctors, and we export to the different part of the world. The cream of the best team is going out to the world. And you see any universities all over the world, it is Karnataka and Indians play a very major role in the education sector. So why even at the days of Jawaharlal Nehru to Bangalore, all the PSUs or whatever may it be, ISRO, including the National Law College, whatever may be HAL, HMT, BL, electronics, whatever may be, including the Tata Institute of Science, IMM, everything was started here. So it has a very big history. I would like to welcome all of you here. I would like to ask you to give suggestions to Bangalore, what we can do better for Bangalore. I know the entire world is seeing through Bangalore. India is being seen through Bangalore. That is what I also, within few months back, I was in Davos. Everyone was telling that it is a great city where we can't go and search the talent pool anywhere in different part of India. It is a place which we can serve. My friend, Mr. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister is here. I think almost 10-15% of the students, they just come and study here because they know this is the safest city for all of them to live, study well, work together. This is what everyone look at. So today, I am very happy and proud to be, and this is a milestone for me. The first inauguration after taking over as a Chief Minister is from Hindu. Hindu is Hindustan. Hindustan is India. India is Bharat. Thank you, sir. I would like to share much of you, but one thing, before you all go, I think a lot of discussion is there. I would have loved to hear, I'm a fan of Mr. Omar Abdullah, though he's he's very senior to us also, but the knowledge he has gained is amazing, amazing. So let me hear him also. You give me a video copy of whatever he speaks and whatever discussion you have taken place. You please guide Karnataka, that it will make India and Karnataka stronger. The relationship with the media, the four pillars of democracy, by the judiciary, the legislator, and the bureaucracy, and all of you, including the media. We are the four pillars of democracy. Let us all work together, see that all this, every section of the people in the social fabric is very strong. I thank you for inviting me. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Just beautiful, the level of commitment to be a part of the Hindu Huddle 2026, to inaugurate it, to talk about the length and breadth of what India is through the lens of the society that we live in, and the appreciation for the Hindu in terms of its objective journalism was there to be heard. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, just waiting for the screens to be set and the stage to be set. We are just starting in the next couple of minutes. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next session with this India-China tango, Asian powers shaping the emerging world order. So that's the subject of discussion over the course of the next 30 minutes. It gives me immense pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, as you put your hands together, to the Chinese ambassador to India, Mr. Xu Fei Hong. Thank you so much, sir, for being present here. Firstly, I must say, sorry for the delay. Apologies for the delay. But thank you so much for your patience. Arrived in India in May 2024. Prior to this, he held the position of Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 2021. He previously served as the Chinese ambassador to Afghanistan and Romania. Xu Fei Hong has also worked in several departments within the MFA, including the Department of European Affairs, Department of Press, Department of Personnel, and the Department of Services for Foreign Ministry, Home and Overseas Offices. He's also been posted in Finland, South Korea, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Born in Dongyang City in China in May 1964, Mr. Xu Fei Hong holds a bachelor's degree. And moderating or in conversation with the Chinese ambassador is Ms. Suhasini Haider. Thank you so much. The Diplomatic Affairs Editor, Hindu. You can be generous with your applause. On the same, she writes on foreign policy and anchors the weekly show Worldview. She has nearly 3 decades of experience, including roles as foreign affairs editor and anchor at CNN IBN, and as a correspondent for CNN International. Recipient of numerous awards, she has reported on major conflicts across South Asia and the Middle East. A session of half an hour. Over to you, Suhasini.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you for being such a great audience and being out here this morning. I do want to tell you Ambassador Xu is on a very tight schedule, so he will not be taking your questions. So I'm hoping to take some of the questions I've already got from the audience for you. Now, for all of you, and this is not just those who are covering diplomacy closely, we know this. From the beginning of this decade, from the 2020s, India and China's relationship has been a roller coaster ride. I think from the highs we saw just before the decade in Wuhan and Mamallapuram, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping met, not just held meetings, but spent time together, hours, one-on-one. And that seemed to be a high in the relationship, but it was followed by one of the lows. The first such incident in more than 40 years, in most violent point in Galwan, before they began to resume ties in 2024. So we want to speak on this session about what's happening now, how the process of revival of ties came about that took Prime Minister Modi to Tianjin last year, and could bring President Xi to India later this year or soon, but also of how they are scripting the resumption of that part of the relationship that really did get most ruptured, the people-to-people ties, the trust, the travel, the tourism, and the trade. Our guest is Ambassador Shu, and thank you so much for speaking. I know that you don't come out often and take questions, so it's a particular privilege for the Hindu that you have come here. I want to start with how you arrived in India in May 2024. We were just about to have elections, and relations still were extremely strained. Did you know already that the process was going to start, and who took the first step?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. So I'm very glad to visit Bangalore and attend the Hindu Huddle. This is my first time to visit this very beautiful city, and I'm very happy to answer your questions and share my views with friends at present. You know that the China-India relationship is one of the most important relationships in this world. Its importance extends the bilateral scope and carries the global significance, global strategic significance. The development of the relationship between our two sides has drawn high attentions from the world throughout the time. And recently, I'm very glad to see that tangible and gradual progress has been made in our bilateral ties. We can find that we have resumed the direct flights between the cities. We have resumed the pilgrimage. And from the Indian side, India has eased restrictions to the Chinese people's visa and the Chinese investment. So in fact, that this process started almost 1 year ago and still underway. But of course, those achievements made due to the joint efforts by both of us, our sides. And I'm expecting that more fruitful outcomes will be achieved in the coming time. Thank you.
Sure, and it is necessary also to look at what happened in the past in a way to make sure perhaps it doesn't again. You know, in the Hindu a few days ago, former Indian ambassador to China, Ashok Kanta, wrote a piece talking about how some of the gains of the past, some of the trust of the India-China relationship of the past had been forged in agreements. There was 1993 LAC Border Peace and Tranquility Agreement, 2005, a political agreement on finding an understanding. Recently, we saw in Beijing another meeting of the two sides. I wanted to ask, Ambassador, what are some of the lessons that have been learned in this process of things you can do and things that should not be repeated, in a sense, to ensure that this kind of situation that we saw, violence on the line of actual control in which 20 Indian soldiers were killed, as well as Chinese soldiers, does not happen again?
So in regard of your question, what kind of lessons can be drawn from the freeze and resumption of the ties? I think it's true, we have some lessons to conclude, and even some lessons are very valuable. So first of all, I think that the leaders of our two countries play a leading role in providing strategic guidance for the relationships between our two countries. Both President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi attach great importance to the bilateral ties and view the bilateral relationship from strategic and long-term perspective. Since 2020, they had maintained multiple interactions with each other. And both of them, and the most important two meetings were respectively held in Kazan in 2024, Russia, and in Tianjin 2025, in China. And they agreed that a stable and healthy relationship between China and India will not only serve the interests of our two countries, but benefit the peace and prosperity of this region. So, according to the consensus of the leaders, the diplomatic teams of our two sides have been working very hard to step up cooperation and communication to advance the implementation of the common understanding of the two leaders. So just now, at the very beginning, I just mentioned the progress they have made. This is the progress they have made and has been witnessed by us. So I would say that the leaders has played led the country, led the relations of our two countries from a reset, from a fresh start to a new level of improvement. And the second lesson, I would say that the correct mutual perception has given us a clear positioning in our respective diplomacy. You know that the two leaders just agreed, China and India are cooperation partners, not rivals, are development opportunities, not threats. This is a very important orientation of the relations of the two countries. You know that China and India are the only two countries in the world with a pure population more than 1.4 billion people. And both of us are major emerging economies with broad prospects for development. So these similarities just tell us we should expand our common grounds and narrow differences to avoid misunderstanding and misjudgment. We should find ways to get well along with each other. So in fact, that we have been doing in this way and have been benefited from it. Just like an Indian proverb says that help your brother's boat across, your own will reach the shore. In China, we have a similar saying that those help others will receive helps in return. So the wisdom of the ancient philosophy injects new momentum into the development of the relations. And also have the third, that experience, I just want to say that an objective view towards the differences has been taken by our two sides. China and India has more than 2,000 years of history of exchanges, but you can find out that the twists turns were only a very short episode in the history, and the friendly exchanges remain the defining feature in the relations. I still remember last year when what Prime Minister Modi said when he was interviewed by podcast. He just pointed out that the differences between India and China are as natural as in a family. Our focus is to prevent these differences from escalating into disputes. So the Prime Minister took this very wise view from historic and strategic perspective. So China and India, as two ancient civilizations, we have enough wisdom and capability to find effective ways to accommodate each other's core interests and major concerns and properly settle all those differences through dialogue and consultation. I am confident in that.
All right, but even so, the boundary question remains and is being discussed. The truth is this was no ordinary incident that we saw, and therefore now we see a much quicker pace of the boundary talks that are going on right now. Do we see some light at the end of that tunnel? You know, we heard from External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar say, including in an interview to the Hindu, that we don't know why what happened in 2020 happened, why the PLA, he said, behaved the way it did. And of course, on the Chinese side, there are questions about what the Indian side was doing. I come back to that. Do you see light when it comes to the boundary question?
You know that it is true we have made progress and improvement in our relations, but the full normalization of our ties still calls the joint and continued efforts from our two countries. So how to realize the full normalization? I think the boundary question will be a very important one. We should handle it properly. And in fact, that the boundary question between our two countries is very complex and sensitive, left over from the history. It concerns about the sentiments of the two peoples and requires dialogue and consultation to seek a fair, reasonable, and mutual acceptable resolution. And in recent years, our two sides have kept very close communication on the boundary question through these important mechanisms, just like the meeting of the special representative on the boundary question and the working mechanism for consultation and coordination on border affairs. And I still remember that last August, Chinese Foreign Minister Mr. Wang Yi paid a visit to India and co-chaired with His Excellency the National Security Advisor, Ms. Doval, the 24th meeting of the SR. And they reached a 10-point consensus and agreed to set up an expert group to explore the early harvest of boundary delimitation on appropriate sectors. And they also agreed to set up a working group to advance the border management. And only last week, the 35th meeting of the WNCC was held in Beijing. So the important issues, just like the boundary delimitation, the border management, the mechanism building, and the cross-border communication cooperation were fully addressed by that meeting. So nowadays, I will assure you that the border situation is peaceful and stable. And China always believes that the boundary question should be placed as a proper position in our relations, and we should not allow the boundary question to define the overall relationship of our two countries, still less let specific differences affect the bilateral cooperation. So I think, of course, the boundary issue is very critical. And also, you know that between our two sides, we have some another issues should be called attention from the two sides. That one is that we should step up exchanges to enhance mutual trust. Just now I said that we can take an objective view to all the differences. It is true, but in fact, the mutual trust between our two sides and the deficit is very serious. You know that the exchanges between the decision-making bodies of the two governments are not enough. We used to have about 50 mechanisms, official mechanisms for dialogue and consultation between our two sides. Unfortunately, most of them remain stalled. The insufficient exchange may probably be resulted in the increase of misunderstanding and misjudgment. And also, the level of people-to-people exchange is low and unbalanced. Just now that we do not have any Chinese journalists based in India. It's, this kind of exchange is very low. So it will be, detrimental to enhancing the mutual understanding and friendship between our two sides China is ready to resume all the exchanges with India in various fields and at various levels. So as to, that increase our standings. And I'm sure that the more exchange we have, the better we understand each other, the stronger the mutual trust and will grow. So it's a very good way, in fact.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Ambassador, because the mutual trust, as you said, means bringing back these mechanisms. Now, in the last year, since you've certainly been here, we've seen the resumption of travel. We've seen flights restarted with some of the cities. Bengaluru used to be called the Silicon City. In many ways, it is India's tech capital. And there's a question that we constantly hear from businessmen here, but also businessmen in China, Indian businessmen you would have heard, about what we call non-tariff barriers, the idea that there are restrictions on Chinese exports of certain things like rare earths. There are on the Indian side, we saw restrictions on Chinese investment being lessened. Where do you see the real hurdles when it comes to increasing trade and what India always wants, increasing balanced trade? And how much do you think these two countries can cooperate in the field of AI?
That's true that we should expand mutually beneficial cooperation and pursue common development. You know that both China and India have made economic development strategies. At present, China is engaged in the rejuvenation through modernization, and India is driving forward the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. So the development is the biggest common denominator between our two countries. And in fact, that recent years, we have seen the steady growth of economic and trade cooperation. China is the biggest trading partner for India, according to the statistics of Indian government. Last year, the trade volume between our two sides was about $151 billion. So I would say that there is a very strong potentiality to strengthen our cooperation in the trade and economic field. Just now you raised the issue about the limits on each side. But in fact, I would say that for Chinese side, we encourage the Indian friends to go to China to expand its cooperation with Chinese partners. We welcome Indian friends to go to attend the Shanghai Import Expo to promote your products, and go to Kunming to attend the China South Asia Expo to promote, to strengthen your ties with the Chinese counterparts. And I'm very happy to see that gradually Indian side has eased the restrictions on the Chinese investment. You have changed a little bit on the PN3, but frankly speaking, it's still a part, that optimization.
Sure.
Not a complete rational.
And we've also seen,
yes.
when you said, visit, we've also seen the resumption of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. I want to quickly segue to some more multilateral issues, because of course India and China are part of BRICS, they're part of SCO. Recently, US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said in Shangri-La, we need more ships, less Shangri-La. In a sense, he was saying that you need to have less of these, coalitions that don't do much more than conversation. Can BRICS actually come together later this year with some kind of a cohesive agenda, particularly given, every other session has spoken about the war in Iran and how it has really disrupted global trade. And would President Xi Jinping be coming to India later this year for the BRICS summit?
You just put the four important organizations in the same box. It's a little bit difficult for me to answer. You know that this year marks the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the BRICS. Over the 20 years, it has evolved from a four-member group into the greater BRICS. Now its member states has contributed more than 40% of the global economic growth. And according to the IMF data, if measured by the PPP, the purchasing power parity, the combined economic output of the BRICS has surpassed that of G7. So in these terms, that BRICS is not only an important platform for the emerging countries, but also a very important key driver for global governance reform. And also this year marks the 25th anniversary of the SCO. Originally it was called as Shanghai 5. Now it has become a comprehensive regional organization, and its population accounts for about 40% of the global total, and its GDP accounts for about 25% of the global GDP. It's also a very important organization in maintaining the regional security and promoting the regional cooperation. And the BRICS, you know that and the SCO serve as vital platforms for developing countries to strengthen solidarity and cooperation, to participate in the global governance. The vigorous evolvement of the BRICS and the SCO reflects the profound change of the global power landscape, global power landscape, and also embodies the international community's call for greater democracy in the international relations. Not long ago, a very important poll report was released by the Indian think tank. It says that about 73% of the young people of India believes the BRICS and SCO can serve as alternatives to the Western-led global governance mechanisms. So I think this is a very good answer to your question.
All right, so there are places they can work. Here in South Asia, and I can't let you go without asking about it, you've served in Afghanistan as well. The basic hurdle, if you ask me, to mutual trust is China's-Pakistan relationship. A year ago, when we were all here for the Hindu Huddle and Operation Sindoor was underway, the India-Pakistan 4-day conflict, there was a sense in India that China had really supported Pakistan. Is this, according to you, going to become a hurdle again? Because of course, you know, the conflict continues, the tensions with Pakistan continue. How does China work with India and South Asia while this does?
China, you know, that attaches great importance to its relations with neighboring countries. Guided by the principle of amity, sincerity, mutual benefits, and inclusiveness, China pursues its cooperative and friendly ties with all neighboring countries, including South Asia countries. And Pakistan and India are neighbors to each other, and also neighbors to Pakistan and India, also neighbors to China. We just hope that India and Pakistan will seek the resolutions on the differences through negotiations and dialogue, because geographically you can never separate it from each side. The good relations between your two countries will benefit the two peoples and the two countries, and also it will be conducive to maintain the peace and peace, development, and prosperity of this region. So that's why we support India and Pakistan to settle all differences through negotiations and dialogue.
All right. Ambassador, I'm going to thank you for your candid answers. Before you go, an answer on President Xi coming to India. Is this likely this year or sometime soon?
You know that this year, India is the presidency of the BRICS. And in fact, that China has actively participated in all the events under the framework of the BRICS. And you know that the summit is the highlight of the BRICS. And we also believe that the meeting by the leaders will steer the high quality development of this organization in the future. So China, together with all those member countries, we are fully getting prepared for this very important occasion. And now there are still 3 months for us to get prepared. So I couldn't give you a very exact answer and proper information now, but I hope you will keep tuned and we will keep you informed on time.
All right. So the normalization is a work in progress, and watch this space for more on India, China. I'm sorry we can't take questions. Ambassador Xu does have to go, but Ambassador Xu Feihong, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xu Feihong, the Chinese ambassador to India. Appreciate it. Direct questions, direct answers. Thank you so much. Suhasini Haider is the diplomatic affairs editor of The Hindu. Lovely having the two of you with us. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting ready for the next session of this morning. Remember today we celebrate the World Environment Day, and therefore I guess this particular subject is of immense importance as we go into the next half hour with wonderful personalities on stage. From the Aravalis to the Nicobar, at the edge of ecology. That's the subject that is up for discussion. I repeat, from the Aravalis to the Nicobar, at the edge of ecology. Please put your hands together. First up for Mr. Jairam Ramesh, who is the former Union Minister and Honorable Member of Parliament, INC from Rajya Sabha. Okay, we're just waiting for him. I saw him just a few minutes back, actually, to be fair. Should be in any moment. I guess he has just about stepped out. In the meantime, I think should be in any moment. May I request Dr. Kirti Karant, who's the CEO of Center for Wildlife Studies, to please come forward. A big round of applause for her, who's a scientist and conservationist with 28 years of research across India and Asia, focusing on human dimensions of wildlife conservation. Her work spans species distributions, wildlife tourism, resettlement impacts, land use change, and human-wildlife interactions as well. As a storyteller, she has co-produced 5 documentaries and featured in 3 BBC award-winning series, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Karant has received 50+ awards, and including National Geographic's 2012 Emerging Explorer, Rolex Awards for Enterprise in 2019, and the first Asian woman to receive the Wild Innovator Award in 2021. In 2026, she became the first Asian recipient of the Esmond B. Martin Royal Geographical Society Prize. A big round of applause for her, please. Right then, he had stepped out for a few minutes. There he is, back with us. Mr. Jairam Ramesh, lovely to have you with us. Big round of applause for the member of Rajya Sabha since 2004 and a former union minister. He held several portfolios between 2006 and 2014, including commerce, power, environment and forest, drinking water and sanitation, and the rural development. He's also been the chairman of Parliament's Standing Committee on Science and Technology, Environment, Forest and Climate Change during 2009 and 2014, and author of several well-known books, including biographies. Thank you so much, Mr. Jairam Ramesh. And in conversation, of course, both of them with Gargi Rawat, who is the consulting editor of NDTV. We've seen her, obviously, familiar face on the network for over 2 decades. You usually wake up, sip a cup of coffee, and watch her on television, on NDTV. Alongside her work in daily news, she has produced and presented several acclaimed documentaries and environment-focused programs, played a key editorial role in some of NDTV's most impactful environmental campaigns, all aimed at raising awareness and driving public engagement. And she's also created an award-winning documentary series on the Ganga. She is a broadcaster herself. So just to let you know, Gargi, you've got 30 minutes. Your clock will be reset now. 30 minutes, and then you can go to a break.
Thank you so much for that, and welcome everybody. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here on Environment Day. It's World Environment Day today, and I can't think of a better panel on this particular day. From Aravallis to the Nicobar, on the edge of ecology, and right now I think this particular summer we've seen heat waves. We're going to soon be facing floods as well. Bengaluru here has seen unnaturally high temperatures. Then you had a very deadly hailstorm in which people died. So the impact of ignoring the environment and not protecting it enough is, we're living it right now. I think there can't be any clearer example of that. And that's why these sort of conversations are absolutely important, because we see every time it comes to protecting the environment or development, it's always the environment that loses out in that sort of fight or discussion. So I'd like to start with you, Jairam Ramesh, somebody who I've known from the time he was Environment Minister of the country. When you've often said that ecology and development need to be seen together. When we talk economy, ecology, we need to talk of both of them together. But when we talk about the Aravallis, a degraded mountain range from which we are extracting, and it's a mountain, one of the oldest mountain ranges that is actually protecting the North India from getting desertification. And then, of course, Nicobar Island, that's something the Congress has picked up in a very big way. Are we continuing to make those same mistakes?
Well, it's not the Congress that's picked up. It's
well, of late, even today.
Let's keep this discussion
yes, of course,
on the environment and not on politics. First of all, let me say that it's very appropriate that we are discussing on World Environment Day. This was a day on which the first UN conference on the human environment took place in Stockholm in June of 1972. And I would like to recall, there was only one prime minister who addressed that World Conference, and that was the Indian Prime Minister. And she made that famous speech of hers on environment and development. We've come a long way since 1972. We have laws to protect the environment. We have institutions to protect the environment. We have regulations to protect the environment. But in the last 40 years, we've also seen air pollution, water pollution, chemical contamination, loss of habitats. While we have made rapid economic progress, sadly, the ecological balance has got disturbed. So I think we are now have to go through a process of rediscovering what perhaps we knew many years ago, which is that development and environment have to go hand in hand. But going hand in hand means making difficult choices. You have to make choices. There are certain situations where you will have to give your go-ahead for development because jobs are involved, investments are involved, urbanization is involved. However, there may be instances, and there are instances where you have to say, no, we will protect the environment at all costs. And the examples that you have given, Aravalli, whether it's Nicobar, coal mining in the forest areas, because Gargi, the one change that has taken place in the last 40 years, which we didn't know 40 years ago, but which is now very obvious, that environment has a public health impact.
Yes.
So we are seeing the impact of air pollution. We are seeing the impact of water pollution. We are seeing the impact of deforestation on our health, on our livelihoods. And I think that's what must make us much more active in searching for this balance.
Absolutely. And Dr. Karath, I want to bring you in here. And as somebody, NDTV, we always reported very extensively on environment. I was one of the first to start reporting on the air pollution crisis in Delhi. And that time, even within office, it was a struggle to get that story on air. Of course, things have changed now, and that's been a very welcome change. But once again, coming to this battle between, which it shouldn't be, but ecology and the economy and development, often we see ecology suffers. In your experience as someone who's worked in, many of these areas, what would you say to this room full of people when we're talking about the Nicobar Island, when we're talking about the Aravalis, why it's so essential to save them?
So I think I want to actually broaden it beyond Nicobar and Aravalis. I think
they're two ends of the country and everything in between.
Yeah, but India is one of the 17 megadiversity countries in the world, which means we have more non-human wildlife species present in this country than most other countries in the world. I think most Indians, we don't celebrate this country for our wildlife. We celebrate for our language, our culture, our history, and an abundance of things India has accomplished over 4,000 years. But we're forgetting that we are not the only Indians in the room. There are tigers, there are elephants, there's hornbills, there's the Narcondam hornbill, which is going to go in the Nicobar Islands. And there's a multitude of amphibians and butterflies and insects yet to be discovered. And I think it's extraordinary that we've lifted 200, 300, 400 million people out of poverty. Development is delivering for certain parts of India. I work in large parts of India where there's still 800, 900 million people who need basic necessities met, and when you go up to them and say, save that tree or save that tiger, it comes from a very urban, almost elitist perspective of why we need to save non-human Indians. And for me, today we're at an interesting point because we've brought wildlife back. What the British left us to what we have today, we've actually succeeded in Karnataka, in Madhya Pradesh, in Maharashtra, just to name a few states where we have more wildlife today than we had post-independence. But there are large parts of India that are in deep trouble. The Great Indian Bustard is going to go in our lifetime. There's less than 50 of these gigantic birds that span the Deccan Plateau left, right? So at what point are we going to sit there and figure out there are going to be really hard trade-offs on where the yeses are going to be and where the nos are going to be? And I'm afraid, as much as I'm an optimist on a lot of this, is that there's going to be a lot more nos, and we're going to see wild India go extinct in the next 20, 30 years. And Vikshit Bharat to me means tigers have to be around, elephants have to be around, hornbills have to be around.
I'm so glad you spoke about our achievements because it's absolutely true. There's a lot we have to celebrate. We have 58 tiger reserves and various other sanctuaries and, and other protected areas. And we're going to talk more about that. But coming back to what you had said earlier, and you said about the yes and the no's, and I remember very famously, Jairam Ramesh used to have the go areas and the no-go areas when he was environment minister. But I do remember Jairam Ramesh, being in your office some 2010, and that was a time, ladies and gentlemen, when you could still go to the minister's office and still confront them and ask those difficult questions. Seems a long time ago, but yes, I do remember that time when we confronted you about the POSCO project in Odisha, and it was a South Korean company that wanted to come and mine steel and build a port, and there was massive, protests in the area. It would have also meant cutting down of a lot of forests. And at that time, Jairam Ramesh, what you told us, or you told me, was that this is a part of our Look East policy. And that seemed to imply that, yes, your concerns are valid. However, there is, a higher concern there that we are now, looking at. Of course, POSCO, eventually the company, withdrew that project. So now when we talk about, let's say, the Nicobar Island, and we talk about this project there, which the government tells us is only 2% of the entire Andaman-Nicobar archipelago, area, the fact that it's going to be very strategic. The Chinese ambassador is gone, but it's going to also help us put some pressure on China to have a port there. This is what the arguments are for that. So if this were to, what would your points be opposing that,
let me say
countering
that I share Kriti's both passion as well as concern. We have very good success stories of conservation.
Yes, we do.
Which we have achieved with great difficulty. And it's not an achievement of governments alone. It's the achievement of professionals. It's an achievement of activists. It's an achievement of civil society organizations. So it's a collective success. So we have good success stories of conservation program. However, just as we have successes, we also have increasing threats. And large parts of central India, which is the rich forest bowl of India, so to speak, this is under threat. Forest areas that should never be deforested are being just simply cleared of trees. Nicobar, you mentioned, it's a unique biodiversity spot. It's a unique ecosystem. And to think that you can deforest in Nicobar and manage its ecological impact by doing some compensatory afforestation in Haryana, this is a bogus argument. You know, this gives us it assuages our guilt conscience, but compensatory afforestation is no substitute for loss of natural forests. And we are seeing, whether it's in Orissa, whether it's in Jharkhand, whether it's in Madhya Pradesh, whether it is in Nicobar, you are seeing loss of forests, and not just forests. Forests is not just trees. You're seeing loss of biodiversity. And you're seeing loss of biodiversity that is known and loss of biodiversity that is unknown. Because every day, new species are being discovered in many of these habitats that I have mentioned to you. Now, what is the way out? There is no textbook solution, okay? There's no textbook I can open, like in economics, and say, this is what you need to do to manage this trade-off between environment and development. It has to be a give and take process. It has to be a democratic process. It cannot be a top-down technocratic process. And Gargi, there are many parts of India where people feel an attachment to, not just because of livelihoods, but because of their cultural traditions. Let's take the example of Niyamgiri in Odisha. Why was bauxite mining opposed in Niyamgiri? It was opposed not just because of the loss of forests, but it was opposed because the Niyamgiri hill was considered to be sacred to the Dongariya Konds. Now, if a community in India, and democracy ultimately is about protecting the smallest of the small, and if a particular community says that this is integral to my culture, then it is incumbent upon us to protect that culture. Because in India, unlike in many other parts of the world, when you protect nature, you also protect culture. When you protect culture, you also protect nature. Nature and culture are two sides of the same coin. Whether it's in Nicobar, whether it is in Hasdevarand, whether it's in Niyamgiri, whether it's in POSCO, please let us not forget that nature and culture are two sides of the same coin.
All right, you didn't answer that question about, the Look East policy that you said to defend POSCO at the time, and now what is being said about
Where I
it.
disagree with Kriti, where I have to disagree, because, governments have, at times, they have certain compulsions, they have certain considerations, they have to create jobs, they need the new investments. So you cannot I don't think she's advocating that either. There are many people who would say, no, let's protect the environment first and let's worry about development later. No, that's not feasible. Wildernesses are not possible in the Indian context because of the demographic and the developmental challenges. So, in some places, in environment and development, Gargi, the lesson of my ministerial tenure, you cannot satisfy all sides. You cannot, the only policy that works is balanced dissatisfaction. If everybody is unhappy to the same extent, then you have done your job. You can't please all sides in this debate because there are choices that we have to make.
But definitely, as you said, the importance of civil society groups and, scientists and activists, I think that is something that we've seen somewhat diminish in these last couple of years. But, Dr. Karant, Jairam Ramesh spoke about the local people, and often they are left out of these conversations when we talk about development or protecting an area. Why do you think that is, and why can't we have, their voices also being brought out more prominently in terms of protecting their spaces?
No, I think local voices do come out when things have gone really bad. You realize the people or communities saving wildlife are the local voices, right? So I do think in a lot of regional media, they are featured pretty actively. Kannada papers definitely cover local voices. I think what we need to realize today, though, is that we can't make excuses for not protecting India's environment. We have the money, we have the resources, we have the smarts, particularly in this city, which I'm very proud of because it's my home city. And we have all the ways to protect the environment, whether it's clean up air and water, whether it's protect wildlife. And it is the willpower to do it against competing larger interests that's missing, right? But for me, what gives me optimism is one, there are more people in India who care for the environment and for wildlife than we've ever had in our history. And I think secondly, particularly for wildlife, it's a joint state and center portfolio. We were very lucky when Mr. Ramesh was our environment minister, but we are able to do a lot of things as a civil society organization on the ground because the Odisha government works with us, the Tamil Nadu government works with us, Maharashtra government works with us. And so other than tigers and elephants, which does go up to center, a lot of local environment political will is there to protect. And I think it is really building those state partnerships. And to me, wildlife is politically agnostic, right? It doesn't have a party, and it's a beautiful way to build a conversation with someone to bring them onto your side.
Right, but I always wonder why we can't be.
I think there's great room for optimism. The activism that you see. I mean, India is a land of million cockroaches. And, you know,
and much more.
These cockroaches are going to multiply.
I thought you didn't want to make this a political discussion, but
cockroach is part of our biodiversity.
Of course, they'll be there long after we're all gone. So,
inshallah. But do tell me, you know, when you talk about politics and environment, and I've always wondered why we can't have more people, you know, coming out onto the streets. And that's why I was very happy with the Aravali case, because there was such a hue and cry at the thought that the Aravalis is going to be opened up for, you know, mining, that from students to villagers, from, you know, Delhi to Haryana to Jaipur to even Gujarat, we saw people coming out and protesting, and that was very heartening to see. And then we saw the Supreme Court take notice of that. So, you know, we often don't see political parties also getting as involved on environmental issues. As I said, in Delhi now, air pollution has become one of those issues which is thankfully spoken about more and more, though there's no solution in sight just yet. But yes, Dr. Karant, on that.
So, I mean, I think we're going to have much more of this, and it's going to come locally, right? We fought a Karnataka government to shut down Kudremukh mining company. It took more than 20 years. My father and many of his colleagues fought this, and they had 18 cases thrown at them in reverse. But Kudremukh is, if you have not been to Kudremukh and you live in Karnataka, please go. It is Karnataka's most spectacular park. You will not see many tigers and elephants, but in terms of representing the Western Ghats, it is truly, you know, incredible. And I think you're going to have local voices emerge in every city, in young people who are often excluded from these conversations, and we will start to have that more and more. And then people are going to speak up against environmental wrongs, not when it's too late, but when it's beginning.
All right, and that's why I think sessions like this by the Hindu and NDTV as well has been doing so much to create awareness on these issues. You know, Jairam Ramesh, you spoke about the, you know, rules in place, the framework and protection. Where do you think that is there any lacking over there? I know under you, I remember when the National Green Tribunal was also set up, and a lot of cases have gone directly to there. But is there something on the framework that needs to be, you know?
No, I think the framework is there. The framework of laws are there. The framework of institutions are there. The National Green Tribunal is there. The Supreme Court, you know, occasionally intervenes. For example, on the Aravalis, the Supreme Court first redefined the Aravalis, and then there was a huge public outcry. The media, civil society, everybody got in, and the Supreme Court then did a suo motu review of its own judgment and halted the redefinition of the Aravalis, which was a very positive thing. And now it's set up an expert committee. Sadly, the expert committee has a lot of experts, but the chairman is from within the government.
Yes,
So,
that's
you know,
my
that's,
criticism.
I mean, this is the way good intentions can sometimes get, hijacked or subverted. So I'm still hopeful that the voices in the expert committee will be heard. And we will not go back and redefine the Aravallis, which will open up the Aravallis to mining, to real estate, and other such ecologically destructive activities. So I frankly, we have a very progressive system in place. We have laws, we have institutions, yes, but Gopal Gandhi once remarked in some meeting that India is the only country in the world which takes great delight in passing laws and greater delight in bypassing them. That's what has happened in environment. We have very progressive laws. We have very extensive institutions, pollution control boards and so on. But I think what has happened in recent years, sadly, we are beginning to see environmental protection as a regulatory burden. We are not seeing environmental protection as a necessary prerequisite for public health.
For the future.
We're not
as
seeing
well.
it as a prerequisite for economic growth. So, the ease of doing business mantra is overtaking all our laws, all our regulations, and if National Green Tribunal has all the powers to review and to ensure that decisions of the government are in fact in consonance with the laws. So you need people who will stand up, frankly.
Right, and also be wary of, people ascribing certain anti-national sort of labels to those fighting for environment. But I know time's up, but Dr. Karant, I'll be remiss if I don't ask you about one of the issues that really concerns me is man-animal conflict, which we've been seeing a lot, and you work on this. So just, a little word on that, because in some of the places locally, while the, park is successful and it's brimming with animals, we see too much conflict happening, and I feel we need to spend a lot more attention on that aspect as well.
So when I started working on this 20 years ago, it was very obscure. Like, why are you studying human-animal conflict instead of studying the animal, right? But 20 years later, it's become pretty much one of the key issues around wildlife, not just in India, but around the world. And I would like to say that we have solutions on the ground to resolve this that have to be based on science and data. And I think there's deep local community commitment. Even today, you go to any village in Karnataka and ask somebody, why don't you retaliate against that elephant that has come by and wiped out your crop for 6 months? The answer is these animals have a right to be here. They've been here as long as we have. And I've heard this over and over again in every part of rural India, something us urban Indians don't appreciate. And this is why India stands out, because we now have high densities of animals, but we have huge cultural, social tolerance for wildlife in rural India. And my worry is that if that snaps, that's when we're going to really see numbers go. Urban Indians don't make decisions that matter for tigers and elephants. Rural Indians do. And I think we have to empower rural Indians, solve conflict, which can be done, and create and take out man-eating tigers when you need to take them out. And I think that you have to make tough decisions of cases where the animal comes first or where the person comes first. But it's never a clean answer on this one.
All right, well, on that optimistic note about, being able to resolve these issues and of us having a adequate green framework, we have to end it there. The time is up. A round of applause, please, for my panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In an ideal world, we would have wanted to take a few questions, but we've got another session that is coming up. Thank you so much, therefore, to the panelists and, of course, Gargi Rawat as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Jairam Ramesh. Appreciate your time. Dr. Kirti Karant, who's the CEO of Center for Wildlife Studies, appreciate your time as well. Thank you. Thank you once again. Besides all the points that were spoken about environment, there's a couple of words that I'll borrow in the future from Mr. Jairam Ramesh, which is balanced dissatisfaction. It's quite a cue, that, really. Okay, let's move on to the next of the conversations here. The subject of discussion up next is the power of words, diplomacy at a time of conflict. The power of words, diplomacy at a time of conflict. May I kindly request Hervé Delphine, who is the EU ambassador to India, to please come forward. I guess they are just about walking in, if I'm not mistaken. Just waiting for the EU ambassador to India. He should be here any moment. In the meanwhile, may I request Ms. Nirupama Rao, who is the Foreign Secretary and the former Indian Ambassador to the USA, to please come forward. Big round of applause to the former Foreign Secretary of India and one of the country's most distinguished diplomats, a career officer of the Indian Foreign Service. She was the second woman to serve as Foreign Secretary and the first woman spokesperson of India's Ministry of External Affairs. She also broke new ground as India's first woman ambassador to both China and Sri Lanka, and later served as the ambassador to the United States. In retirement, she has taught at Brown University and Columbia University, written widely on geopolitics and diplomacy, and co-authored and authored the acclaimed book, The Fractured Himalaya. A poet as well, a collection of her poems, Rain Rising, was published in 2004. She serves on several leading policy and academic boards, including the International Crisis Group, and is the founder trustee of the South Asian Symphony Foundation. A prominent public intellectual and commentator, she has over 1.2 million followers on the social platform X. Hope we are all right on the other end of the stage. Please, ma'am.
We might need to send out, oh, I see them coming in.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Please, a round of applause for our guests as they come in. Ambassador Hervé Delphine and the Ambassador of European Union to India, as well as the Ambassador, the High Commissioner of Australia, Philip Green.
A big round of applause first up for Hervé Delphine, who's the EU Ambassador to India. Presented his letters to the credence to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, on the 23rd of October 23. A French national and a career diplomat with over 30 years of service. A visiting professor at the College of Europe, he was awarded the French Legion d'Honneur in 2014. Welcoming Mr. Philip Green, the Australian High Commissioner to India. Distinguished Australian diplomat with decades of experience across 4 continents, having served as the Ambassador or High Commissioner to Germany, Singapore, South Africa, and Kenya. Pivotal role that he played in overseeing Australia's Indo-Pacific strategy following its 2017 launch, and led policy development on the Quad as well. Over to you, Suhasini, for what promises to be an interesting session.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being a patient audience over here. I do want to say we will make time for questions because all their excellencies have agreed to taking questions. So write them down straight away so that we can get them to all our distinguished diplomats over here. Now, those of you who watch me talking about journalism, I always say this is the best time to be a journalist. I would like to say it's the worst time to be a diplomat. In a sense, because no one has the luxury of time anymore to react to developments, to react to what is happening, to react to the latest tweet, Instagram, or for that matter, Truth Social post that comes just as you think things are going the opposite way. So the diplomats we have on stage, including Her Excellency Nirupama Rao, who was India's Foreign Secretary and Ambassador to the US as well, are seeing how you no longer have to only just look at what's happened and then take your time to analyze it. You're analyzing as you speak. These have not been easy years. You know, in the previous session with the Chinese ambassador, I spoke about the 2020s being this roller coaster ride, but it's true for the whole world. It's not just India-China ties. 2020, COVID, after that, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, followed by the attacks in Israel and the Israeli destruction of Gaza that followed by so many other events, but most notably the US tariffs, Mr. Trump, what we call Trumperica now, and all the decisions taken over the last year, followed by this year's war, which was unexpected. You know, it began with Venezuela, It went on to talk about Greenland, and then suddenly we see this US-Israel strike on Iran, and then Iran's reaction. All of us here who know people, and I'm sure that's true of everyone in the Gulf, knows how that entire region has been upended for the moment. And then you come to the present moment. If you've lived in India, you've also got the LAC standoff with China. You've got the India-Pakistan conflict to add into the mix. So this has been a very, very difficult time. And we're talking about the power of words, diplomacy at this time of conflict. I wanted to start by asking each of you what you make of the moment, but in particular, what we also want to try and move towards, the idea that it's not just about big powers behaving badly, but what do the rest of us do? All of you, or many of you would have heard Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney speak earlier this year at Davos, where he said, you're either at the table or on the menu, and that's what middle powers have to take away from. If I could start with you, Ambassador Delphine, do you have a mic next to you? And ask you how you see the current moment, and whether you see there is a hope, in a sense, for this idea of the middle powers versus the big guys having a chance.
Thank you very much, Suhasini. It's a real pleasure to be with you and with such eminent panelists. I think the finality of the question is what kind of world is emerging, whether by design, by events, or by the law of unintended consequences. And it's fair to say that we are so much in an era of paradox and polarization. Polarization, we see it at the level of states, within societies, and transformation, whether demographic, technology, climate, which would assumingly necessitate more cooperation than ever. So you have this sort of paradox of, on the one hand, less willingness to cooperate, but the need for cooperation is greater than ever. So the world order, as we've known it since World War II, is indeed has to be reinvented. And the question is indeed whether it will be an order, a compact, or the sum of dynamics, and I think with no real structure emerging. So for us, it's really about, as we are from the European perspective, the answer is pretty clear. I mean, we want to be working together with those who are considered agents of change for cooperation, and this is where maybe I would tend to reject the terminology of middle powers, because middle powers, in what way? You stand in the middle of something? Are you middle power by what metric? By the size? By the GDP? Or so I think the risk is to box people or countries or the situation in categories. The same way Global South is such a motley of different countries. So for us, what is most relevant is intention. It is agency, and it is capability. And those who want to work together, so to indeed address those global challenges we face, that reject the idea of spheres of influence, which is honestly a kind of colonial concept of the 19th century, rather than a modern concept. Those who believe in a rule-based order, who share principles reflected in the UN Charter. And in that respect, the EU, I think, has put its credentials and its track record of being a reliable, responsible global partner. I mean, we have 66 trade agreements with different countries and geographies, and that represents 55% of the global GDP. China, by comparison, have trade agreements with 77 countries, but representing way less in terms of GDPs, and the US with 33 countries representing 24% of GDP. And I'm not seeing this as a beauty contest. I'm seeing those who try to work together, those who try to create a level playing field and a rule-based environment, de-risking from uncertainty. And I think that is also very much in the back of this mother of all deeds, the EU-India agreement. So this is in this space that we are trying to, I would say, work with every other partner we would like to put forward proposals, advance initiatives underpinned by cooperation. And it's true that collectively we may have, by aggregate of values, an important, it would represent an important weight if you think of Australia, Brazil, Japan, and all the likes. The question is whether we want to gang up together against the other. And I think the mistake would be to position ourselves like this. I think we have to be issue-based, and I think we have to be inclusive. And this is the element of inclusivity that would ultimately make the difference.
All right, very nice that you don't gang up, that you find issues that you can be in common on. But does that really work, High Commissioner Green? Australia, of course, a treaty ally of the US. You stand with the US on absolutely every position. But Australia, too, has been hit by the US's, shall we say, unpredictability of the past year. Do you think that it is possible to stand up to the very global powers that one is allied with? In fact, do you think alliances themselves are no longer in the same currency?
Well, first of all, it's a great time to be a diplomat.
Happy to be correct.
I've been in this game for more than 4 decades, and I've never known a moment where what I do, what my team does, feels as consequential as it currently does. And there's a long and distinguished history of Australians thinking, ordinary Australians thinking they know a lot more about foreign policy than experts, but that time is gone. And expertise is valued in Australia in diplomacy in a way that is very welcome from my perspective. So you're right to identify Australia as a treaty ally of the United States, and one of the key things that I wanted to say today is that we regard our relationship with the United States, its treaty status, and working together with other treaty allies, most obviously Japan, but also those whom we have much in common like India, is one of the key ways in which we seek to get through this difficult moment in regional and global affairs. No question about that. You're wrong to say that Australia never parts company with the United States. In fact, just 24 hours ago, my Prime Minister said that we had an ideological difference between Australia and the United States in relation to tariffs. So I'd like to get one key thing straight here. People talk about the global rules-based order, and many people talk about as though it has ceased to exist. And I think that's wrong. So the reality is that throughout global history, raw power and rules have been in engagement with the way in which we think about the world and the way in which the world works. We have never had a moment in global affairs where rules didn't exist or weren't important. We have never had a moment in global affairs where raw power wasn't important. Now, it's obviously true that raw power has had a good half decade. But that doesn't mean that the rules-based order is extinguished. And I just think about it this way. I know what makes the headlines is when the global majors do things which seem in conflict with what we know to be the global rules of the road. But, 95, 98, 99% of global trade goes on every day, according to rules set by the WTO. 95, 96, 97% of global shipping goes through waterways across the planet in accordance with the international law of the sea. 99, perhaps close to 100% of global telecommunications traffic happens according to the rules set down by the International Telecommunications Union. So this is an important platform from which to say, rather than worry about a world where the rules don't exist, we need to protect the rules that we have, try to build them out more if we can. And by the way, just in the last few months, there's been a new treaty on global pandemics. So we're not. It's true that the new rule-making part of the global order has slowed down, but it hasn't stopped. And so for my country, defending those rules, sandbagging them where necessary, pushing ahead with them where we can becomes enormously important. I'm not with Hervé that I don't know what a middle power is. You should come to Australia. Even when you're about the 14th biggest economy in the world and deeply reliant on trade and peace and security in your region for prosperity and security, then you know what it is to be a middle power. But I am with him in saying that I don't see this as the big guys against the rest. When I think about the way in which Australia responds to a tougher world, I think first of all about what we do unilaterally, what we do in Australia to harden ourselves, to strengthen ourselves, to make ourselves more sovereign, to protect our sovereign identity. And secondly, I talk about the issues and collectivities in which we can work together. And sure, many of those have middle powers, but some of them have great powers in them. AUKUS, Quad. And thirdly, I think about the way in which we would work with regional institutions, ASEAN, the Pacific Islands Forum, and global institutions like the UN to strengthen the sort of future that we want to have.
All right, thank you. Ambassador Rao, I think I know what you will say to whether India sees itself as a middle power. I sense a pushback from Ambassador Delphin as well. But I wanted to also ask you very specifically, sometimes when I'm speaking to diplomats based in Delhi, they always say, it's very confusing for us. India is part of the Quad, it's part of the BRICS and the SCO, it has 1 foot in one boat, it has 1 foot in another boat. So if the saying goes, where you sit decides where you stand, where does India sit?
Thank you, Suhasini. And talking about a career in diplomacy, I think I wouldn't exchange it for anything else even today. Although I do respect the work you do as journalists, and particularly what you do.
We're richer for that choice that you made.
Thank you. When it comes to, just to take off from what you said, who do we save the last waltz for, right? There are many takers. I was thinking of what I would say in answer to your first question about the state of the world today and where India finds itself. So I would focus on 5 or 6 propositions in this regard. And my opening proposition would be that we are, as my distinguished diplomatic colleagues here said, we're not really witnessing the birth of a new world order. And I'm reminded of those lines from Yeats, written more than 100 years ago. What rough beast slouches towards Bethlehem to be born? And we are really seeing an erosion, perhaps, of the old world order. The post-Cold War moment is definitely over. The institutions remain, and we can vouch for that, and as High Commissioner Green said just now, but their authority, I believe, is contested today. And power is diffusing. It's diffused, but it's not disappearing. The real question is about whether power can be accompanied by legitimacy. Secondly, I think the point I'd like to make is that we're in a world of intermediaries. I would rather use that term rather than a middle power. Or recently, I think one of the East European international affairs specialists spoke of the concept of the middleman, but I really wouldn't like to use that either, because the emerging world order is not really multipolar, as we'd like to very often use that terminology. It's really intermediated, in my view. And the US and China, I wish I'd been here for the Chinese ambassadors panel, but the US and China remain indispensable. There's no doubt about that. But the influence, if you can use that term, increasingly belongs to states that can communicate across divides. And I'd like to emphasize that. The ability to communicate across divides. For instance, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, and in certain circumstances, even Pakistan have demonstrated this. So my soundbite would be, in today's world, connectivity may matter as much as capability. The other point I want to put forward is that the Iran war has changed the conversation. I mean, we wouldn't have been speaking on such lines perhaps if we'd met in December, but February 27th has changed all that. Hormuz reminds us that geography still matters. A conflict in West Asia immediately becomes a global economic issue, and energy, shipping, inflation, remittances, important for a country such as ours, and supply chains, again vital for India, connect the Gulf directly to Asia. And that really brings West Asia and the situation there right to the threshold of what we call the Indo-Pacific. So it's not a very comfortable situation. It's not a distant theater. This is all a part of our extended strategic neighborhood today. And why does India matter in all this? We're not a traditional middle power, as you would define the term. We're not yet a superpower, obviously, but I would like to define India as a pivotal power because we speak to Washington, we engage Moscow, obviously we do, we all know that. Old relationships matter. We maintain ties with Iran. We have deep partnerships with the Gulf, and we're active in the Quad and BRICS. So our value lies not in choosing sides, but in preserving channels of communication. Now, how do we reinterpret strategic autonomy? Again, it's almost a cliche, you know, the way it's dropped into conversations.
It's coming back.
It comes
every
back.
time we think it's over, we hear it again.
Absolutely. It's like Banco's ghost, I think. So strategic autonomy is not passive neutrality in my definition of the term. I'm not in Delhi Durast, as I would say. But to me, it means engaging all sides, retaining independent judgment, most important, and preserving the freedom of action. So it's not about sitting on the fence. It's about keeping your balance when others are falling off theirs.
All right. I'm going to stop you there because I want to take that to Ambassador Delphin, this idea that we're not sitting on the fence, but we're a pivotal power. And we pivot sometimes towards Russia. We pivot sometimes towards the US. So for European Union, that always comes up as one of the big issues. This is definitely the year of EU-India. Before High Commissioner Green objects, I will also say it is the year for Australia-India because we expect a prime ministerial visit there later this year. But I mean, EU and India, the mother of all deals, the visit by the EU leadership, if there is an FTA signed by the end of the year, and I'm hoping you'll tell us about that, Prime Minister Modi will head there. I wanted to ask, do you think that we can have these common ideas, as you said, agree on certain issues when it comes to trade, when it comes to transactions between us, and yet be completely different when it comes to our worldviews?
I mean, I agree with the term used by Ambassador Rao about pivotal or consequential. And I really would like to put EU and India in this category of consequential powers. And that makes the EU-India partnership tremendously consequential. I mean, if you put these two geographies together, 1/4 of demography, 1/4 of global GDP, I mean, that is also a power of attraction towards others. I think we don't have an imperialistic agenda. We are trying to promote global solutions. So it's not just the benefits of our bilateral relations that we draw from each other, is I would say the externalities, what it represents for the rest of the world and the values we carry. And I think we should not underrate that. It has an immense, I would say, attraction power and traction power. The fact that pointing at, we are not aligned, EU and India, we are not aligned. And I don't think we want even to try that. I don't think that's the name of the game. I think we've been able to navigate our differences in a rather, I would say, smart way. All what you mentioned points to one direction, is that India and European economy and technology ecosystems are going to get increasingly integrated. And that in itself will define the trajectory of the future. And I think this is what is important, that historically that India will see Russia as an Asian power, while we see Russia as a European power, that the geography matters. And this, we understand that. What is at the core of it, where the discussion is that, please, India, mind our security red line when it comes to Russia, the same way that India may say, mind our security red line when it comes to Pakistan or China. And I think that is fair. And I think that is a conversation we can have, and we do have it.
Okay. I'd also not be a journalist if I didn't ask, do you think there is going to be a ratified India-EU BTA by the end of this year, FTA by the end of this year?
BTA, no. BTA is not an FTA. An FTA is a real win-win. I don't know if the BTA is, but at least I can vouch that the EU-India FTA will be. Experience has shown that any FTA that we have signed yield benefits for both sides and double trade in a matter of 5 or 10 years. So I'm pretty confident that this will be signed, the timing of which I think you have to breathe in the neck of those, the legal teams that are doing now this very thankless task called legal scrubbing, the vetting of all the text, all the annexes. But I think I'm pretty confident that by the end of the year, actually it may not just only be the signing of the FTA, but another bunch of deliverables coming together.
All right. High Commissioner Green, there's another FTA we're talking about with Australia, of course, the CEPA, and the possibility that when Prime Minister Modi goes to Australia this year, we could see it signed, or Prime Minister Albanese could come here if we have a Quad summit. And I wanted to ask you the same question. Is it essentially transactionalism that is going to guide us? Because this common values and common views and being aligned and, ticking off which side you're on doesn't seem to work.
Well, unlike my dear friend, we do feel strategically aligned to India. And more than that, we now talk about strategic trust. In the last 10 days, I've had both my Deputy Prime Minister, who's the Defence Minister, and our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, here. And that is the language that we are talking and that we are hearing from the Indian side. Of course, we have differences. And of course, we have a very different posture to Russia's illegal and outrageous war in Ukraine. But there is vastly more that binds us together, particularly in our shared region of the Indo-Pacific. And that's why we are driving towards much closer defense and security collaboration, huge new uplift in maritime domain awareness across the shared ocean that we live in the Indian Ocean. So, number one, we are for strategic alignment with India, and there's a lot of terms that are thrown about what India is and isn't. But when I'm in the room with our ministers talking to one another, I see a very high level of trust and determination to do even more together, because as the world becomes tougher, Australia and India want to be able to rely on each other more. So, in terms of trade, we're a bit ahead of the EU because we did our first phase free trade agreement with India 4 years ago. So, I want you to take away one statistic from all of what you hear today, and that is that in the last 5 years, India's exports to the world have grown by 40%, which sounds pretty good, right? In the last 5 years, India's exports to Australia have grown by 200%. So on the back of the first phase free trade agreement, India is benefiting from trade with Australia 5 times faster than it's benefiting from trade with the world. And maybe the EU will follow. So We are in the throes of intense negotiations at the moment on the second phase of the free trade agreement. I don't think it'll surprise anyone to say that the things you do first are probably easier than the things you do second. And I'm not going to answer your question about whether we're going to land a deal in the next few months, Sahasini, because the key thing for us, and I also think for the Indian trade negotiators, is that we get a good deal, not a quick deal.
All right. Ambassador Rao, you were Foreign Secretary when we saw the first, perhaps the beginnings of the Quad being laid to rest. Subsequently, we saw the Quad come up again. And yet we're seeing now that this transactionalism is seeping in, and regardless of High Commissioner Green's conviction about Australia and India, there are a lot of misgivings about a coalition like the Quad being anything more than 4 countries coming together. And I repeat that Pete Hegseth statement where he said, we need less Shangri-La and more ships. So the only ship, by the way, we're seeing in the Indian Ocean is the one, the US one that torpedoed an Iranian ship right in our waters. So my question to you would be, do you see India needing to take a side at some point? Or is India going to essentially remain this kind of pivotal power, which arguably gives it only observational status rather than actually being part of one or the other side?
Well, I would answer your question by first and foremost stating that diplomacy is about shaping conversations. And that's what we do as diplomats. And I think Indian diplomacy is definitely to focus on that. It's about establishing a presence. It's about the ability to shape the script and to kind of guide the conversation. And I think India has the ability, has the inherent capacity and the wherewithal to really do that. Now, when it comes to the Quad, yes, I was, in a sense, present at the creation, you would say, because when I was High Commissioner in Sri Lanka and we had the Boxing Day tsunami, and India, of course, was the first responder when it came to dealing with the crisis. But then you had the United States Navy and our partners in the region really do humanitarian relief and disaster alleviation. And we all came together. And really that was the kind of kernel on which the Quad was formed. And I was also present as ambassador in China, the People's Republic of China. I remember that meeting when I was called to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing, and the Chinese had this kind of interrogation squad about the Quad, about what was happening. And then, of course, I think the Australians and others, we all kind of came to the consensus that maybe this was not a propitious time to advance the idea further. And then you come to the Trump won, and suddenly the Quad, like a phoenix risen from the ashes, revives itself. And that's where we are at the moment. But the question, I think, that arises, despite what Pete Hegseth had to say at Shangri-La, I believe that with the absorption and the kind of diversion of attention of the United States to what is happening in Iran and in West Asia, the Quad really, I think, now rests very much on the shoulders of a triumvirate of countries, India, Japan, and Australia.
So in other words, the middle powers, if you like, could form another such treaty. High Commissioner Green, a 2-finger on that? Can India, Australia, and Japan form a more cohesive? Because we've seen in the past few years, Australia was to have hosted the Quad Summit, for example. The US president didn't show up. India has tried for the last 2 years, didn't happen yet. Is it time for the non-global leader or global powers to come together?
Well, it already is together, and there already is a trilateral that applies between Japan, Australia, and India. I would have to say it's not nearly as powerful or as consequential as the Quad is. And, I suspect I may be the only person in this room who was in the room with the 4 foreign secretaries last week. And the level of alignment was very high, and there was nothing in that room that suggested to me that we needed to, break off from one of them and get together as a group of three. So, we think, Nirupama's thoughtfully put forward the history of the Quad. We think that we're in a very good space now, and we think Marco Rubio said yesterday that we were looking towards a Quad summit later this year. I think we're on a very good track in the Quad at the moment. But other bilaterals and trilaterals will have their place, and perhaps will even have more place.
Well, certainly we do have still a packed second half of this year. I think we have time for one question, which is a long one, from Sayan Panda. India has pursued strategic autonomy for decades. This is for you, Ambassador Rao. Yet our per capita income remains far below that of many countries that chose formal security and economic alignment with the United States. Has strategic autonomy imposed an economic opportunity cost on India? And is it time to be more opportunistic?
Well, opportunism, transactionalism, what's in a name, as they would say. But I am just thinking of the future as far as India is concerned and as far as Indian diplomacy is concerned. Sometimes you think, just imagine if the India of the 1950s came to dinner today. And, how they would find an India far more powerful, far more accomplished, far more influential, far more recognized around the world for what we are as a responsible democracy. But are we able to, again, coming back to what I said earlier, are we able to shape the conversations? Are we able to prevent fragmentation from becoming conflict? These are the questions I think Indian diplomacy needs to ask itself today. What is the distinctive contribution that we can make? Because strategic autonomy cannot be quiescent autonomy. It has to be far more, we're a very vocal country in many ways. We're argumentative, we put forth ideas, and I think that inherent capacity has to be demonstrated a little more when it comes to our diplomacy.
All right. I'm going to come to you in just a sec because we have so many questions. I'm just going to go through with them. There are two questions here for both the ambassadors. If modern conflicts are increasingly fought through narratives rather than territory, should diplomatic success be measured by achieving peace or securing narrative legitimacy in the eyes of global audiences? So is peacemaking really the new answer? And the other one is, you spoke about the various treaties that are still in effect, but don't you think that most of them are abided due to convenience rather than a commitment to international law? First, you, Ambassador, or do you want to go first?
Yeah, maybe on the, I think it's true, it's maybe a challenging time for diplomacy, but I think the need for diplomacy has never been greater. Honestly, if it's only the raw power that is the game of the day, it will lead ultimately to chaos. And you see how the situation has evolved in West Asia and in other geographies. So I think this is where maybe some of the so-called middle powers, I would say, those who really try to push for diplomatic solutions because of the fallout of those crises. We've seen it in Ukraine and now in Asia. It's fuel, it's energy, it's fertilizers. It's always, the externalities are for the others. And I think that is also a fair lesson, that diplomacy is also to cushion of this negative fallout and trying to bring back to the table, because there is no other solution. So I think that this is, on that side of the conversation, you will always find the EU. But diplomacy doesn't mean you're ready to accept everything. I think the notion of principles that guide your action is key. And I think the rules of the UN Charter, the territorial integrity, sovereignty, these are elements, I think, where India and EU and others will recognize themselves. Now, I would also say, and maybe because Philip, you seem to suggest that we in the EU will not see, we were different, that we were not strategically aligned. I just want to say that the EU and India are certainly highly strategically convergent. I think we have never been at this level of strategic convergence. And the same way that trust nurtures the relationship between Australia and India, I can tell you the level of trust between the EU and European member states and India have never been greater. Just look at the intensity of travels between India and Europe. It has never been as high as this. I think maybe what is now incumbent upon them, and this is maybe something that the EU and India should also explore, is what can we do together to address situations? I mean, India has, I would say, leverage as agency to engage in conflict situation. And maybe sometimes it's difficult for India to take a role in that. I think EU would certainly value that because India probably doesn't necessarily come forward, but maybe it would play a very useful role that could be welcome. And I think that is something that we need to reflect together on.
All right, I'm going to leave the last word to you because we're really running out of time. High Commissioner Green, there was a question.
Okay, so there's a question about convenience in international law. And of course, occasionally following international law is convenient, but for the vast percentage of time, it's highly convenient. It's highly convenient to know what the rules of the road are so that we can each go along them. So, and doesn't this moment tell us that when suddenly the question of whether there is freedom for maritime trade through tiny straits in the world, suddenly that comes into question. We've always thought, oh, it's very convenient that we can all travel through the Strait of Hormuz, we can all travel through Taiwan Strait, we can all travel through the Lombok Strait. And suddenly you look at an opening crevasse of maybe that's about to be unraveled. That's how international law is highly convenient for everybody, and we should try to hang on to it.
All right. I am running out of time, but Mr. Ram has a question, so I can't say no. Go ahead.
This is to Ambassador Nirupama Menon Rao. You spoke about pivots. The pivot that I notice is the present Indian government's pivot to Israel, not just Israel, but the Israel of Bibi. What's the background to it and what do you think of this? Because it seems extremely one-sided.
Well, Mr. Ram, I'm afraid that question is something that I've been reflecting on, and perhaps I don't really have an answer to. First and foremost, because I am not a serving diplomat, but I have often positioned this whole question of India's Israel policy today against the background of what our policy towards West Asia was in the decades since independence. And our more than sympathy, I believe, our empathetic identification with the cause of the Palestinian people. And to me, that is still very important as a thinking Indian.
All right. I think we also have an answer, which is very rare on some of these discussions, to the question of where we all stand on the idea of the middle powers and the global hegemons, if you like. And we hear convergence, we hear alignment, and we hear pivotal power. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for some of the most sort of crystal clear erudition of this subject by the diplomats here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Ave Delphine, EU Ambassador to India. Thank you so much, Ms. Nirupama Rao. Thank you very much. Mr. Philip Green, Australian High Commissioner to India. Thank you very much, and wonderfully moderated as ever by Suhasini Aiyar. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for that. Right, just a quick one, even before a few of you are planning to exit the hall. Just a reminder that in the main hall that we are delighted to present a special exhibition that has been curated by Madras Art Weekend. You can see right at the back there, just beautiful out there. Because when you talk about ideas, they don't necessarily always live in speeches, books, or policy, Who knows, when you walk about, when you walk around, maybe have a look at a few of those artworks and they could be telling you a story through a very, very different pair of lens as well. So make sure you have a look at everything around you, even as we take a break for lunch. We should be back in an hour's time. Our next session will start closer to 2:25 p.m. So make sure you come back and take your seats then. Thank you. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. Of course, post-lunch session. I know it's 75% in. I'm sure the others are just about trickling in as well. But let's start nonetheless, because it's going to be an interesting and an important conversation, as has been with almost every one of those panels starting this morning. If I can kindly request people to settle down. Can I request people to settle down, please? Thank you. Right at the back, if I can request people to take your seats and settle down. Thank you. Okay, the architecture of leadership, that's the subject that will be up for discussion and debate. Designing blueprints for a volatile world. So that's exactly what we are going to be talking about. I repeat, it's the architecture of leadership, designing blueprints for a volatile world. Inviting first up on the dais, may I kindly request Mr. R. Ganesan, who's the Senior Vice President and the Head of Corporate Center L&T. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ganesan, who's up first. Lovely to have you with us, who's a mechanical engineer and seasoned corporate leader with over 35 years of distinguished experience spanning corporate strategy, project management, and the development and execution of business strategies across the construction and various other verticals. Yes, I mean, that's the seat that you need to occupy. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganesan. Next up, may I request Ms. Neeti Sharma, who's the CEO of TeamLease Digital. Keep the applause going. A seasoned leader in the learning and staffing industry, currently serving as the CEO of TeamLease Digital. Neeti has been a compelling leader in the TeamLease Services Group for over 20 years and has led multiple businesses, including TeamLease EdTech and TeamLease Skills University. Please, ladies and gentlemen, next up, may I invite on stage Mr. Praveen Someshwar, who is the Managing Director and CEO of USL and member Global Diageo Executive Committee, a dynamic business leader with over 3 decades of experience in transformation, strategy, and execution across media and FMCG industries. He's recognized for his proven track in business development across multiple markets. Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen Someshwar, for being a part of the Hindu Huddle 2026. Next up, pleasure inviting Mr. Shailendra Katyal, who's the Managing Director, Lenovo India Private Limited and site leader, Lenovo Group, Vice President and Managing Director of Lenovo India, global technology powerhouse ranked number 217 in the Fortune Global 500 with an industry-leading portfolio of pocket-to-cloud solutions. It's indeed an honor to have Mr. Katyal with us. And of course, having the conversation over the course of the next 40 minutes or so, put your hands together for Mr. L.B. Navneet, who's the CEO of the Hindu Group. He's been with the Hindu Group for a while now, of course, but besides that, he worked in Mindshare, Jakarta, Indonesia, as the leader of trading between March 2016 and May 2019, before coming back to the Hindu as the CEO from June 2019. Over to you, Navneet.
Thanks, RK. Thanks and welcome. Thanks, Ganesh, Neeti, Praveen, Shailendra. We have a lot to cover, so we'll dive right away. So my first question is to get a sense of individual leadership styles basis your lived experiences. It's a common question to all. We'll start from Ganesh. So what leadership tool provides you the most clarity during chaos, and how did this tool evolve over a period of time?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. So I think I follow a very conventional approach to the leadership. What I do is come down and activate what I call it as PRA. Just pause, reflect, and then act, right? And it's a bit of a regression of the wisdom what you have acquired over a period of time, and that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Neeti, if I may ask you the same question.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think in today's day and age, Navneet, we have no dearth of data with us. I think there's enough of forecasts, dashboards, analytics that all leaders have for decision making. I think hearing stakeholders is very, very important for leaders. What keeps, CXOs up in the night is a question that keeps coming into our minds all the time. And that's something from a leadership perspective is very critical for us to understand and listen to the noise of the industry.
Speaking about staying awake at night, something that kept me awake in the recent past was Praveen's team RCB, which won IPL for the second time. So congrats, Praveen, on that. And over to you for the response to the same question.
Thanks. No, first, thanks for inviting me. Lovely to be here. As I think about it, volatility is pretty much the operating environment of the world these days. It's VUCA, or now I realize you use Bani, but whichever way you look at it, that's real. As that happens, one of the things I think about is really seriously look at what has changed, what has not changed, and what are the couple of things we need to do to solve for change. And therefore, over a period of time, and it's been this now for the last 15 years, you heard it consistently. The way I look at it is I'm always walking and talking to our consumers and customers, and therefore knowing what the context is as they operate and as they work. Then be agile, adaptable, understand what they are talking about and see how you can moderate it for yourself. Simplify things. I think people mostly complicate things. So simplify things and get it down to, and then decide on a set of priorities which you want, 2 or 3 of them. Anything more than that is noise, because you can't solve for everything. So I'd say fewer, bigger, better. That's really how I would look at, and that's my playbook over a period of time to simplify in this complex world.
Thanks, and simplifying complexity is very complex, just like common sense is not so common. Shailendra, your take on the question.
Yeah, so good afternoon, and thank you, Navneet, and in the group for inviting me. Happy to be with this illustrious panel. Could not disagree with anything that was said before, but just to add one additional flavor. To my mind, chaos is always the short term raising its hand and saying that I am more important than the long term. So how do you drown out the noise and also keep an eye on the North Star all the time? Because that's the compass which should guide the direction of whatever you are doing. So yeah, it's important to listen. It's important to take the context in, but never lose sight of the North Star is my mantra.
Thanks. Now we'll move on to the second round of questions. I'll have individual questions to each of you. And the focus of this round, if I may call it so, is to identify core values during chaos and the choices leaders have to make between data-led decision-making and intuition. So Ganesh, to begin with, building on the first round, in a world of geopolitical and tech disruptions, what are the 2 or 3 non-negotiable pillars of your leadership blueprint that never change?
So if I look at the technology, it is evolving and it is an enabler to run the core of the business where we belong to, right? And it will take some more time to leave everything to the technology and we sit back and do something else. So under that circumstance, one of the key pillars is people at the core, right? That's not going to change. And people at the core, and you need to purpose it, and then look at value-driven, prioritized approach to whatever you do, whatever business or things which you belong to. But more importantly, you don't have to respond to everything which is happening around. Most of it is a noise. And whatever the noise you have heard on technology 5 years back, almost 95% of that is not relevant today, right? And they call it as POCs, whatever you call it, and it doesn't matter. So we need to be at it with the agenda of prioritization. People at the core don't respond and react to everything around you. That's the way I take it.
Thank you. Now, Shailendra, I'll come to you. As you lead through volatility, how do you balance between surviving the current quarter and in some cases the current week or the current month while building a foundation that will stand for a couple of decades? How does a leader balance it and how do you approach it?
Yeah. So to my mind, it ends up being obviously need to survive the battle to win the war, right? You can't be so oblivious to the short term that you only focus on the long term and don't earn your salary for the day. But it ends up being a resource allocation question to my mind, right? And obviously any resource that you allocate has to have some ROI. So to my mind, it's always a constant struggle between what is the short-term ROI and the long-term ROI of the limited resources that you would have. But being constantly at it in terms of looking at a revised context, You may have started with a 3-year plan, which doesn't seem relevant anymore, or even a 1-year plan keeps going through changes every quarter. So how are you taking those resourcing decisions fast enough, agile enough, to his point earlier? And to Ganeshan's point, making that your decision and not putting it on the team, that I found found to be a very critical aspect. That if you are asking the team to deliver on long-term objectives, but you've taken a short-term call, then ensure that as a leader you are owning up to that stance.
Thank you. We'll come back to team dynamics later. Neeti, moving on to you, when you're drafting a new strategic response to a crisis, how do you distinguish between a temporary vibration in the market and a fundamental fault line that requires you to revisit and redraw the entire blueprint?
Sure. So I think the voice of the customer says a lot of things to us, right? I'll give you a classic example. When the e-commerce industry came up, most retailers kind of sat back and said, oh, this is temporary. Nothing's going to change our world, right? Thereby missing signals, early signals, and huge market shares, right? Today, that industry has disrupted the way we live and eat every single minute. Right? Likewise, AI. AI is a permanent disruptor for sure. It's going to change the way the world of work works. It would also mean that we are all on the drawing board right now, and I'm sure most CXOs are on the drawing board right now, thinking about their org structures, the talent map, the skill sets that are required. I think that's a permanent change. So understanding how your customer behaves during the disruption, and I liked what he mentioned saying, chaos, and chaos is always temporary. At some point it's going to rationalize and stabilize. So how do we cut the noise from actually the signal? I think that's really very critical for all leaders. It comes with experience. It comes by making mistakes ourselves. It's not, I don't think there's a textbook that says this is the right way, especially in a disruptive world that we are living in right now when things are changing so rapidly.
Speaking about chaos, while we think chaos is temporary, I think we have gotten used to permanent chaos since the time of COVID, something or the other is happening. You also touched upon AI.
Chaos is the new normal.
Chaos is the new
Just stay
normal.
with that, it works.
So Praveen, speaking about AI, when does AI's algorithmic clarity become dangerous? And where must a CEO's human intuition overrule what data suggests?
Look, I think AI is powerful. It connects the dots which we sometimes miss, shows us patterns which obviously unlocks new value. So let's not run away from that. But as I always think about it, what technology does, it scales intelligence. What leadership does, it scales judgment. I think you've got to embrace the intelligence. You've got to embrace the understanding, the patterns we would have missed humanly, which AI fills in. But you are there to provide for that judgment and therefore build on that. And that's how I would say it. You got to, embrace technology, but that can't be the end game. It has to be your judgment layered on it.
Well put, thanks. We'll move on to the next round of questions. And in this round, we'll focus on delegation, something you spoke about, and also the need to pivot to a plan B or a plan C or a plan D. I'll start with you, Shailendra. How do you ensure your strategic clarity at the top doesn't become a confusion for the front lines? And what's your personal technique for radical simplification?
Yeah, so maybe I'll answer it in two parts. One which I hinted earlier, that no long-range planning works anymore. You can have a North Star, but you constantly need to have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C at times. And you should be prepared to trigger the response accordingly, depending on the context. Given this discussion around noise and chaos, there are many signals which come as either problem or opportunity. And it's humanly impossible for any leader to decide what is the right thing to do. What I found useful is to create enough pilots so that no opportunity gets ignored or no problem gets magnified too much beyond what it deserves. So create enough pilots, create small teams who can look at either the problem to be solved or the opportunity to be magnified, and have that fail fast thing, which we've all learned from startups. If it was noise, then don't wait for 5 years to figure out that it was noise. Kill it in the next 3 odd months. On this thing about clarity, reaching the front line, you have to do the hard yards. It is about over communication. You would be surprised at the Chinese whispers or the dissipation between what you said in one meeting and how it got interpreted down the line. So the more you are in the trenches at the time of chaos, the more you are communicating and explaining why. I think a lot of the human need is they understand that there is some change in decision making, but the why is very, very important to articulate.
So lead with clarity, but be visible in leadership, right? So Ganeshan, and we have seen this often, that middle management often buckles under the pressure of executing CEO vision, right or wrong. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't. How does your leadership architecture support middle management so that they don't become a single point of failure in execution?
So I think a bit of a reflection of the past, maybe 20 years back, whether it's manufacturing or getting some projects done, it was a linear planning of an objective, right? A production of X number of cars to be produced in the shop. So it's about putting the resources and the actions right from the leadership up to the shop floor in one rhythmic way. If they don't do it, they have an opportunity to course correct, but nothing is going to go wrong terribly. But in the modern era, business plan is done by the organizations, and very next month, West Asia crisis happens. And then you are done with that, another one happens. Otherwise, an internal polarization, something happens. So it's a combination of leadership material of communicating the intent of what needs to be done, along with seamlessly how the change has to be built into the way they are going to do the activity, right? So irrespective of whether it is strategy at the top or tactical in the middle or operational on the ground, I think the leaders, the biggest challenge or the opportunity is in simplify and define ultimate outcome of what is to be done. In a lighter sense, people say there is a vegetable there, rice over here, oil over there, but the food has to be served in the plate, right? That's an ultimate outcome. But people get distorted in the middle saying it's all there, but it'll get done. So I think that's going to be an ever-evolving thing. Technology is not going to help. It's a wisdom and the fabric which has to be created between the top and the middle. And then together, how they take it to the ground. That's the way I look at it.
So Praveen, I'll come to plan B, plan C around that area. But could you share a moment from last year or the recent past where you have to tear up your blueprint mid-construction? And how did you communicate that shift without causing panic internally?
Look, I think technology is a great example, and all of us have done a whole lot of plan A, plan B, plan C when AI does. I used to run a media business some time back, and I'm going to talk that example, more than a couple of years back, we ran a whole lot of models, and when our digital news business was getting search traffic, and search traffic was overwhelmingly growing, we ran a few models, what will happen post-AI. And then we had our own regression analysis and understanding as to exactly where it will land and how it will work, and therefore what changes we need to do. We realized as we went through the journey, and that was 2 years back, first 1 year, nothing happened, and we thought all our models were wrong, and said, wow, nothing's really going to change, really. Growth's coming, we're seeing traffic come back, business was good as usual. And therefore, we doubled down and invested back. 6 months later, things changed. I left the organization, but it dramatically changed because somewhere Google integrated Gemini into search, and that killed search traffic in 2 updates. It killed it. So that it was not only plan B and plan C, there were many plans done. So I just believe as you go through this process, don't get married to your plans. Get married to the reality, the context, and be agile and adaptable. And therefore, if you walk that path and constantly assume change is inevitable, it's around the corner, you got to adapt to it. And you get the best out of it. you will come out winning. So that's the way I would say look at it.
Thanks. And Pravin's a good friend from the industry I work with. Praveen ran HT Media for close to 7 years before he shifted to, he moved on to Diageo. Neeti, again in the same space, in an era of 3-month sprints, how do you build a modular leadership framework that is solid, but it's easily retrofitted for disruption?
I guess easier said than done. But there are two things that I firmly believe in. I think the sayings, you know, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And kill your darlings. I think he alluded to it in some way, right? As leaders, we just get so emotional about stuff that we are building and, you know, nurturing it and growing that we stop looking beyond what next, right? Disruptions are going to happen. In fact, now they're happening more often. If we are able to pivot quickly, if we are able to be agile as an organization, as a team, I think that's the first step for any change or adapting to any change. Again, like I said, easier said than done. It's not easy to get your team to follow every change that you're looking at. For them, the question is, why me? Why is it going to impact me? Why not somebody else? Why should I learn? Why should I do something else? But I think as leaders, we have to keep looking at what next. How do we do it? And how soon can we actually adapt and make changes? So agility, adaptability, you know, just being fit enough from an org perspective to keep making those changes on the go. Because if, you know, and we've seen a lot of, you know, layoff news recently, it was purely, and they're saying, oh, I've, you know, cut flab. Why did organizations have flab in the first place? I think we have to start thinking about it now rather than when we're actually hitting a roadblock.
Isn't it exactly like us when we age?
Yes, absolutely.
You know,
yes.
we all add flab as we go on. We have to
Classic
constantly
example.
skill and retool.
True.
Yes.
We'll move on to the next round, and this is a common question to all of you, but we will go in reverse order, starting with Shailendra. The area I want to focus on in this round is for each of you to set a context around the industries you represent and your leadership response to chaos within that industry context. The question is, what is the recent chaotic situation where you had to make a tough, clarity-driven decision, and what did you learn from it?
So given that we are also responsible for some part of the AI technology disruption, I'll give examples closer to our business. But I'll also put in the context of not just technology disruption, but some of the other things that we are seeing, right? Geopolitical, other kind of disruptions which are also around us. So imagine us trying, we are a global company supplying to 180 markets. And we are rated quite well. We are in the top 10 in terms of Gartner supply chain across industries. Now, what happens if tariffs change on a daily basis? Which factory do you supply from? We have 36 factories, right? So which factory do you double down on capacity and which factory do you taper down? It's almost like a quarterly decision for us. But yeah, the organization has adapted. Not my decision, but I'm just giving an example on how agile and flexible you have to be when tariffs change by 30-40% and can upset the entire economics of the shipment. The second, many of you would have heard that the core category for us, laptops, the pricing is going up by 100%. It's going up by 100% because all the memory supply has gone to AI factories. So there's nothing left for the cheaper memory of 16 GB, 8 GB. There's nothing left for phones and laptops. So what decision do you take, right? And especially in a country like India, there is a first-time buyer market. People want affordable technology so that the first-time buyer can come into the category adoption. But when you're short, you'll obviously prioritize supply towards where you can make a little more money. So tough decision, but yeah, you prioritize commercial over consumer. In a sense, you're prioritizing short-term over long-term, but there's no perfect solve for this. This is how we are responding to some of our category issues.
Thanks for being so candid. Praveen?
Well, I presently lead an organization where, you know, we make all your life's moments more excitable and enjoyable. I hope all of you are our consumers, and some of you who aren't, my constant endeavor is to find a way to, you know, get you into our fold. And this is to you, Ganeshan, in specific, absolutely. So, you know, As we go through this, the question you ask is, are consumers changing? Are their behaviors changing? Are they drinking differently? Are they moderating? Uh, do they want something which they have grown up in their childhood with? Or do they want flavorful and more relevant experiences? They want local crafted provenance, or do they want global? It's a constant need, okay? And I think, as I've said, and as everybody around the panel said, change is the reality. It's the new normal, and we shouldn't get hassled about it. I don't think we can solve for all of those occasions consumers are looking for. We got to be choiceful about what we say yes to and what we say no to, because we are not, most of us are not good in saying no. Very few are, and I appreciate you, but we'll find a way to get you there. So most of you aren't. Sorry?
Let use some AI models.
No, simple judgment there. So most of us aren't good at saying no, and I think that's the single biggest challenge. Ability to say what we will not get into and what we will, and therefore ability to making right choices. It obviously, as he rightly said, AI will give us patterns and therefore give us insights. But I think, layering it with your judgment to say which are the ones you want to go after and therefore solve for is really what is how I would look at it, as how we have ensured that we work through it, and therefore how we have ensured that we continue to be growing sustainably.
Thanks. Niti, I'll request you to go after Ganeshan. So, Ganeshan.
So I think slightly, since I come from infrastructure, I'll give two examples. During the COVID, country was under lockdown from 23rd of March. And then suddenly a realization that we need to build hospitals, right? And we need to get oxygen generators. And L&T was one of the companies which responded to that by holding more than 120,000 of the skilled workforce at different places in the country, feeding them and keeping them safe and keeping a doctor to keep their health in good shape, allowing them to communicate with the family. And we built hundreds and hundreds of hospitals, temporary ones to a bigger one with full-fledged facilities, utilities, and then went about it. The reflection is, if there is a structure and capacity, you can respond to any situation. That is a situation which nobody would have expected, right? That's in the context of COVID. Fast forward, we have been facing this irritation of Red Sea over last 3-4 years. Ukraine, Russia, whatever way you look at it, and now Strait of Hormuz. Entire country is disturbed. We cannot, and L&T is across the world. 50% of our projects are in Middle East and eastern part of Africa, and 50% in India. The supply chain is right from North America, Europe, India, and China, and the Southeast Asian countries. But what we are doing right now to respond to this is that you can traditionally do plan A, plan B, have some alternate supply chains and things like that. That is where we have started putting up this AI algorithms of knitting multiple variables, right from logistics, suppliers, the raw material sources, and the geopolitical things which are happening as a news into and packaged algorithms to see how much of uncertainty you can get some prescription out of the past happenings. The crude shock happened in 1990s. It's not new, right? And probably 70 to 80% of instinctive calls are getting into a structured clinical decisions or prescriptions coming out of the AI. If we have got a past data to put it up in a structured way and leave it to the judgments of the leaders to take the final decision on how to go about it. Having said this is going to be a new normal. It's not something which we have seen 15, 20 years back. So every week, expect some shock. So the new business model has to be permanently structured for that. I think that's an opportunity as well. And where technology, leadership, a new wave of leadership development is required. Going to IIMs and studying the classical management theories are going to be challenged. I think that's the focus, and we are responding and we are seeing some tractions around that. Having said that, it is not all done. We all have to work towards better days.
Thank you. Neeti?
Yeah. So, we are a people solutions company. Any upswing and downswing in economy, impacts us directly. And I'll give an example. He mentioned COVID and, you had a downturn. The business that I was focusing on was pure technology staffing. And during COVID, everybody wanted to hire tech workforce. So we had a huge, wind behind our back, said, hey, fine, everything had a good pat on our back. 2 years later, the same downswing happened and we got hit very badly. And that was a big wake-up call for all of us, saying, what are we doing? Why are we becoming an index to the market? What is it that we do to alienate ourselves from what's happening just outside? And that is where we started building our capabilities and capacities to doing beyond just technology staffing. And today, as we speak, actually last financial year when we closed, about 35% of our hires were specialized skills in engineering, product design, chartered accountants, financial workforce, F&A force. So yes, we started building capability and capacity and also upgrading our own skill sets, our recruiter hiring engines, our skill sets. So last year, we hired about 1,500 AI and AI adjacent skilled workforce. So this is the investment that we made for 24 months actually is paying results right now. But yes, it was a rude awakening shock for us in 2023.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for your responses. We'll move on to the next round. And here, I really want us to focus on how do we manage the here and now and plan for the then and there. That's a struggle in terms of investment, time, bandwidth, and so on. So I'll start with you, Ganeshan. When supply chain shocks, geopolitical tensions, and volatility hit your desk at 8 a.m., what is the very first metric you look at to find clarity? Or is there a metric at all?
I think that's common to the country as well as to the business, what we run, is the energy supply chain. Today in India, if you want to build a building, you need steel and concrete and cement, right? You need a lot of fuel to prepare steel. You need a lot of fuel to prepare cement. Whatever polyester cloth, what we wear, is a downstream petrochemical product. Logistics of vegetable supply to a material supply to an equipment supply or hospital supply, it's all trucks moving consignments across. So it is a common thread across the globe today that energy disturbance is one of the most important thing we need to worry about it. The second aspect is, if I get up in the morning and hear a shock, what's my global backlog? Either with my projects or backlog of things which have to come in for me to convert that as a value-added product. So everybody talks about China plus one, Atmanirbhar, Viksit Bharat. So I think this is again a new normal. Everybody is concerned about supply chain, more assurance, and looking inward and building the capacity. So this is what comes to my mind immediately.
Shailendra will move a little bit away from processes and look at the intersection of process and people. And this is a question a lot of young colleagues keep asking all of us in our offices, if you are willing to entertain them. Moving beyond the when and where of work, how do you measure the productivity today? How do you measure true productivity today beyond hours logged or number of days in office?
Yeah, interestingly, I was interviewing someone for an important role. I got into some debate on how to manage Gen Z and now Gen Alpha. The world is obviously very different. The expectations are very different. They do expect a lot more dialogue. They are surely not hierarchical that if the boss has said, they'll just comply. So while you said it's not a process question, I think this thing about having a dialogue more often. So in fact, we moved our company. We used to have an annual appraisal. We learned from a startup CEO, no, annual appraisal is not enough. You need to have a quarterly performance measurement mechanism. So we created something which is formal. It is not. It is a continuous performance feedback is what we call it. A CPF form which is filled in, documented, and there's a dialogue. And people, most of our employees are young and in technology. They appreciate that there's constant feedbacking on whether they are going in the right direction or not. And to your question on how do you measure productivity, I think it's a lot beyond numbers and the immediate task. What I particularly look at is the sequential progress. Are they headed in the right direction? Okay, the person may have missed his or her numbers, but is there sequential progress? Is there long-term capacity building that the individual is delivering? And as long as you have an honest dialogue around it, I think people appreciate that.
Thank you. Praveen, there are a lot of students in the room, people who will, bright young kids. Some of them are running a panel later today. Yeah, and
Wants to ask a question.
sir, I'll come to questions later. Some of them will enter the corporate world very soon. So the younger generations are entering a corporate world that feels inherently chaotic and disconnected. What is the one core anchor your company relies on to build culture, especially when people rarely sit in the same room?
Well, lovely to see a lot of young people. I'm searching for them, but
The
but I thought most
put
of
up
us
their
are
hands.
young, but
Yeah.
I hate people being distinguished by age. It's young is in the mind, But I just say culture. Culture is what people do when leadership is not in the room. Culture is what we do as citizens when we are not policed. Okay. And that is culture. Okay. Now, to make that work on a sustainable, ongoing basis, it's about, as I see it, is what's the meaning of what everyone does? What does that individual contribute to the whole? And they constantly need to see that. In some functions you can, in some jobs you can, in some you can't. And second is what's the bigger purpose of the organization? Okay. People can look back and say, as an organization which sell beverages, what could be the purpose? I think we make life's moments better. That's how we say it. I think each one of us have a role to play to build that culture, to define that meaning for that individual so that the whole becomes measurable and what that real purpose is. And if that is compelling enough, I genuinely believe people will be motivated to come back into work. If that's not compelling enough, that's when they would tend to explore them. That's how I would put it. Young or old, it's the same view.
Perfect.
I just want to add just one
Sure.
point to that. So in the last 1 year, I have mentored about 300 of the youngsters in the name of internship, in the name of training pre-placement from core engineering fields, from IT, from technology, management, supply chain. One of the things which I have discovered with the young generation is that you give them a hard problem and then allow them to go about it and make them get the conviction that the core of the life is very challenging, very interesting, and allow them to discover. They hook on to that and try to do some hard work in a conventional business. And if you talk in the air and allow them to stay there, they make the choices which are very different, not sustainable. That's my take. Thank you.
Nobody should suffer fools gladly, and they shouldn't either. Niti, moving on from people, process, let's talk a little bit about the country. So to capitalize on India's growth decade, what do you think is the biggest internal or external bottleneck, and how are you clearing it from your industry perspective?
I think we've heard for far too long that in India, unemployability is a bigger problem than unemployment. And unemployment ratios are 4 to 5%. It's a ratio that surprises most people. Most people in India itself forget people from outside. We have 1.5 million STEM graduates passing out every single year. I think we have the volume, we have the talent pool with us. We can and we should aim to become the skills capital of the world. In a way, I think the world is looking at us for our talent pool. Are we doing enough to capitalize on it right now? I don't think we're doing enough. I think there's a lot to be done. Each one of us making investments right from the school to the higher education to corporates. I think how are we hand-holding employees to become more employable, become more productive? He mentioned internship, apprenticeships. From our organization point, I think in the last 10 years, we've appointed apprentices. under various schemes, Government of India has, I think, about 400,000 apprentices itself. Currently, we have 50,000 apprentice trainees across industries. So I think just creating an employability roadmap for each one is very important. And like he said, it's not just for freshers, it's even for people like us who are in the workforce and who want to continue being active and proactive. I think we'll have to keep upskilling and upgrading ourselves on the go.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's probably harder for us
Yes.
because learning is easier and learning is probably tougher. The next round of questions will focus on that area, and I want a really quick response in 30 to 40 seconds from each of you. I have different questions for each of you. The focus is how do we build old things? So how do we break old things while building new structures? In that context, Ganeshan, my first question is to you. What is the one standard corporate policy or buzzword you would like to take a sledgehammer to tomorrow?
So actually, the words are used differently in different organizations. They call it collaboration, alignment, democratically decide. But it's a misnomer, exactly the antonym of that happens. So I think I would like to break that and make it simpler and define it better.
Perfect. Praveen, what's the big...
Can I take a dig at that one?
Yes, yes.
You know, classically everyone around when they want to do some work, they are asked the question, do we have sufficient resources?
Yeah.
You never have sufficient resources. Do you have enough money ever?
Never.
Never.
So almost there, but want a little more. So that's a, you know, so to me, sufficiency of resources is the biggest paradigm. You know.
Thanks. Praveen, my direct question to you is what is the biggest source of unnecessary noise that distracts your executive team?
No, attention. We are constantly looking at our phone. We are constantly looking at what's new. We are constantly looking at what could disrupt versus concentrating on what can be. I genuinely believe the best problem solvers are the best organizations or the teams which have been successful. I don't think are information rich. I think they are attention disciplined. That makes all the difference.
A friend of mine who works in the tech industry, and we're speaking about attention and why people are hooked to their phones. So we all put it down to FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. So he said one possible way of dealing with FOMO is FOFO, fear of finding out. So if you can stay away from finding out, probably you won't have the fear of missing out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Niti, a related question, similar to what I asked you previously. What is the biggest bottleneck in achieving clarity in India right now?
I think alienating noise versus sound and the signals, right? I'll give you a classic example. For the last many quarters now, we are hearing about huge layoffs in the IT sector. Okay, if you're only reading the headline, everyone believes the IT industry is shrinking. It's actually the other way around. When you deep dive, when you understand what's happening, the amount of hiring requirements that are coming on cloud, security, governance, data, AI, you know, on that side, and we don't have enough resources, like you mentioned. We don't have enough talented folks that we can hire. So I think just not reading headlines and trying to create a perception, and thereby, like you mentioned, you know, attention, I would actually flip the other way and call it distraction. Because all this noise is too much distraction for us to focus and actually find our correct path.
Thank you. Shailendra, what is the one practice from 2019 that is completely useless in your blueprint for 2026?
There could be many, and maybe this is not from 2019, but we got used to it during COVID. I think one term which has outlived, and I know I'm being provocative consciously, so work from home. Yeah, we all say that the environment is very dynamic. We need to be better aligned. We need to communicate more. We have to take people along. How do you do that in a 100% remote environment? To my mind, it's a difficult conundrum to solve. Yes, traffic is not where it should be. Hopefully, you raised it with our honorable Chief Minister when he was here this morning. Yeah, but a good blend is required. This permanent remote working, work from home is something we need to demolish quickly.
Yeah, so the Honorable Chief Minister said he was keen to know the deliberations of Huddle. He's requested our curator Narayan to put together a list of suggestions from all participants of how to make Bangalore a greater city.
Make
We'll
Whitefield
certainly add it.
Make Whitefield part of
Your
Bangalore.
longer list now.
So we are towards the end of our conversation. I have the final round. Sir, I'll request you to ask the question to whoever you want offline. They will take a question from you once the session is done. So the final question is,
Let him.
Go.
So Praveen said we live in a VUCA world. I would like to believe we live in a BANI world. BANI being an acronym for brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible. I want a one-word response from each of you as a strategic response to how does leadership deal with the BANI word. Start with Ganesh. Ganesh, I want a one-word response starting with G.
So looking at strong India for the future, be a generator.
Generator.
Okay. Generate the capacity, resource, whatever you call it, generative design, XYZ.
Nimble.
Generate, nimble. Praveen?
Simplify. I'm just building on them.
No, I want
You
to
took away.
But I want to say that.
You took.
Generate, nimble. But keep it simple, please.
Right, but a word with P.
Simple. Oh, you want
P, yeah.
He took away my word, by the way.
Coming to.
Oh, then I would prioritize.
Prioritize.
Yeah.
He said it already. Simplify.
Yeah.
So we have generate, nimble, prioritize,
Simplify.
simplify. That is GNPS, which is our panel's acronym for dealing with the BANI world. And I think we have done better than what a half-day workshop would do.
Yeah.
GNPS is also the acronym for my panelists. GNPS represents Ganesh, Neeti, Praveen, and Shailendra. Thank you for being lovely panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Navneet, at the outset. Interesting format and therefore interesting subjects that were covered over the course of the last 40 minutes or so. Much appreciated for your presence, Mr. Ganesan, Ms. Neeti Sharma, Mr. Praveen Someshwar, and of course, Mr. Shailendra Katyal. Okay, actually, this particular session sets the context beautifully for what is due to come up right next. Because you heard from the industry leaders, people who have set up businesses, people who have done very well for themselves overall and for their businesses, of course. But what about the next generation? I mean, there was a brief talk about the kind of people that are getting into the industry and the kind of people that the industry needs. And therefore, we thought it's not a bad idea to get a few of the students on board here to discuss and probably debate what is more important. Degree or skills, what will matter more in future? So that's going to be fascinating because the next generation is out here to speak about the same. Of course, it'll have a moderator, but I must say that this is something that the Hindu had initiated. It was called the mini huddle. Over a period of time, the Hindu went across to universities and made sure that they had a few subjects that were discussed and debated, out of which they handpicked a few of them to be a part of a larger community, which I thought was a great, great gesture by the Hindu family. Degree or skills, what will matter more in future? To discuss and debate, to take sides, to argue, have opinions. May I first invite Dr. Premika Vallabhaneni from Khwaja Banda Nawaz University. Please come up. Lovely. Put your hands together. It's the next generation that we are talking about. Rahman Mujahid, may I kindly request you to please come forward from Khwaja Banda Nawaz University again. Anushka Chandra from Amity University, Bengaluru. Aditi Singh will be up next from Amity University in Bengaluru. And of course, this is a session that will be moderated by Vinaya Deshpande, who is the Chief of Bureau of the Hindu from Mumbai. Vinaya here. Give me a sec. Is there? Okay. Yeah, please, please. Take your time. You don't have to rush. You don't have to rush. Please take your time. It's absolutely fine. Rehman Mujahid, would you want to just swap seats so that everything is in sync? You're the second from the left. Would you want to just swap seats according to your names? Just follow. You're there. Just follow this. I think you're number 2 here. Yeah, just sit according to your photographs. It'll be nice for people who are covering it. You're good. All good? Okay, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the huddle. And, we thought that amid all the serious discussion, let's also bring in the youngsters. We've been talking a lot about the skilling gap in India, about how India has this huge demographic dividend, about how we are the fastest growing major economy and how we need to use it. So we thought, let's all approach these youngsters about whom we have been talking and see what they have to say. So today, we are going to talk to them about what they feel about degree or skills, what will matter more in the future. And so, before we dive deep into this conversation, I would really like to hear from all 4 of them. Now remember, they have all gone through several rounds to be able to sit in front of you here and have debated with their own colleagues in order to grab their places here. So I'm sure they're very proud to be sitting here right now. Let me start with Aditi. Aditi, if you can tell us first, how do you look at this whole debate? Do you think that we should really have this debate at all about whether degrees or skills, what will matter more in the future? And if yes, what is your answer?
Good afternoon. So the topic that was put forward was if what will matter more? Will it be a degree or will it be the skills that a person has? In the past few years, for a long time, I think degrees have been a mandatory tool which proves knowledge and satisfaction of, parents, anybody who is looking at you with an eye to know if you have those skills. But then if we are looking at it from a perspective that is given in the modern world, where your requirements are changing every day, it is increasing at a pace which is very uncontrollable. So skills like problem solving, data solving, creativity, I think these are things that should be looked into more. Obviously, degrees are a form of validation that we are supposed to do. It is a formal form of educational certification that proves that you were disciplined, you have gone through a program, you have written some papers, and you have that knowledge. But then the main concern here is when an employer is taking an interview, is he looking at what you have learned, or is he looking at how are you implying what you have learned? There is a huge skill gap even in the people who are vastly educated, because the requirement of the jobs change with time. And as long as you're not developing yourself with that notion, I think you will lag behind. Because working is not about what you know, it's about implying what you know and how you do it.
Okay, Anushka, she's just talked about how, she's primarily talked about soft skills, how skilling is important. You're doing your second year BTech biotechnology, right? If you went for an interview and, if the interviewer asked you about questions, would you agree with what she says, or do you think that your hardcore specialization, your degree, is what will take you through that interview?
So I feel that in the biotechnology field, whenever us as young graduates we go forward, it's less of using the techniques already present and creating new techniques. Now it's really important to have a core knowledge before we actually make new techniques and we create the next vaccine. So I believe that a degree is really, really important. And especially in an interview, they look at skills. They look at your fine motor skills, your communication skills. I feel you should have a balance of both. But my strong opinion is degree before skills. My opinion.
Okay, degree before skills. So, we have two different opinions here. Does it change, Abdul Rahman, I want to ask you, does it change depending on your specialization? Because we had Aditi who's doing her BBA, right? So Aditi is doing her BBA and she is clearly, more inclined to say that skills are more important than a degree. With biotechnology, the answer is no, that the degree overweighs the skills. Is it related to specialization that you would answer that question? And before that, if you could tell us, what do you specialize in?
Good afternoon. I am a second year medical student. So as a medical student, I would say I'm in the most degree protected profession in India. But to answer your question, yes, the answer to this degree or skill, what will matter more in the future, is highly industry specific. So the future of a doctor is different from the future of a lawyer, an engineer. There are certain industries which are gated by a degree. So like medicine, you need a degree to practice as a surgeon. You can't be a surgeon by learning it from YouTube. And there are certain industries like software engineering or cybersecurity in private companies where skills are more valued. Yesterday's Hindu newspaper posted a segment that showed the scale of startup industries in India. That was in tier 3 cities, 1,600 in 2016, and now it is 26,000 actually. So do you think all these startup founders had a degree? The market just asked them, what problem did you solve? And not what degree do you have? So my answer is, it is highly industry specific.
Well, I observed that you read the Hindu quite diligently and you've drawn data from there and your answer too from there. So thank you for that. I want to ask you about this as well because, Premika, you are in fact doing an MD, my God. So MD pathology and second year PG. So you have actually crossed the stages which they are in right now. How do you look at this debate from where you stand right now?
Good afternoon. In my opinion, degrees have been for a long time before. The importance was there for degrees since a long time. And at the same time, skills were also given importance since long back. Before degrees were introduced, skills were the top. So afterwards, degrees came, they became an equalizer or a standard in which we take up the people or give them jobs. But now again, it is changing. I think it is not a debate about what is more important than one. I think degree without skill is useless. Even as a doctor, if I am an MBBS graduate and I don't have any skill, I don't think any patient is going to come to me, right? So degree is important in that field to practice or do something. In lawyers, in aviation industry pilots, degree is a must, but the skill is also important. We can't just give patient's life or human life into their hands without skill. No one is going to trust us. So degree builds trust, whereas skill shows if you are capable or not. So both of them should go hand in hand. And I think in the future, the social norms which we are living right now will change, and they're going to integrate both of them.
Do you think that the current system of education that you have, you are being imparted the necessary skills, or do you think that the degree that you have will probably not be sufficient if you look at the job market? Because I'm sure after completing graduation, several of your friends have tried to find out jobs. Several of your seniors would also be coming back to you with the kind of experiences that they have. What is it that you learn? Because, the world seems to be talking about you. India is talking about you all, about the skilling gap, about how, a lot more needs to be done in order to make our youth more employable. Show us what the picture looks like from your side.
I think after we get a basic degree, I don't think no one is going to employ you directly. They're going to look into your experience. Even a startup company will ask what are the projects you are doing, what are the certifications you have. So the additional interdisciplinary certification has become important. It's not like I can do MBBS and I can start practicing. I can practice in a government setting with a government employer. If I go for an interview, they will employ me as an MBBS graduate, but they're not going to tell me to go and perform a surgery. They're going to ask me for an MD degree or an MS degree to take it further. And as a general audience or as general people, if I get it, let's say normal GERD or an acidity, now they're not going to MBBS doctors. They're directly going to gastroenterologists, super specialty. So when more MBBS graduates are coming, the degree value is decreasing and another degree is adding to the credibility. So they're asking for multiple degrees. I think that inflation is there and the simple degree is not viable now. And even if you have skills with degree, you have to prove those skills.
You know, within 10 minutes of conversation, let me take this point to all of you. If you can see, all of them are from diverse educational backgrounds, and you can already see that their perspectives are really different. Both of them are from medical backgrounds, so obviously they have to do a lot more internship and association with ground report as compared to the two of you. So the kind of experiences that are coming in from them seem to be a bit different from the experiences coming from them. So, you know, if you could tell us, you were talking about the industry, which does not ask what degrees you hold, but what are the kind of problems that you have solved. For medical field, is it slightly better? Because obviously the component of serving on field is already included as a part of your degree.
So, as I said, degree acts as a license to work on a patient life because this is a high-stake job. Yes, I would say that the recent curriculum has changed, and now we have competency-based learning. We are learning skills along with the theoretical part. So, like a few years ago, we used to learn in the hospital at the final year of our MBBS. Now it is in second year. In this year, it is first year. So since first year, a student
So you're saying it's already advanced.
the student is going to hospital, learning to talk to patient, because there are doctors who have an MBBS degree who can't even talk to patient. So I think change is happening in MBBS.
As we speak, how about you? You know, do you have any compulsory element of industry exposure where you actually go and test your knowledge on field?
Yeah, definitely. I'm in the biotech industry. We are handling lives at stake here. During COVID-19, our industry started to boom actually. And that's when we realized, okay, this, biotech is important. So one point I'd like to raise off of he mentioned about how healthcare professionals have to also, they're slowly start learning how to communicate. So this is where I'd like to bring in the importance of skills within a degree. So my own dad, he had an experience where he went to a hospital and he spent 10 minutes looking for a doctor, and 10 minutes turned to 20, turned to 30, turned to 40. And there was no consolation. There was no any sort of remorse or anything for how he was feeling. And I feel that there is this gap that is in the degree sector where we have to start implementing things like empathy and communication skills. Now, he said that, people do internships. They go and they actually work in hospitals. But it's important that we have a course, that communication with the patient, something like that. So that's my perspective on it.
How about you? Is it, is it something that you look for, the kind of internships that are being talked about?
So what I would like to say is, first point I would like to raise is, yes, degree is necessary, but there's also high questions about, is the degree that you have earned or is it a degree that you have bought? with the increase in business to education, like when education is becoming a business, there's also a high rise in degrees that are being bought, which is also a very serious concern. So having these degrees, are they actually saying that you have these skills that you are said to have without practical exposure, without having, and even if you have some skills, are they validated to the time that we are living in right now? Because a skill that was required 4 to 5 years back, a skill that you have a degree for, is that skill required right now in the same way it was required 5 years back? So I firmly believe that this on-ground experience that we are having, the skills that we are developing in the future, obviously will be more important, because I think the question today is not if a degree is important or not. I think what we are talking about is which is more important in the future. Will it be the skills? Which I definitely believe it will be.
But in some sense, you're also saying that, what is required in the future is not just a degree, it's degree plus plus. So it's not a degree or skill kind of a debate that we are having here. As far as I can, sum up the kind of conversation that we have had in the last 15, 20 minutes, it's more about the fact that all of you really feel that just the degree is not going to be enough, that you need skills as well.
One point I would also like to talk about is if you look at India specifically, the retail industry and the agriculture industry is huge. If you look into handicrafts especially, so these are some industries that are run by skills. If you look at agriculture, you will see there will be some educated professionals into the field, but most of the people that are working in handicrafts, who are farmers, who are working in agriculture, are working towards something that is purely based off of skills that they have learned on their own, that they are practicing in real life, that they are getting results out of. So when we have a population so diverse, when we have requirements so diverse, so now the question never becomes about what is the thing, it's about what is more important.
Okay, let me bring in the big question really. Yours is the generation which is hooked onto social media, which uses gadgets like you're born with them. There's a lot of fear about whether artificial intelligence will take away the jobs now or whether it will alter the job market. How do you all look at this debate? Do you see artificial intelligence as that threat factor, or what is your perception?
So,
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
So I would say that, yes, artificial intelligence in some industries, like I would say software development and the designing skills and all, artificial intelligence is a threat to some. So personally, before coming into MBBS, I would do web designing as well on the side, just for fun. So now there is no need for manual web designing, because web designing can be done by just a prompt, like a prompt in ChatGPT, you get a website. So yes, it is a threat in some, but in some it is just an illusion of threat. Like in law, people say that artificial intelligence is taking the jobs of really entry-level jobs of LLBs, but today, in the newspaper, the Supreme Court.
You're quoting the Hindu again, and I have noted it.
So it says the Supreme Court said that artificial intelligence can be just used as a support, but not replace the human judgment. So so it is just an illusion in some, and in some it is actually going fast.
Okay, do you feel threatened by it?
Well, I feel that understanding AI is a skill. So I feel that understanding how AI works and how we can use it to our advantage is a very big deal. We have a huge education gap in India where not all the teachers that are provided to us or we get to meet, not all of them maybe match our level of understanding or our level of thought process. So if recently AI has been used a lot for education. Maybe there's a student who's not able to understand something that the teacher has said. Now, do we leave them that, okay, the education system will fix them, they'll figure it out on their own, maybe 1-2 saal mein concept samajh aa jayega. But no, AI is really important, especially for students like me and others, where we're able to understand concepts in 2 minutes, and that's helping us progress even further.
So are you saying that AI should in fact, be a part of all the curriculum, whoever is being taught whatever?
I think if a tool is meant to be helpful, it can be used in that way, and it can be inculcated as a helping tool. Because there are vast benefits of an AI. It provides you with a lot of understanding, it provides you with a lot of information at your fingertips. It is also a very smart platform. If you use it smartly, I think it can very much be included in all the curriculums, yes.
Do you agree with this?
I think AI will give us the information more faster now, but what is the credibility of that information we are getting from AI is also an issue. We as humans should moderate what is correct and what is wrong, the data which is providing. Is it really helpful? Is it really advanced? Is it really working in our profession? That judgment is based on us.
Yeah, exactly why I mentioned that it should be used as a helping tool, and it should not be something that we depend on for learning. But as a helping tool, I think it's great.
Also, that's why I said degree before skills. We go through a formal education. We understand our understanding of what is right and wrong according to society. We make our decisions that way. We build a strong value system.
Okay, so interesting that, neither of you really said that AI can be a threat to our jobs. In fact, all of you seem to be quite confident about using AI, about making sure that it is embedded as a part of your education and that it helps in your professional journey further. But, one thing that is also spoken about these days is the kind of impetus on entrepreneurship. A lot is being talked about how youth should especially be the job givers and not job seekers. When there is discussion in that perspective, how do you look at the debate of degree or skills with respect to entrepreneurship, and what do you think will help more for the youth to become enablers or job givers in that sense?
This, especially to this perspective, I come from a business background. I'm studying business. So how do we become job givers? Is that taught to us in these degree colleges? Are we being taught that when we are sitting in a classroom? Or is it something that we are developing and we are looking for people who can develop? According to me, when you want to get into something where you are providing people jobs, it will not only be your book knowledge that will help you, it will also be your practical knowledge. What kind of new skills are you picking? What are you looking into? Because the world is changing and it wants new products, it wants to adapt. So are we going to go into it with the traditional format of it? Which is not entirely wrong, but we also need to add to the new skills that are supposed to be there to be able to, keep up with what is going on. That is exactly why I think when you are hiring people also, you will see multiple examples. There are multiple people in places of power which do not necessarily have a degree, but they're doing great because of the skills that they have developed, the knowledge that they have, the experience that they have. And I think that speaks lengths. Because yes, degree is a form of validation, it is a formal certificate, but there is also a question about the validity of that validation. So yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd like to take a bit of a wide view lens. So there's a student in Bangalore, in urban Bangalore, sitting and studying in a college. And then there's a student who's come all the way from a village here. So a degree is giving them a common ground to start on. And a lot of entrepreneurs, right, in the future, they say that, "Nay, my degree was of no use. I wasted the prime years of my life." But degree isn't just a formal education, right? You're getting networks, you're getting a network of alumni, you're learning communication skills. In fact, I have learned this just because I am doing my degree right now. So we will hear a lot of entrepreneurs saying that, degree doesn't matter, just put your mind focused to one thing. But we have to acknowledge that India has a diverse background. We have people in modern areas, we have people in rural areas, we have people in between. So that's something I'd like to acknowledge.
I would like to add one more thing. As Aditi pointed out, in business, we see skills. What is the end game there? What are the profits? Business people will see that. But let me ask you one thing. Business people also need networking. They need a network, they need communication. And I think a degree or a college, when they go to a college, they form those relationships. Every aspect of life, whether you're a businessman or a farmer or anyone, You need social skills. I think those skills develop when you are in a community of like-minded people who came to do the same thing as you. And as she pointed out, it gives the same level for a rural and an urban setting student, right? So the skills will be in a even level field. So it will not be like only the urban people are getting the accessibility to knowledge or anything like that.
So you were adding something to it. Please tell me.
So your initial question was how can we be the job givers? So I completely agree with your point that degree gives us the networking, but if we talk about the large scale, many of the degree holders, they are not entrepreneurs because degree was not designed for innovators, designed for problem solvers. Because Macaulay in 1935 designed an education system in the British government for clerks, Indians as clerks for the British government. To state, he said, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinion, and moral and intellect. So he designed a system for the clerks for the administration of British government. So this highly involved memorization and recalling. So our current exams mainly based on memory and recall while exams. So it is not for the innovators and problem solvers.
You talk about the Macaulay model. I would also like to add to it that since independence, a lot of changes have taken place in India's educational system. Now, especially for your generation or for the last few years, we are seeing that there are, interdisciplinary approaches which have come. There are degrees which are offered where there are co-credits as well. So I am not exactly sure if you would like to draw from the Macaulay model now, but I would definitely like to take up this point about how some of you have talked about social equity and how the degree plays, acts as a level playing field for everyone. You wanted to say something related to it. I saw something coming up there. Please tell me.
Like how she mentioned, that it gives a equal platform to a rural learner and an urban learner. I think that's a very, this is if we are assuming equal resources to these people. Which I don't agree with. I don't think rural people and urban people have equal resources. So it's a very important question. And also, we also need to realize that the requirement of an urban student and a requirement of a rural student can be very different. And the skills they require, what they want to learn and pursue also can be very different. So this common ground is a little assumptuous when it comes to their resources and availability is what I would like to say.
Interesting point. Did you want to say something about it? I thought you wanted to add something to it.
Okay, so as she said that, okay, there's not a common ground. But when I spoke as from the wide view lens of a nation. So a skilled individual, they contribute to a company, right? But an educated population, it contributes to a country. So that's...
One more thing I would like to say to that is, India is, there are a lot of people who are coming from the agricultural background. If you look at farmers, I think they are contributing a great amount to our country.
Well,
and
over 40% of the employment is still in agriculture.
Exactly. So I think, yes, it's a good point, but I also think that just because you have a degree, that does not make you a contributing citizen or someone who is actually working. Yes, obviously there are cases, but there are also multiple cases where there are people who are purely based off skills, contributing a vast, like a lot to our country. Yeah.
Okay. So, in that sense, then is this an alternate thought where you're saying that degree may or may not be there, but skills are important in order to take the country ahead economically? Is that what you're saying?
Definitely. That is exactly how I view the discussion for today. Because as I said before, I don't think we were talking about if a degree is important or not. Definitely, it can be important in a lot of professional cases. The point was, in the future, what is going to make us progress? What is more important? Which I definitely think will be skills, for sure.
I would like to add, so you said skills will be more important in the future. There are many countries which have adapted systems like Germany, Switzerland. So they have integrated degree with skill and innovation. Okay, they did not abandon degree. They did not abandon skill. They integrated them both because they know that degree will give the foundation for the skills to develop. You can argue with me that the foundation which we get in a college, we can get via YouTube, via Coursera. But what is the proof or what is the certification that you are put into rigorous training in that foundation skills? The degree gives us a certificate saying that these people have gone through 3 years, 4 years of the same syllabus. They know the foundations, otherwise they cannot pass it out. And one more thing, when you say skills will be more important in the future, I think it will take a very long time for India to realize that skills are more important than degree, because our sociological aspect which we are seeing in society right now, society is degree driven. When a person comes and says, what do you do? He doesn't say that I have these skills. He just says, I'm an engineer, I'm a doctor, I'm a biotech engineer. He doesn't say that I have this skill, so I'm getting a job. And even if you're a business person, the first thing your relatives or anyone asks, what did you study? That society or the aspect of human psychology which constantly asks us for credibility will not change in a very short time. Or I don't think it is going to change in the next 20 or 30 years just because a new generation of people are coming into business or anything.
I think these societal norms, this want for credibility, I think this is exactly what we should be looking into, because as my fellow speaker said, that even if you have, okay, you have gone through 3 years of rigorous training and you have a degree, but again, you have written exams, is that still proving that you are skilled enough to perform a job? Or when you are going for a job interview, are they asking you to perform these skills? If degree itself was a proof that you have gone through 3 years of training and you have written some exams, why are we required to show these skills? Because I think we have already proven ourselves when we have that certification, right?
I would like to continue. Report says that 70% of employers are now going towards skill-based hiring. But
Several reports have also pointed out how there's skilling gap in India, and because of which our youth are either underemployed or unemployed.
Yeah, I'm going there. So 70% of employers are going towards skill-based hiring, but out of those, more than 50% still value a degree holder over just a skilled person. Because as Dr. Premika said, a degree shows that you have gone through 4 years of exams, classes, and you have completed something valuable. It shows a discipline. So employers still value a degree.
But then that's the question. When we are going to an employer, the gap, everyone is educated. The gap comes in the skills of these people holding a degree. That is the most important question. Because you are holding a degree, but there is a skill gap still present there. That is why exactly we have a skill gap in India right now. And these companies that are hiring through skill-based hiring, which you can take for Google, AI, they are great companies and they are doing really well. So I think we should be focusing on developing these skills.
Also, yes, so why we are telling degree is because my cousin is from Triple IT Kalnoor. So he landed a 70 LPA job just after college. So college placement, 70 LPA. He got that through networking. He had great skills. He had great coding skills specifically. So he landed that job. Another, his batchmate, to be noted, his CGPA was just around 6. His classmate had a CGPA around 9.5 something, and he landed a 15 LPA job. That is the highest. Because do you think the person that landed, my cousin, who landed a 70 LPA job, he would have landed that in a tier 3 college without the networking he had there?
So Okay, this is turning into a college debate. I think let me just step in here. So, what is interesting here is the kind of finer dilemmas that you seem to be seeing and facing at your stages. Obviously, when we see there's a lot of urban-rural divide, there's a lot of divide between tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towns as well. And even with respect to sectors where skilling is required, we are seeing that high growth is especially in sectors like, say, AI, machine learning, data analytics, cyber security. So we are talking of putting apples and oranges together at some point in time as well. But considering that there are several finer aspects that all of you are bringing into this conversation, you're also bringing in a lot of social awareness. I want to field that one final question to each one of you. Everyone, including the government, the experts, talk about what should be done in order to make sure that India progresses and keeps a high GDP and continues to be a high growth economy without unemployment. What do you think that path should be? What should be that balance? If each one of you can give me a 1-minute answer, maybe?
Okay, like I mentioned before, when we are progressing as a country, like one of the biggest issues right now with hiring is not lack of educated people. It's the lack of skilled people. As we have discussed till now, that the skill gap is what is huge in India. So I think, yes, having a degree is great, but is this degree providing you with the skills that you're going to use? So I think we should be focusing on gaining these skills if we want India to develop in a more global perspective, where they are meeting the standards and the new trends that are coming in. So I think focusing on learning these new skills through different methods will be great. And even when you're learning skills, you are networking. It's not always one-to-one learning. I'm learning skills in this room today. Sitting here, I'm learning a lot of skills about how my people are talking. Everyone else is talking, how people conduct themselves. All of that at the end of the day is a part of the skill that you're learning.
Is there a wish list for your own educational institutions or, for a more equitable way of educating for jobs?
Definitely. I think that there should be a policy around the basic skills required, so like communication, like leadership. I feel that no matter the college, rural, urban, semi-urban, I feel that it should be there. So if I was to ask maybe the government, or if I had a platform, which I do now, to make a change, I would tell them that maybe we should start implementing these really important skills into our degrees and into our education system. There is a growing need and a space to create these skills. Let me give you an example. We had the the CBSE paper leak recently, and there was a student who found out issues within the website. Now that student is a 10th grader. That student is able to hack into a literal NTA website. We can see that the young generation has this itch in them, that they want this space where they want to learn more. And I feel that we should be giving them that space. Maybe in an education system, give many elective courses everywhere. So that's what I would say.
I want to answer your question. So about the hiring part. So I think degrees initially had a role, and slowly it is losing that role to show the skills. Okay. So to correct Dr. Premika as well, India has noticed the skills, and it is the Pradhan Mantri Vikas Yojana, Kushal Vikas Yojana, but it taught the skills, but it didn't become the credential that companies use for employment. So I would say the answer is that either this degree should be corrected, so the degree must have skill based. So at the end, the degree must show how much skills you have. That's my point. And or another credential system should be made that is accessible for all, and the employers recognize it.
I think there are 3 layers to this problem. One is the educational problem, where the curriculum is lagging behind the trend or the evolution of the technology. The education system is lagging behind. We are getting maybe after 5 years, they're going to revise the curriculum, 3 years, they're going to revise. By that time, technology is leaving us far behind. So after that, we have practical experiences are not there in educational system. I think that integration should be there during all courses, all degrees. Practical exposure should be there. And the second point is employability, like skill gap is there that we should address. And the third one is economic problems, like insufficient jobs are there, insufficient quality jobs, which the degree or the skill, if they're having, the jobs are less. Where there are less, they should be improved. And also we have to address jobless growth where AI is involved. We are having jobless growth. GDP is there, but jobs are not there. AI is taking the job. So that we have to address. All the three should be addressed. And I think in the future, they're going to see degree as a base for knowledge, that these people have knowledge. They're going to judge skill as saying that they are, their performance is good based on their performance. And they're going to see the reputation also, because reputation gives you the trust with which people can give you any job or any opportunity.
So at the end of this discussion, do we really come at a conclusion on whether it's going to be degrees or skill, what's going to be more important for future? I think these young students from Khaja Banda Nawaz University and Amity University have brought in a lot of perspective. They've shown how intelligent, how perceptive the younger generation is. And while we discuss about them, they've also given their own wish list for the policymakers and for the government. So thank you for settling that debate. We are talking of the fact that it's not just degree, but also skills which are going to be important in the future. And also it will have to be equitably distributed. So the concern about the kind of education that's available in metro cities versus the kind of education in our rural areas, whether AI and other technological tools can be used in order to fill that gap. Wonderful discussion. Thank you so much, all four of you. It was lovely chatting up with you, and thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you. Yes, please. There are questions coming in for you.
I am Subramaniam, a chartered accountant. If you ask me simple, which is more important, degree or skill, one word I will say skill. Because the exception is where the particular field requires a particular qualification. Like, for example, lawyer. You cannot practice as a lawyer or you can join a firm as a lawyer unless you are qualified in law, like chartered accountancy or medicine or as an engineer also. So generally, skill is more important, but degree will be useful to some extent only. So for example, I can make it simpler in this way. Degree without skill is no use. Skill without degree can go. It can be accepted. And skill with and degree, again skill without degree also is okay. So that way it can be concluded. And except one more exception is there. There are some jobs like, for example, commerce job or some other job where the freshers, they don't need anything other than a degree. But the degree would have already taught them some basic skills. With those basic skills, they will be able to start the work. So in course of time, they will develop the skill. And one more thing is regarding agricultural field. For example, the father would have done the agricultural farming work.
Or the mother, so there's a large number of women farmers as well in India.
Yeah, they would have done according to what their fathers have taught them or like that. But now the agricultural graduates are coming, their degree will be useful because they have done a systematic course. In that, they will know why we are doing certain things and all, so they will be able to contribute more.
Thank you for your perspective. So the idea was to have this kind of granular conversation with the youth and what they think about this. Thank you for this.
Just one more, if you can, if it's an observation, fine. If it's a question, please keep it short. Thank you. Please. Can somebody pass him the microphone? It's getting to you, sir. It's getting to you.
I'm happy there was such keen engagement in this session. Thank you.
Yeah, there, right behind you.
Madam, one thing is degree is acquiring knowledge, madam. Second one is they should degree with a skill oriented and job placement should also be there. Universities are totally confusing students nowadays. Am I correct or not? But I am telling you the truth. Because they should get some employment and they should get some money. Monetary benefit should, because lakhs of rupees students are spending now on degrees. So some urban students is okay, whereas concerned rural students, they doesn't know English forming, sentence forming they don't know. How can they become a good employer or give generations to employment? So madam, please focus this younger generation. For law, degree is important. For medicine, degree is important. Some courses, degree is important. But degree plus skill-oriented plus job-oriented. So our Prime Minister is telling that one word, these are all should forgotten. They should create a job, one family, one jobs, madam. Then only the country will develop, madam. Please. Thank you. Very kind of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the engagement.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate, well done, guys. Really appreciate the discussion around skill sets or degrees. I'm not too sure what I was doing at that age. I did go to college, but it's very clear that they've got a perspective, almost a lot of things around what life has to offer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, then moving on to the next of the sessions. I think it's a session that is important, not necessarily for one age group, but for pretty much everybody you would imagine, perhaps more for a certain section of the people that is coming through in our society. The matrix can hear you, chatbots and mental health. I mean, that's the subject that is up for discussion. I repeat, the matrix can hear you, chatbots and mental health. So that's the subject. Over the course of the next 45 minutes or so, we shall be addressing this important aspect that is very, very relevant in the modern day society. May I kindly request you to put your hands together, first up for Dr. Amit Malik, who's the psychiatrist and founder of Amaha, one of India's largest private mental health organization. Just about getting set up there. Over there, sir. Dr. Amit Malik, if you want to take your seats over there. He's dedicated his career to making quality mental health care accessible at scale, and he trained in psychiatry in the UK, earning membership in the Royal College of Psychiatrists, and holds an MBA from the London Business School. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request Dr. Prabhas Chandra, who's the Professor of Psychiatry and Director NIMHANS, to please come forward. She's also held a visiting professor position at the University of Liverpool in the United Kingdom. She obtained her MBBS degree from the Lady Anning Medical College, New Delhi with honors, and was a gold medalist during her MD in psychiatry here in Bengaluru. She has been a principal investigator in 25 international and national research projects as well. In conversation, of course, with both of them will be Amrita Tripathi, who is the author and mental health advocate, an author, a podcaster, and award-winning former journalist with over 20 years of experience in media and technology. He's also the founder of New Imprint and Interdisciplinary Thought Leadership Studio. And besides that, she's authored 3 novels, most recently The Other Sister, and of course, the former head of content partnerships at Twitter, now of course called as X. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining us for what promises to be a very interesting conversation. I think this title, The Matrix, The Matrix can hear you. There's not going to be a debate about that. The Matrix is always listening. All of us are being tracked constantly. That's what it means to live in a techno-capitalist state, the way the world is right now. We're here to talk about the mental health implications of that. And that means for each of us, what is our late night doom scrolling? What are our chat GPT late night conversations, our online therapy? What is all of this doing to us? And just a note that we're not going to be here just for the doom and gloom, much as that was my initial thought. But Dr. Malik and Dr. Prabha have promised to make this as light a conversation as we can, but substantive. So I thought we'll start by talking about the good, the bad, the ugly. So we know that in a country like India, conversations access to resources, understanding about mental illness and mental health have had, we've come a long way in the last 10 years, certainly since the pandemic, but we have a long way to go. So to some extent, you can say, when you talk about the good, bad, the ugly, and Dr. Prabha, I'll start with you. First, with social media, you find, the good side of it was that you could democratize some of these conversations. You had access to a vocabulary that previous generations didn't. And here I have to say Gen Z, the Gen Alphas, I think the younger folks have shown many of us the way in terms of being open to these conversations. There's the bad and the ugly now when we talk about the potential for harm when it comes to relying too much on tools like Gen AI. We're calling it the matrix broadly, but chatbots that are not designed for mental health therapy. So your initial thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. So I think this is a topic that is debated endlessly, even in mental health circles, because we are actually seeing it happening. So when we see it happening among people in the general public who probably don't have a disorder, but more so among people who are vulnerable, particularly the youth. But you'll be surprised to know that even the elderly are actually going into ChatGPT to ask about sort of mental health distressful. How do I get over my loneliness? How do I manage, this particular feeling that I'm very depressed or very low, or how do I handle my grief? I think it's a problem of our times. Loneliness seems to be one of the biggest problems that many of us are dealing with at this point. So ChatGPT actually, or Gemini, or whichever one you're using, actually offers that support at 2 a.m. in the night, when you don't have a relative you can talk to, when you don't have a therapist you can talk to. And 2 a.m. at night is the time that all the negative thoughts come to everyone's minds, like we all know. So I think, so there is the good. So it's supporting, it's helping. But I think the bad is that right now, regulations are not good enough. Guardrails are not good enough. They're getting better and better. The way ChatGPT was responding to mental health questions maybe a couple of years back is very different from the way it's responding now. So if now somebody says, I'm really feeling distressed, I feel like killing myself, ChatGPT immediately says you have to contact a mental health professional, refuses to give too much advice so that you then don't go into that loop. So I think that's one important change that has happened. So I think the way we need to think of it is not in binaries. It's not good or bad, but how do you use a chatbot to help yourself?
But that change, we should point out, came out after people lost their lives. It was very widely publicized in the US. Family members went to Congress to discuss this and to push for guardrails to be put in place. To some extent, Dr. Malik, I know that we've all talked about, we're all using these tools constantly. When do you think, as we kick off with your opening remarks, when do you think it's sort of the good, the bad, the ugly? And we will have to talk about data and privacy concerns at some point. Right now, we're talking about many of us using these tools that are not designed to be mental health interventions. They are chatbots, they can be, in an earlier generation, it was getting advice from your social media, fan of choice. What are your thoughts on the good, bad, the ugly?
Thank you for having me here. I think I've now worked in mental health for 25 years, not as long as Prabha has. But one of the things we've talked about constantly is this big idea of treatment gap, right? The number of people who do not get access to services. And the good bit is that this can be a bridge to access. I'm not saying this is the access, I'm saying this could be a bridge to access, which means this could triage, this could give people the first layers of getting to services, getting to professionals. So that I think is a good, because the unlocking of, do I need to see somebody? What kind of professional do I need to see? What do I do when I see them? Or the unlocking of all of that, which has kept people back from going to services and seeing professionals, is getting unlocked. And we see this more and more, right? And there's also very early evidence with some context-specific specialized apps of moderate benefits with some general mental health conditions. So I'm being very precise here. I'm not talking about general use apps like ChatGPT or Claude. I'm not talking about serious mental health conditions. I'm saying with some general mental health conditions, or common mental health conditions as they're called, with some context-specific specialized tools, there is some benefit of, moderate degree of benefit of. So that's the good, right? So people can begin to benefit. I'll also caution us to say we are talking about things as they stand today. This is a really rapidly evolving space, basically, right? And as Dr. Prabha was saying, from 2 years to now, it's changed dramatically. I think the bad is the level of uncontextualized, is the right word? Non-contextualized disinformation that can be spread, right? So actually taking some information from somewhere and giving it to somebody whose context is very different is the bad bit. And the ugly bit we've talked about, right? The ugly bit is reinforcing delusions, reinforcing somebody's eating disorder, reinforcing somebody's OCD, reinforcing somebody's suicidal thoughts to the point of giving them a plan to end their life is the ugly part, which was caused this huge drive now to fix that and then bring the guard. So I do think there are long-term, there's a long-term play in which at some point it'll hit a critical point, mass where it'll actually be really good. I think the biggest thing is knowing what it can do and can't do and what you are using it for, and you being the driver and not the chatbot.
Can we have a show of hands of how many of you have used Gen AI? You don't have to say whether it's mental health or not. A show of hands. Have you used ChatGPT? Have you used Claude? Have you used Gemini? Mostly, keep your hands up if you've enjoyed the experience. Yes, yeah, let's not lie. You've had a mostly positive experience. Hands up. And we know, thank you so much. I think what we've seen is, except for, I would say, the one use case I sometimes say is, except for when ChatGPT says Amrita is an amazing candidate for any job, which it frequently says when I put my CV in, or when it feeds me back, you know, a great pep talk when I need it and says like, you know, you're probably the best person to apply for this job, except for that use case where it's obviously true and it's not sycophantic, except for those kind of use cases. Where do you think it's helpful for us, Dr. Prabha first and then Dr. Malik, to think through how we're using it versus delegating to it? And we were talking earlier about these, you know, there's an MIT study that says in the general use category, we're seeing early signs of cognitive decline. If we're giving too much control over the Gen AI. So for example, for social media, for marketing, whatever your role is, where do you see that thin red line?
Yeah, so I think like Amit and I were talking earlier, the research in this is still not adequate, you know. The studies which have been done are in small sample sizes, may not be very highly powered to give you robust evidence. But having said that, I think there's early evidence that excessive dependence, not just use, but excessive dependence on Gen AI for anything is actually showing signs of cognitive problems in a few areas. So the first thing is critical thinking. So, you know, the previous conversation that was going on education. So excessive use is decreasing your ability to think critically because you're taking pat answers. And that's true for therapy as well. So you see, what does a therapist do? A therapist is basically not giving you those answers, is making you think of those answers yourself so that ultimately the therapist becomes redundant. That's the whole purpose of therapy, that you grow in such a way that you can manage your problems yourself. But Gen AI doesn't do that. It kind of reinforces that, you know, I will give you all the answers to be dependent on me. So it's decreasing that kind of critical thinking. It's causing what we call cognitive laziness. So people are not thinking of problem solving on their own. So there's evidence that that's causing that. And I think that's a very nice term. Like, it's actually making us a little cognitively lazy, emotionally a little lazy, because we're then seeking answers from something which doesn't understand our context at all. You know, creativity is another major, and creativity is so important for mental health. So I think these are areas where I think the problems are beginning. Memory, not regular memory, but visual memory. So we often, you know, we think of something, we think of a problem, and we visualize things, we imagine things. That takes it away. And imagination and visual memory is very important. How it's going to impact long-term cognition, we still don't know. There is a difference between young people using it and the impact on cognition, and older people. In fact, the problem is more in younger people, because the older people already have developed over years critical thinking and analytical thinking and decision making. But for the younger people who are excessively using it, this is adding to the problem. So these are some of the challenges, I think, which are gradually, being published in literature, and it's a space to be watched.
And this is across the board. We're talking about general population.
Absolutely, general population. Yeah.
Dr. Malik?
First of all, I need to know what questions you're feeding your chat GPT to get that answer.
Is Amrita amazing, objectively?
I have a 12-year-old, and the argument I get back when I give the same narrative, he calls it a lecture, that Dr. Prabha just gave, is like, but why would I ever have to think without it? It's not going away anywhere. It's here now. It's not, which is fair, and it's a hard one to argue against. Just going back to the study we were talking about, right? The MIT study is very interesting. The term they use is cognitive offloading. And it's very, very interesting because it takes it's a control study, it takes 3 situations, right? It takes somebody who's using ChatGPT, somebody who's using their brain only, which is what the old school way, and somebody using their brain plus search engines. And it's so Google, Bing, whatever, right? And it's very clear that students at MIT, right? Students have used just their just LLMs, just learning models or AI, show weaker brain connectivity, report lower levels of ownership to the task, and poor ability to quote their work back compared to the other two. So there is definitely, in control situations, early evidence that if this is how you develop from the age of 12, which is my son, to the age of 50, it's going to have a long-term impact on you being able to think creatively. The challenge with that, and this is what I tell my son back, is that at some point, it's not going to be clear who's running the show. Right now, you are running the show, and that's a tool. Tomorrow, are you going to be the tool and that person running the show? Then the bot's going to run the show. And that's the challenge if you're not evolving your ability. So I still think it's a tool. I think it's a very useful tool. I mean, I'm a heavy user. I use 3 different LLMs for different things. And the notes for this talk are generated by ChatGPT. But at the same time, I contextualize heavily, right? I was just telling Amita, my prompts are 2 pages long sometimes. So I contextualize heavily when I do. So I'm doing the thinking first and then feeding back into it.
Do you use it for therapy?
No. I have 2 very, very painful therapists.
Human therapists at the moment. But, again, maybe Dr. Malik and then Dr. Prabha, when you're seeing use cases in India already, and, Dr. Prabha was saying earlier that there's always a third person in the room now for when it comes to mental health experts. Actually, maybe you can go first. What are some of the cases you're seeing already and anecdotes? And then we'll go to Dr. Amit.
Yeah. So, it's a third person in the room. So I don't even know whether you want to call it a person, actually. Best not to humanize it so much. But it's a third support tool in the room. So you have the psychiatrist, you may have a psychologist, and this person is also using ChatGPT. And a lot of my younger people are actually checking with ChatGPT if what the psychologist is doing with them is appropriate or not. So it's quite interesting. And so rather than sort of denying and telling them don't use it, I think we need to come from a place of curiosity. And that's what I usually do. I ask, okay, you're using it. Can you tell me what it said when you asked this question, or how did it respond to this situation? Because then I can use that and work with it. So I think it's very important to accept that that third thing is there in the room and you cannot deny it, that it's there. The other thing is that people who are very vulnerable, who are sort of, going into psychosis or becoming psychotic or having bipolar, often ask questions like, I feel I have this great power, I can change the world, what do you think? And sometimes it can actually encourage you to think like that because it doesn't contextualize. It's getting better. It asks you now whether you're sleeping okay, whether you're eating okay. Are you hearing a voice that, God is talking to you? Or is it just you feel it's a spiritual experience, but it's still not sophisticated enough? So I think for people who are highly vulnerable, who are already probably in the prodrome of something more serious, it can actually, cause problems. But otherwise, it's there to stay. And for all of us, curiosity is the only way out.
And it's getting better also because it's being trained on your data. So I'll come back to my favorite bugbear, which is what's happening to your data when you don't know, when you're not using an AI tool that's been designed for mental health specifically. But Dr. Amit, some of the cases you might have come across in India?
So we are one of those rare organizations that is service-based organization. So we have a hospital, we have clinics, but we have a 40 people team just working on tech and AI development, right? And where I believe the use case sits today very safely is on the clinician side, where we are helping develop tools for clinicians that can make them more effective, reduce their workload, reduce administrative burden, all of those things, right? So that use case is very clear, and we are very confident about that. I think on the client side, what we are doing now is trying to see if we can build a robust matching tool, right? Like today we are 250 specialists, therapists, psychiatrists, and saying, how does a client or user who's never been to a specialist before scroll to 250 people and figure out who to go to? So can we give them a shorter list of 5 or 6 people who will meet their criteria better and do that? And so we are piloting it. It's still early days. That's what we are doing, right? Then what people are using it for is to get validation. And I think the understanding that therapy especially is not about agreement. Sometimes it's about creating that therapeutic friction to get to a certain resolution outcome is very, very critical to knowing that actually a psychophantic chatbot is making things worse for you. And then using specific examples, right? You get people with OCD where people have these obsessive thoughts and they have to then follow compulsions, and chatbot then encourages them to undertake the compulsions. So then you're back, or you're a mania and you have grandiose ideas, then again, you are reinforced. You end up doing risky things if you're eating disorders, again the same thing. So we've seen a bunch of that where chatbots have reinforced things. We've unfortunately with younger people seen where a chatbot conversation has led to a fairly risky situation of them planning their self-harm. And so it's fairly risky. And the biggest nuance, I say it again, is...
Sorry, is it me? My delusion. Can you hear this? Yeah. Should we worry about this alarm? We're good? Okay. The machines are fighting back, Dr. Malik.
I'm deaf. Don't ask me if I can hear something. I'm totally deaf.
I just, yeah, go on.
And so I think the biggest nuance is it's a great tool in the hands of somebody who knows that what the limits of the tool are, what it's used for. And going back to your question about data, you have to know where data goes. And so we end up using a corporate pro account because it doesn't use the data to train the models. But almost everybody in the general public uses data. Their data is used to train models, basically. So knowing that your data is not confidential, knowing that that's what you're signing up to, sharing sensitive information, all that. And now, by the way, people are using the chatbot conversations in court cases. So it's actually being pulled back. So actually knowing all this thing is not really a fully private conversation. So knowing that nuance is very important when you use it to something.
And I think when you consider the confidential nature of what people are sharing when they're looking for mental health support, that's one layer of nuances to add, as opposed to how we use ChatGPT or, of course, Claude for other things. There are, of course, specific chatbots designed for mental health support. We've seen Vaisa. Dr. Prabha, you were telling me about Telemanas now having its own chatbot. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so as people know, Telemanas 14416 is the number, which is like a free 24/7, 20 languages, Government of India supported, NIMHAN supported sort of service. So it's basically a line for mental health support available throughout the country, and we've already responded to 3 million calls with a lot of people from 2-tier cities actually calling, including the range, the younger people, older people. So we've realized that there's a lot of things that a chatbot can do before you reach the person at the end of the line, the counselor. So there's, support for, like, for example, checking in of the chief complaints. What are your problems? So if it's sleep, then the counselor knows in the dashboard that this is a problem related to sleep, and I'm sort of gearing myself. I can save time. So we are using the chatbot for things like that, which I think is a very, very useful method to sort of prime this person into trying to understand what is it that you really want, and for the counselor to use the time effectively.
I love that. And 3 million calls, that just gives you a sense of the scale of, people reaching out for help. I think it's also a good sign that people know when to reach out for help. Dr. Malik, then Dr. Prabha, what are some of your suggestions, friends in the audience, when people ask you, look, this tech is not going anywhere, like your son mentioned. We're presumably going to see it iterate and get better and better, but you never know, because again, keep in mind, these are companies that have designed this, right? Sometimes we talk about it as if it's like an altruistic phenomenon. It's not. What are some good sort of suggestions or pieces of advice you would give, Dr. Malik and Dr. Prabha, on how to use this better?
I think very important. Let's start with the top, right? Let's know the limitations of what it can and can't do, right? What is if it's a general purpose chatbot? It's not the best thing to use for mental health, for example. There's some phenomenal work happening in mental health chatbots. There's a company called Slingshot in the US. There's tons of money. They're doing phenomenal work, and I think in the next couple of years we'll see something amazing. But that's not where we are yet, right? Secondly, you need to know where your data is going. The data security is very, very important. I've seen enough people get into a soup because that we see a lot. We don't see as many people in the managed does, but we still see about 10,000 patients a month. And so for us, we see enough volume of people getting into a soup, right? And the third is, in your ecosystem, especially with children, young people, watch out for some signs, right? Watch out, just start saying things like, my chatbot knows better than you. They start saying things like, the chatbot is the only one who understands them. They start thinking like, I'm going to just check with my chatbot first. Then you know that the balance is shifted. So just keep a watch out, especially if you have young kids at home, that's where the conversation is going, then just be more careful about that. So know what it can do, know what the limitations are, where the data is going, and then look out for signs of it being used for more than what it should be used for.
You had one more red flag, which was if it's defending the chatbot.
Yeah. So you're wrong, my chatbot's right? That's what you get an argument with your parents and you say, no, you're wrong, my chatbot's right.
Does anyone here have this feeling that we're wrong and the chatbots are right? Please raise your hand. That's a red flag. So if you start personifying it, though I don't know, there is this whole concept that they are becoming sentient, so you never know. But if you feel people are taking the side of a chatbot, choosing, let's say, Gen AI or Claude as a companion as opposed to human interaction, Dr. Prabha, some more red flags?
Yeah, so both Gemini and ChatGPT have this thing that please become my best friend, please become my therapist. You can actually tell the best friend to be this very accepting person, or you can actually personify. So you can tell chatbot, be my best friend and be like this, be a girl best friend, be nice to me always, or be my therapist. So you can actually train ChatGPT to become your therapist or your best friend. So it won't give you like generic advice. It will start talking to you as if it's your best friend or therapist. And I think if you look at the studies which have been done, what are people using chatbot, the ChatGPT or Gemini for, Gen AI? They are using it either to be their friend or their therapist. Stop. And that has been throughout the last few years. So it tells you something. It also has been seen that people, it's two-way. People who are lonely use it quite a lot to get over their loneliness. So if people are, migrated from one country to another or moved from some place, don't have enough friends, they are using it a lot. So it's okay. They're getting some solace. But people who are shy, who are socially avoidant, use it a lot, and they become even more socially avoidant and shy. So I think the fact that the predominant reason why people are using Gen AI is to be a best friend or a therapist, to me, it's a little worrying. And I think that's what we need to watch out for. Yeah.
And especially because loneliness is becoming such a huge phenomenon globally. I'm already feeling like I want to apologize to my friend Claude and ChatGPT because I use them a lot. So like many of you, I have given them attributes. I find them very helpful. They've built my website. I probably need treatment from one of these two on the stage. But, just jokes apart, I think the idea being we need to think through our use constantly. And you both have said this in different ways. Are we using the tool rather than tool using us? And secondly, when we talk about like cognitive offloading a little bit more, and then we'll definitely open up for questions. What do you think in terms of what's going to shape your usage going forward? And maybe, Dr. Prabha, you're talking about character AI. You can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah.
And then we'll come to guardrails also. I had not heard of character AI.
Yeah, so character AI is basically a chatbot where you have a string of characters. So you can talk to Elon Musk, for example. You can talk to Einstein. You have all the, all the anime characters and all kinds of things. You can make yourself into somebody's child or somebody's wife or somebody's girlfriend or boss. And you can actually have these amazing interactions. And a lot of young people really enjoy it. I mean, think how we binge watch a Netflix series and can't get off and keep thinking tomorrow what's going to happen. Here, it's so much more immersive because you are actually creating your own story. And so it has huge dangers. And a lot of young people are pushing back on it right now, saying, you know, I went into this and I got really disturbed and upset because it went in a way that I wanted to become more exciting, more exciting, more exciting. And where does that lead to? So I think character AI is something that we really need to watch out for. It's great fun. It's enjoyable. I've used it to just like have fun. But I don't think I think it has great dangers for younger people, particularly for children and adolescents. And there are no guardrails about age. It just say declare your age, but beyond that. So personally, I feel, you know, to take your other conversation, to take it forward, use ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, like a wise owl sitting on Athena's shoulder. You be the thinking person. That can just be an owl which is maybe giving you some support, but don't convert that owl into yourself, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure there have been movies about this, of the dangers of, and just keep in mind that it's been designed in such a way, right? So Netflix is addictive. Infinite scroll has made social media addictive. So that this tech is also, the way it doesn't want you to end the conversation. Again, sorry, Claude, I enjoy our conversations a lot. You've been very helpful. It's one thing to know, Dr. Malik, what you're getting in for, what you're actually using it for. And it's another, if you're not emotionally regulated, let's say, maybe you can take that as well. Those use cases where you think, again, what should I be worrying about? When should I use it? And how are you changing your use, if at all?
I just, before I answer that, the example Dr. Prabhat just used of Character AI, it was the fastest growing LLM application website last year.
Yeah.
So this is not just a sideshow. It's really taken the whole world by a storm. My personal use case, I use it for everything. Right? And I use it for everything work. I use it for nothing personal. And that's just where my use case today is. But I use it for everything work. I spend a lot of money now on cloud tokens for the team so that they use it for everything for work. It's great for productivity, great for coding. It's great for setting up. We've now got agents who are working on our rosters. So doing a lot of work at the back end of an organization is fantastic. Right? What we're not using it for at all is doing any client-facing work. As I said, the only client-facing work we're trying out now is using AI to try and match you to the best clinician. But even that's in a pilot right now. It's going to take a lot of time to prove its validity, basically. So that's kind of where my use case is. I think the thing is, it's going to shift because even within the last 8-10 months of using Claude, I was a ChatGPT user, I started using Claude 8 months ago. The improvements are so dramatic. And the more context you feed, if you have a pro account, the more context you feed, the more. Right now, I run my entire leadership team through ChatGPT. So literally brainstorming for the next month's agenda, brainstorming for our business priorities, brainstorming on one-to-ones with my leaders. Literally, it sets up the entire agenda for me every month. And so I use it extensively, but I still think setting the context, heavily prompting it, and using it as a tool for you is where the scope is. I don't know how the use case is going to change. I really don't know.
Have you seen any impact on your own decision-making skills?
My baseline cognition was not very great anyway, so
That's not the pilot that we're gonna run on. I think one last question from me. When you both were talking about how it might be more difficult for younger people. We have so many cases, and especially if you look in India at cases of death by suicide, a young population that is very acutely distressed, does not have access to help. You have an epidemic of bullying across the country, big cities, small cities, urban, rural. In these kind of situations, it's not impossible. I mean, it's not a stretch to see why people will turn online and look for help. What is your take, both, Dr. Prabhan?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think it's a great tool if used properly. And like I said, if at 2 a.m. you are feeling really low and nobody's around, and you want some solace and companionship and somebody to say it's okay, it'll be all right. These are the tools, the way you handle this bully at school or college. I think it's great. I think the point is that excessive usage, not knowing when you need to turn to a human, becoming too dependent on it is what we are very concerned about. So in fact, even the suicide thing, I was going to give a talk on suicide and I really wanted to know what happens. So I asked ChatGPT, I feel like self-harming myself. What shall I, can you tell me some methods? It just did not respond. It said it gave me Telemanus number, it gave me all helpline numbers and said, go there. It just did not, it refused to engage. I tried something else. I said, tell me what is the toxic dose of paracetamol. It again said, for what do you need it? And then when it was not very sure, it again sent me to helpline. So I think, like you said, Amit, it's actually learning more and more. It's getting better and better. So I think that's a positive.
These are interventions, though, because of awful, terrible cases that have happened. Also,
and I think everybody needs to raise these red flags.
Yeah.
Every time you interact and you find something is off, make sure that that gets rectified.
Yeah, and I think ChatGPT has a record now of you, and it has got your questionable assumptions. But these are red flags, dependence, people who are in distress. But Dr. Malik, we are saying also people don't have access sometimes. So
I think, okay, let me just split it into two parts, right? With young people, especially children, you have to know what they're doing online. I know it goes against the grain of Gen Alpha and Gen Z, but I don't really care. You have to know what your child is doing online. You have to know their chat history. You have to know their social media history. Keep them off social media as long as possible. Don't give them a phone. I've said this multiple times. I feel strongly about it, and there's very unequivocal evidence around that, right? So that's the first part. If your child is using a chatbot, you have to know what they're using. So my child does not have a private chatbot account, right? He's not allowed to have one. His email is linked to mine. So I know what he's using, and then that's the end of that. He's not allowed to do anything else. And it's not a happy conversation all the time, but that's what it is. So that's the first part, because it's especially dangerous for kids. It's just too impressionable. They're just not able to discern at this stage what's safe and what's not safe. And so I think on the other side of it, from a mental health access perspective, I'm in this kind of dilemma, which is saying, I know the narrative. I've been in the ground of where people just struggle for access. They find access, it's expensive. All this, I mean, we run a private service. We know we're inaccessible to so many people because they can't afford it. It's just the reality of what it is. And so you understand and empathize as to why somebody would use this. And frankly, it's okay. As long as there is some degree of support. I think my worry with what Prabha just said was it's actually gone the other way around. Chatbots have become almost, the guardrails have gone the other way around, all to the other extreme. Like a year ago, they would have given you the toxic dose of paracetamol. Now it's like won't talk to you at all. So the midway they've just still struggling to find is saying, can I be supportive without doing that? I think that, so they've just gone and shut. So, sorry, I'm rambling a bit, but my point is you have to get these things better. Till they get better, there has to be some degree of public oversight and regulation that supports it. And my expectation is by the end of this decade, you'll see fairly robust, validated, automated tools that will give a whole population access to at least the first line of emotional support, if nothing else. And that's very exciting for me. I think that is really exciting.
But presumably we still need humans in the loop, and the more we can create support systems in our communities, the better, in our families, of course, and in our communities. I think if anyone has questions, there you can raise your hand. There's no judgment here, though I was already... did anyone write any notes or questions? There's one there, there's one here. Can any young person? Yes, I saw you. Also women, any women with a question? I'm profiling there. So the lady in the sari first, then there's a gentleman back there, and there's one here. Any elderly? Profiling for any elderly person, any vulnerable person. I'm joking. We just never.
Namaste, my name is Gautami Siddhi Lakshmi. I work with children, adolescents, and parents. I teach them EQ skills, leadership skills. I've been in this field from past 15 years. I see a clear change before COVID and now, and we have to do something about this. It's time. Because my beautiful children, they're doing well. Suddenly the parents complain that, something is wrong, something is missing. The child is misbehaving, not studying, not focusing. And then I asked, is there a gadget access? The child would have got a brand new iPhone for the birthday. Within 2 to 3 months, there's a huge shift. And I think as a society, we need to intervene and do something. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think we completely agree with that. And, Australia, as you know, has made it sort of had the social media ban. How effective it is, we don't know, because ultimately it's the companies which should take the responsibility. It can't be parental, one more responsibility on the parent to kind of course, from our side, we can do many things, but I think the tech companies also need to be responsible for this whole, to identify, to verify age and make sure that, to change do something, and it is possible. If they want to do it, they can do it.
I mean, and the other thing I'd say is that I've been on both sides of the debate. So there's no debate about it's bad. I don't think anybody's debating that anymore. And the big debate, I think, and I was talking to Dr. Sen, he's been to some of the central government conversations recently where the debate's really been about, should we ban it in India, not for kids, right? So we ban social media in India for kids. And one school of thought says, you ban something, kids will find a way around it anyways, and what's the point? And one school of thought says, yes, we should ban it. I'm still in the ban it camp, and I'm saying, yes, you can say the same thing about drugs, and you can say the same thing about alcohol and tobacco, and it's banned, and the kids at least know it's bad. At least it's signaling. Even if they find a way around it, at least it's signaling to say that it's bad for you, and that's why it's banned. And that's just a conversation starter. So I'm one of the few things I'm fairly militant about is saying no phones for kids before 16. Absolutely.
Can we get a mic in the back?
Hello. So I wanted to know, a lot of the things that you mentioned in the beginning, like the negatives of chatbots, they sound a lot similar to the issues with social media when it comes to this, so like self-diagnosis, misinformation, echo chambers. So do you think that there isn't much of a difference between the two? Has it become worse? Are chatbots better than social media? So would like to know what you think about that.
Oh, that's really good. I think, I think I was eliding a little bit these two very different use cases, but similar behavior patterns, because we know that essentially the harms from social media, including addiction, including all that we've seen in the last few years, they came to light much later. So there was this feeling that, okay, tech companies should know better by now in terms of when the Gen AI race started. I don't think that either of you think it's exactly the same. I think we've outlined slightly different behavior cases, because on social media, usually, I mean, now it's a lot of bots, but usually it was people. So any misinfo or disinfo was actually human generated. In this case, it's more behavioral dependencies.
I was just going to say, I see this as totally two different use cases. And the reason I say that is that there's actually very little good that comes out of social media, honestly. And use it for information dissemination, and there's some psychoeducation that happens, but those tools are structured to be addictive, right? The KPIs that the companies measure themselves on is about your scroll rate, your time spent, all of those things are what they are trying to optimize for, which is means that it's designed to be addictive. With at least with the LLMs, at least I can see a positive use case, right? And for me, the dopamine hit here is more significant in my view right now, at least where I can see the use cases today with clients. There's a significantly more rapidly progressing dopamine need that then gets solved by scoring more intensively. And whereas this is still at least feeling for large parts being an adjunct rather than being an addiction at this stage at least.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the social media feeds into a different kind of part of the brain. Gen AI is slightly different. Maybe better actually than the kind of high that we get with social media, especially if you look at the brain neurobiology.
And one way to slow it down is use the pro instead of the regular. It gives you responses a lot slower, so the hits go down, and then you get better answers. You get them a bit slower, basically. So.
Still, we have a couple of minutes. Maybe one. There was one question here in the front.
Ranjit here from Samisa Binsa. So one quick question, like Prabha ma'am had told me some time back, saying that there's something called as cognitive laziness that is building up. As well as you also said there's a situation building up that people are actually forgetting what they were doing, as well as shifting the ownership to AI. When do you think this becomes a problem? Then this is just a trend right now. One day this is going to be a problem where the next generation is just going to say, I did it because AI said so. from without even knowing why they are doing it or what they are going to do. For example, one example I can tell from my personal life is that my son was suffering from fever 2 days back, and we checked his temperature. It was only 96, and I said, you are totally normal. You can go to school tomorrow. 10 minutes later, he just came back and said, Papa, you are right. I said, yeah, I'm always right. What's your problem? He said, no, Germany said so. You are absolutely right. So I can go to school tomorrow. So I was happy that he was double checking it, sir, but there is a good point where, he is not even skilled to know what is right or wrong, but he said, Germany said so, so I'm accepting it. So when do you think that will be a problem? That's a question I'm asking.
Yeah, so just to qualify, I mean, that is a great question, a great point. Just to qualify that the studies which have been done is based on overuse of ChatGPT. So, people who use it for more than so many hours a day. And the cognitive laziness is actually called metacognitive laziness. Metacognition is basically thinking about thinking, higher end thinking, not the sort of routine thinking, but higher end ability to think that if I have 96 temperature, then maybe it's not really fever. I may be having some infection, but it's not. So that is metacognitive thinking. And then why is my dad saying something? So that kind of thinking is actually a problem with overuse of AI.
But I do think, like we saw the lovely question to the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister in the morning, we're not very far from kids like your kids saying, Gemini uncle said, and Claude auntie said. Thank you all so much. Time is up. Thank you for being an amazing audience. Thank you to the panelists for fascinating conversation.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Much appreciated. I mean, in the times that we live in, it's an absolute necessity to discuss about this issue overall. Right, this particular session was sponsored by Khaja Banda Nawaz University, and can we have the AV of the sponsor, please? Right then, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take a quick break for about 10 to 15 minutes. The next session starts at 5:15. We'll request you all back in the hall around 5:10 to 5:12. Thank you. The next session will start at 5:15. Thank you.
Sabi Sabinsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sami Sabinsa Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sami Savinsa, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Muhammad Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
दीदी, रोहिणी को क्या दूं बर्थडे गिफ्ट?
हीरो पे डिजिटल गिफ्ट वाउचर दे दे।
किधर मिलेगा?
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के बॉबी पे यूपीआई ऐप पर।
मतलब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में अकाउंट खोलना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, लेकिन बॉबी पे के लिए कोई भी बैंक अकाउंट चलेगा।
चैंपियंस कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, हाँ?
बॉबी पे, वन यूपीआई ऐप फॉर एवरीवन। ए, तू चीटिंग मत कर।
अरे आप आओ तो हर बार हाथ निकले तो चीटिंग गए।
From monumental icons to technological structures of unimaginable scale, these aren't just feats of engineering. These are milestones that propel India towards a promising future. An institution that believes in taking leaps. Larsen and Toubro, leap to new heights.
That phone spins.
Thank you. From street food in Vietnam
To authentic baklava in Azerbaijan.
From shopping in Malaysia
To shopping from duty free in Indonesia. Got it all.
in a whiz.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. Million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grande's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grande, transforming lives.
Sabi Sabitsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sami Sabitsa Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sami Sabitsa, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision: to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Mohammed Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047, Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
दीदी रोहिणी को क्या दूं बर्थडे गिफ्ट?
₹1 डिजिटल गिफ्ट वाउचर दे दे।
किधर मिलेगा?
बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा के बॉबी पे यूपीआई ऐप पर।
मतलब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में अकाउंट खोलना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, लेकिन बॉबी पे के लिए कोई भी बैंक अकाउंट चलेगा।
चैंपियंस कीप थिंग्स सिंपल, हाँ?
बॉबी पे, वन यूपीआई ऐप फॉर एवरीवन। ए, तू चीटिंग मत कर।
अरे आप आओ तो हर बार हाथ दिखाने तो चीटिंग गए।
From monumental icons to technological structures of unimaginable scale, these aren't just feats of engineering. These are milestones that propel India towards a promising future. An institution that believes in taking leaps. Larsen and Toubro, leap to new heights.
That phone spins.
Thank you. From street food in Vietnam
To authentic baklava in Azerbaijan.
from shopping in Malaysia
To shopping from duty free in Indonesia. Got it all.
in a whiz.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. Million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to to create a history. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grande's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grande, transforming lives.
Sami Savinsa Group is a well-known multinational health and life science company worldwide. Over the last 3.5 decades, the company has been introducing the magnificence of Indian herbs and traditional Ayurvedic wisdom to the global arena. Dr. Majid's success story is full of persistence, passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership that led him to take Sami Savinsa Group to astounding success.
Ayurveda is the mother of all medicines. It's a very old tradition and it works. And what I saw was standardization was missing. And I saw an opportunity for me to use my knowledge that I gained in the US pharmaceutical industry.
Backed with state-of-the-art R&D facilities, employing over 120 scientists and over 1,800 employees across 8 manufacturing locations in India and the US. Under its dynamic leadership, committed to value creation and sustained growth, while being an ethical global partner.
At Sami Savinsa, our journey began with a clear and compelling vision to transform rigorous scientific research into wellness solutions that improve lives while staying rooted in sustainability and integrity.
So when my father, the late Dr. Mohammed Majid, started this business, it was really to bridge the gap between traditional Ayurvedic medicines and to bring in modern research so that consumers all over the world could have access to these incredible ingredients.
Telangana, with a mission to build a $3 trillion economy by 2047. Telangana is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation, AI, quantum technologies, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, and next-gen entrepreneurship. Iconic projects are redefining the future. Bharat Future City, one of India's most ambitious urban innovation districts, and the Musi Rejuvenation Project, transforming a historic river into a vibrant green corridor for tomorrow. This December, the world meets in Bharat Future City to witness a state shaping India's future.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get across to the next session of this evening on day one. It's a new avatar for the silver screen, the global reach of OTT. I repeat, it's the new avatar for the silver screen, the global reach of OTT. That's something that we shall be discussing. Please put your hands together. First up, ladies and gentlemen, for Huma Qureshi, who is, of course, a very, very versatile Indian actress celebrated for her powerful screen presence and authenticity. She made her Bollywood debut with Gangs of Wasseypur way back in 2012. Lovely to have you with us, Suma. And established herself as a breakout star. Since then, of course, you look at the screens, De Ishqiya, Badlapur, Jolly LLB, Leela, Maharani Season 4, and Delhi Crime Season 3. And then Bayan, one of her recent projects, of course, where she was honored with, has been nominated at the Toronto and Busan International Film Festivals. Love you. Thank you lovely to have you with us right here. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Kritika Kamra, who's slowly but steadily established and evolved into one of the most compelling and credible performers in the digital and the film space today. Consciously built a body of work defined by depth, versatility, and authenticity, from the warmth and relatability that she brought to the great Shamsuddin family and the quiet strength she portrayed in Hush Hush, to a powerful turn in Bombay Meri Jaan, the layered intensity of Gyara Gyara, and most recently, her striking performance in Matka King. Lovely to have you with us as well. And in conversation with both of them is Mumbai-based entertainment journalist with an experience of over 25 years, Rohit Khilnani. Currently, he works with Bollywood Hungama, a 25-year-old credible entertainment website. He hosts a popular talk show called Talking Films. Great to have you with us, Rohit. Big round of applause for Rohit Khilnani.
You're done?
Over to you, Rohit.
Thank you guys that's quite a crowd for both of you. I also have 4 friends, as you all saw. Guys, these are different times. I've been covering this for a long time, but these are times even I have not seen. Do you guys see a change that the film and the entertainment industry is going through? I'll give you an example. People not going to the cinemas, people staying at home, watching just everything at home and just happy on Instagram, films not doing well. These are scary times also. But again, as some films come and just break everything, box office records and reviews and everything. How are you actors seeing this change? Uma, if you want to start.
Okay, I'll start. Well, we're living definitely in very, very exciting times. And I think one has always seen that technology has such an impact on human behavior and human consumption. So what we're witnessing is not something new. I remember, my parents talking, about how the VHS business or like, having set-top boxes or all of that kind of stuff would be changing consumer habits. So definitely, for sure, I think every few months almost it seems like the world is changing. and hence consumer habits are changing. I don't, as an actor, as a producer, I don't see it as an alarming sign. I, in fact, think it's time for us to sort of dig deep in and really sort of connect with our audiences and being like, okay, there is a change. The change has happened, and perhaps with the with COVID and that sort of period, sort of consumer habits sort of have really changed. People were forced for the last few years to sort of be at home and sort of really watch a lot of content on their screens. Possibly also the kind of stuff that they have seen. Like I know my parents have suddenly they started watching a lot of Malayalam cinema that possibly, back in the day they wouldn't have seen, or we all are watching so much like foreign language content with subtitles, which perhaps a few years back we were not like really open to. So what it really does is that the overall viewing IQ, if I may call it, has kind of, gone up. And that, I think, forces us as creators to sort of really look at ourselves and being like, okay, what can we offer differently to our audiences? We cannot pick up scripts that belong to even 2015, sort of regurgitated scripts and like, fix them and try and, put them out. I think audiences are going to reject it. They are rejecting it. And I think OTT has shown, that if you just make good stories, people will connect with it. I think what needs to happen is that the theatrical machinery has to sort of, and the gatekeeping over there has to sort of, match up to what the reality on ground is.
Right. Kritika, you are someone who transitioned from TV to OTT and movies so smoothly that we didn't even realize.
I did.
You made that change. Now, what all changes are you making because of exactly what Huma said, that, audience won't accept something that's slightly dated? Is this a scary time also, and is it a wake-up call as well? What changes are you making?
I also don't see it as something that's alarming. I think that the audiences have become discerning. They have a choice. And today they want to only go out and spend that kind of money and time when something excites them.
Right.
So they go for scale, for surprise. They still go for emotions. And the story is now the hero finally. And I think we've moved away. Of course, we still have stars, but I think we're moving away from that. Right from the buzz when a trailer comes out or just chatter about a new project starts, you can tell if people are excited or not. So they are making their decisions based on what they see first, which is great, which pushes us as creatives to do better. And for me, I think this is a great time because the format and the templates have stopped mattering that much. It doesn't, the length of something does not matter anymore. A lot of people ask me, what are the top 5 things you've seen this year? And sometimes they're all series, Good cinema can be in any length today because of OTT and because of how we're making these, films on web, series on web. Of course, there's the theatrical experience and television has always been there. So there are more avenues, more opportunities, and that's not a bad thing.
Can I just say something?
Please.
I know we've had 2 chief ministers here since morning, but can we have the air conditioning back? Is there a reason? Is this some kind of security protocol? We're just like melting over here.
Yeah, that's just the lights also. I'm sure they'll take care of it. Huma, are there enough offers and are there good offers?
For me or for...
For you, talk about yourself. Are there, the impression that everybody gets is that you all must be getting a lot of offers, बहुत सारा काम है industry में, OTT आ गया है, things are crazy, like you all must be rejecting too many. Is that a reality that there are many offers, and also how many of those out of 10 would be an offer you will be like, okay, let's consider this?
Okay, so let me say this. I think statistically speaking, overall the kind of projects that are getting made, at least I'm talking about Hindi, have drastically gone down. That they've really gone down. Which is really sad. It's very unfortunate. Maybe perhaps it's not for people like us because, we've already been established or we are working. But I do feel for a lot of new people who want to come in or for a lot of like daily wage laborers, it's an actual issue. Because if I'm just, again, like I'm saying, if, for example, there were 10,000 projects getting made, now that number is almost half of that. And we see that all around us. But having said that, it's also not that some... बहुत ही दिमाग खराब काम हो रहा है ऐसा भी नहीं है आप लोग को तो पता ही है I think constantly when we keep talking to you I go and I talk to people they're like oh why aren't you making this and why aren't you making that I keep kind of getting that kind of feedback I think there was a phase in which some really like great storytelling was being backed, which I think led to this sort of explosion of the OTT. But somewhere I think we're still again in the middle of a flux where we're trying to really understand like who it is that we are catering to. And I think that's a very, very important thing. I mean, I think I started doing OTT just at the advent of it. When I did Leila for Netflix, I think I was the first female who was kind of headlining a show. And I remember at that point in time, I think I said this to you before, a lot of people were like, why are you doing OTT? If you do OTT, people will think nobody's offering you a film. A Bollywood heroine shouldn't be doing all of that. And I was like, no, I'm watching some really cool content from all over the world. And that's where the good writing and the good directors and the good talent is sort of moving to. And that will definitely happen in India as well. And of course, we had this boom where, I mean, we can take so many names of like stars that have popped up because of OTT.
Just take the names.
I mean, I am a fan of like Jaideep Palawat and Vijay Varma. Yeah, Kritika, like everybody. I feel like there's just been such amazing, amazing talent and they've done some exceptional work. And but I don't know, somewhere again, I think a round two of that churning needs to happen. We need to reevaluate like, again, what are we making? Who are we making for? Because I feel like we're kind of slipping into a bit of a stagnation.
Right. No, what you're saying is right. And a lot of actors tell me this, ki kaam kam hai. Same question to you. Kaam kam hai. Are there enough offers and are there enough good offers?
Now, good offers is a different conversation altogether, right? Because also over the years, your filters change. What you're looking for from a story, from a project, that also changes. And I think that Uma's absolutely right. There was some incredible work in the beginning. We took some big leaps, and now we've just kind of like suddenly gotten scared or something. I think now people are investing in where a project is going to go instead of what that project is going to be. So unless you know the destination, which platform, what are they making, what do they need? So it's become kind of like now appeasing or sort of being made for numbers, for data.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I'm like, hate watching cannot be a metric we aspire for.
Yeah.
Cringe watching is not a metric that as an artist I want to aspire to do. Sure, is getting the numbers, so congratulations. But like, there are many things that make numbers. I don't want to be part of it.
Yeah, visibility is taking precedence. Right. It's just, that's more attractive to people because that gets money. And that's a scary place to be in.
Right. Right. Both of you have made it. Is it what challenge comes to your mind that when you came to Mumbai, when you came to become an actor, without connections, without a godfather, what's the challenge that you remember that you faced?
Just knowing people, having access. Access is the biggest thing. I think I've said this before. Even now, I feel there's so many rooms I don't have access to. I feel so many projects will not come to me or will not get offered to me because I don't have access to those spaces. And it's not a problem. Like, it's not something that I like to talk about in terms of, oh, I'm such a victim. But I feel, but it's a reality and it must be stated as is.
Yeah.
But having said that, I feel like if you're just like bullish enough and stubborn enough, you eventually keep knocking on the door. So either somebody opens the door or you break it down.
Right. So, Kritika, then what do you do? Like, does one message a director directly and say, hey, I would like to work with you? How does one get work? And this will just help younger actors also, what you tell them?
It's a little, it's not as simple as that. It's a bit like, it depends on the situation. If you know somebody's casting, you can message them. If you know them, it's easier. You have to first have the access, first have the number. Now, over the years, one has met enough people, they would remember you from something or some of your work, things get easy. But for somebody new, it's really hard to do that. I don't know if they'd get the response they're hoping for. And that's where access really, really matters. Also, just some guidance. Maybe mentor is the word, but just somebody who's been around this business, somebody who can tell you what to like. When I came to Bombay, I didn't know the difference between mediums. I didn't know what was different about being on television. I mean, of course, as an audience, I knew that, there are films and there's TV, but I didn't think there was a difference in craft and there's such a hierarchy.
Yeah.
Nobody told me that. I didn't know that for many, many years. So Yeah, but I think, yes, today you can reach out to people. Social media makes that easier for you as well.
Mhm. So if a girl, boy from any other city wants to come to Mumbai, will you say yes, do it, and what will be your advice? What should they do?
Of course, you should do it. You should follow your heart. I think I'll be the last person to tell anybody not to follow their passion or not to follow their heart. I think the most difficult thing to live with your entire life is the burden of unrealized dreams, you know, or to feel like I didn't even try. You can fail, and that's perfectly okay. But if you didn't even try, I think that guilt will be very difficult to live with. So I think, boy or girl, you should go to whatever city you know your heart desires and try for whatever vocation you want to do. But you have to understand that it's going to be a very uphill task. It's not going to come easy. I mean, we all love in popular media the overnight success narrative कि बस वो वहाँ गई और उसको message किया और फिर वो film मिल गई और फिर उसके बाद तो then you become this big star. But I think it makes for great like headlines, but it's like seeing the iceberg just and judging it just by the tip of it. There's so much more that's underneath it. There's years and years of like hustle and toil and hard work and building your roots and understanding, which nobody sees, which nobody captures, which never gets talked about, which possibly an article, an interview can never really encapsulate. You know, and I think as long as you're in it for the long haul, just remember it's a marathon, not a sprint.
But I see a lot of young people spending more time creating content these days. Of course, create content if you are passionate about it, if you like it, for the money that is in it, for popularity that comes with being a recognizable face. But I see a lot of young people doing it now in the hope to get noticed, or for that one video to go viral, or to be cast in something because of their Instagram following. I think that is a waste of time, in my humble opinion. I think it's much better to come to Bombay, do something really around films, whether it's assisting somebody or just auditioning every day. That is much better, because at least at the end of that, you come out a better actor, a better performer. But I see a lot of people seeing, you know, again, success stories where somebody got spotted and somebody got this role because they had these, you know, these many followers. And a lot of people have started doing that. And I've also seen some people break down. I don't know if those videos have come on your feed, but, you know, of people just breaking down and saying it's not working out. I think doing it the old school way, coming to Bombay, if you can. I know it's not easy financially and otherwise, but doing something about or around acting is so much more productive if you want to be an actor. If you want to be a content creator, sure.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, because I feel like somewhere along the line, the lines between being an influencer and going viral and an actor have kind of blurred. But I mean, I also don't necessarily blame the people making that content, because वो बेचारे तो they're looking for access ना, तो उनको जो समझाया जाएगा वो करेंगे.
Correct, but
I
that
don't
is
judge
also
the
not
executives,
easy.
the people who think कि somebody should be cast not for their acting talent, but for being viral. Like, I judge those people actually, because you're the decision maker.
But then what about sustainability? You know, you want to be in this, you have to think about longevity. Like you said, it's a marathon. If you want to come here and make a career of it, that one break is not going to do it. You have to keep proving yourself again and again and again.
Right. And this what you said, does it happen that, you know, people will come and they'll think they'll hang out at a Starbucks in Warsaw or be at a Starbucks below Red Chili's office, and someday Karan Johar will come and support you and say, chalo, isko hero bana.
It has happened.
Karan Johar goes to Starbucks.
I was spotted outside my college in Delhi.
You were spotted out to college?
But you're so pretty, yeah.
Yeah, that's, everybody in the room agrees to that. You know, I've done Actresses Roundtable, you both have been on it. The one topic that we discuss every year, because we want to keep the conversation going, is pay parity. Today, now that I'm sitting with y'all in 2026, where are we? Will Huma and Kritika, if y'all are in a movie or a web show, along with a male actor, same, everything is same, you know, role, the number of days of shoot, will you all get paid the same amount? I can see Huma has an answer, but...
I think it depends on the producers, actually. I don't... I'm not very qualified to answer this, because when I've been the lead, I've been paid more, and then, you know, when you're in an ensemble, it's different, and, you know, there are those things. But I also want to say that we talk about pay parity, and there are many examples and a lot of stars have also said that it's not the same when you're both indispensable. There is a difference between what the male actor gets and what the female actor gets. But I also feel that we must extend that conversation to parity on other fronts as well. What about screen time? What about complexity of character? What about marketing? There is so much more that if you compare what is given to a male lead, a lot of the times the female lead does not get that.
Uma?
Yeah, because films and series are, made only for the male gaze, I guess. And women are just accessories to that journey. And that mindset is so deep-rooted and so entrenched that it's just bizarre. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Which is why I always say, don't ask the women about pay parity. Next time you have guys, just be like, why aren't you offended that your female co-star is not getting as paid as much when clearly the project is, mounted on both of you? Or, for example, there are enough and more examples of women just being used as a titillating tool, or just somebody who's there singing and dancing to help the guy on his journey to, beat up the bad guys. And I'm like, no, boss, I can protect myself and I can also beat up some bad guys. You just have never given me that space to express myself. I don't need to just be waiting for you, or like longing for you or showing you hope. What about you doing that for a change for once in my narrative?
Is that one of...
Sorry.
Please.
Projects like, for example, Maharani or the Great Shamsuddin family, or, these you can't look at these because, of course, Huma is the lead of Maharani. So she's going to be paid like that. We have to look at projects.
If another guy was doing season 5 of Maharani, I think he'll be paid far more than I'm getting paid.
No, I don't think so. I think you would be paid more. I don't think so. Not on Maharani, no. But we have to look at some other, like for example, we all know that a lot of stars get profit shares out of collections. How many female actors can command that? So, yeah, I think that comparison has to happen on projects and between...
And if she asks for it, she'll be called difficult.
Of course. Even if she didn't, she'd be called difficult.
Right. So, what is that one of the reasons that you became a producer and you want to produce? Is that the next step that let's do our own thing?
Hindi में कहावत है ना क्या विपदा में आपदा. You guys understand that?
I was thinking, बैल मुझे मार.
Also that. I think the idea is, eventually all actors want to, control IPs, want to control the kind of stories you want to tell, how you want to tell them. It's very difficult, guys. It sounds very cool to sit over here and, say it in this, but it really I'm graying faster than I want to. But it's a lot of work, but I think it's also a lot of satisfaction. So my production company, Salim Siblings, is my brother, Saqib. And I think both of us have had that journey, quintessential outsiders, this thing where you are like, you get that initial success because, people feel you have that talent. But then, of course, there is a ceiling that's always put to you. And then you're always like, but why am I not getting that opportunity? And both of us are not the kind of people who would cry about it. We would be like, okay, what can we do about it? So I think turning producer came from that sense of like, okay, we want to tell our kind of stories, and even if it takes time, even if it's difficult, even if it's uphill, even if every single time we go out, people are like, "Kyun kar rahe ho? Kya problem hai? Acha to chal raha hai." So you're like, no, but it's something that I want to do because I feel like I'm not just here to be popular for popular's sake. I want to create impact stories. I want to be part of impact narratives. I want to tell stories that, after 10, 20 years I retire, I'll look back at my filmography and I'm proud of the work that I've done.
Right. Both the titles that you mentioned, The Great Shamsuddin Family and Maharani. I mean, Maharani, imagine this is when it started. Was there a plan to make season after season, and did you all know it'll become very successful?
No, not at all. Nobody believed in that show, I think. In the sense, it was this tiny show, and I don't think anybody thought something was going to come out of it. And till I think even when the show launched, and I think the first couple of reviews had come, they were not very favorable to us. So in fact, we were quite depressed. Maybe the show's not going to do that well. And I think Thursday it had dropped, but by Sunday afternoon, I started getting so many calls and the numbers started coming and you're like, oh no, people are really watching it. And it is, I think, one of those rare shows that the writing is so supreme and the direction and, Mr. Subhash Kapoor, his entire team of writers, and every season we have a new director, but they all are so incredible. and there's so much attention to detail. And I feel like the beauty is, of course, the backbone is the writing, because they never, like, we talk about ideas like women empowerment, or like, you know, we talk about representation of women in politics, but you're always talking down to people. You know, you're talking down to the demograph, because you feel like, oh, they're not there where you are because you've just probably read more books or you're more educated than. But they actually wrote for those people, were actually in the language that they would understand. And I think that's very, very difficult. Right. You know, we do a lot of like Heartland shows, but the misogyny is so prevalent. Here was a Heartland show where it was not misogynistic, it was not patriarchal, but it spoke in a language that was understood by the people it was meant for.
Right. You know, when the great Shamsuddin family dropped, and I watched it, and I was going to record my best actress roundtable just 2-3 days after that. And I called Kritika. I said, you have to be on it. I know it's a very short notice. I don't want you to think that I'm calling you last minute, ki someone else dropped out, so you come. But of course, we did a wonderful show that time. But you know, what kind of reactions you still get? We were sitting in the room behind, and everybody was talking about that. That has changed things. And tell us, how does something like this get made?
With great difficulty. It took Anusha about 7 or 8 years to make this film. Same, when it got made, we didn't know where it was going to go, what was the home for this film, who's going to watch it. It's a really small film, hardly any marketing, nothing really. But the great thing about web is that people keep discovering things for like months and years, and that's lovely. And right now the film is traveling the world, it's being screened at different film festivals, and it's so nice that women world over are connecting with it. For me, it really changed something. It's made me braver. I'm doing another indie film because of the love that Shamsuddin got. Wow. It gave me the confidence to take a chance. And what about those small, you know, those small films? Where are the small films? They've just disappeared. You know, those mid-budget small films have absolutely, like, you don't see them anymore. And there's a space for that. And I want to be part of those. And Shamsuddin is testament to the fact that people also want to watch emotion. They want to watch something warm, heartwarming. They don't just want to watch crime. They don't just want to watch spectacle. Of course, there's a place for that. There's a huge space for that right now. But what about a heartwarming comedy or a family drama? Why aren't we making more of those?
Right, but will you balance it with something commercial as well through the year? If you're doing 2-3 projects, one for the commerce and one for your artistic satisfaction?
I don't choose things like that. Like, that's never a thought when I'm choosing to be part of a film or a series. But it happens sometimes on its own. Like Matka King came out, and many more people watched it. Right. So in terms of reach, that was maybe more commercial, you can say. But it just, they're both special to me. I like the stories, and I would still go back and do them.
Right. Right. You know, Producers Guild issued a statement recently saying they have very valid concerns that the industry is going through a turmoil, and, you know, actors should not back out from projects very fast, like, you know, just before shooting. Not talking about any particular case, but as an actor, if you have signed something and you suddenly change your mind, or you don't like the script suddenly, what is a good time professionally to back out from a project?
I think, see, when we make films, it's a very, very long and a lengthy process. And there are many, it's a very difficult journey where essentially the coming together of a whole bunch of people, you know, is contingent to what their working relationship is going to be. It's very difficult to comment on A, B, C, and I wouldn't want to do that. It's not my place. Having said that, I can only talk about my personal experience. Whenever I've, you know, felt that, I mean, we're in creative discussion or meetings or narration, and I feel like, no, this is not something I'd like to do, I'd like to inform them well in advance, because that's just the standard I hold myself to. But it has also happened with me that many a times, you know, I've been replaced for a film and I've got to know about it from the papers, and they didn't have the decency to inform me as well. So I think it's really a question of ethics. And I cannot judge on, you know, any situation sitting from the outside, because one doesn't have all the information. But I feel like we all have our own moral compass and standard that we should hold ourselves responsible to.
Right. Kritika, you want to add something?
Same, I've been on both sides of this actually. Very early on in my career for a TV show, I had absolutely no negotiation power, but I said yes to something and I didn't want to do it. And I had an honest conversation. It was early days and they were kind enough to let me go. And I've been replaced. Some things have not gone on floor even after signing. I've signed contracts, multiple film contracts, and none of those films have happened. So I think for everybody involved, it's great if people uphold their commitments. I do too. I take professionalism and my conduct on set are very high on my priority list. I think I bring that to the table. So I expect the same.
Right. What's the industry has some things that a lot of actors tell me, say there's a pap culture which is just increasing by the day, which has become a part of a system also and part of commercials as well. Social media has gone in another direction. You have to post, you have to, be there, out there. Are these distractions, or is there any change that you would like to see in all these systems that are going right now? Including, I'm talking about everything, paid posts, all kinds of things, just putting 4 stars for every film. Is there any change that you expect, that you'd like to see?
Initially, again, like most things, this was great. It was great because visibility, because you were able to connect with people, audiences could see their favorite actors. But now I think one needs to differentiate. I am very clear in my head that this is not part of work. This is great, but this is not work. Being seen or being visible does not mean being relevant. And when I say relevant, I mean as an actor, because that's what's important to me. Correct. So right now, what I find really scary is how there are these big narratives online that are formed because of PR like this, and you don't know what's organic, what's not. It could be good or bad, but everything stays on the internet. And that narrative is not just based on, earlier it was about somebody's body of work, or for women, how they look. Right. But now it's about every aspect of your life. And if there is a narrative that is attached to you, it's very hard to move away from it.
Right.
So it's just, these are like crazy times. You can't tell what's real, what's not. And when everything can be manufactured, it kind of loses its sheen. So for me, I'm not really attracted to it.
Right. Uma, what is the one thing no one prepares you for? When you go become an actor, go to Mumbai and, you start getting work, what are the few things that you come to your mind that nobody prepares you for this?
The work hours.
Work hours?
Work hours. They're crazy. I feel like as an actor, like at least I don't have an off button. I'm always working, like in my head at least. I'm either working on a project, or I'm reading a script and assessing, do I want to do it, or I'm doing promotions for something, or then I'm supposed to go somewhere and attend something, or come for a talk, and everything is contingent to like, there's no off, like you're always in service of the work that you're doing. And I feel like, I used to think, I'll be an actress and it'll be like, I'll just do my hair and makeup and, go on set. And, you have all these, I don't know, at least like growing in middle class Delhi, you had these ideas of what a Bollywood heroine's lifestyle would be like. And it was quite, it was more cushy in my head than what it actually is. So whenever someone asks me, kaisa chal raha hai? I'm like, acha chal raha hai, mazdoori chal rahi hai. I feel like a, mazdoor.
Right, when you say hours, it also means shooting hours. It also means once you're on a set.
No, I feel like overall, of course. See, like I mean, your work day doesn't stop for me, at least when I've stopped shooting. It's also like your other life around you. That happens. It could be that I'm shooting a project, but somebody's reached out to me to read a particular script or to hear a narration, or I may have certain brand engagements, or I may have to just turn up somewhere because of a social thing, which is why I hate shooting in Bombay, because people like, I just like to go outdoors, because then you're like, okay, I'm shooting and I'm not in the city, so I can't. Because when you're in Mumbai, you also have to run a house, and it's all of those things as well. But so I feel like you're always in work mode.
Right. You've done TV, and we are told working hours there are crazy. Please tell us, what are those like? What were those like?
Oh my God, I've said this many times before, but I entered a set on a Tuesday once and left the next Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a studio. So we basically like, somebody used to hold my head while I would nap, and they'd do my makeup, and I'd go back on set. Shower there, sleep whenever you want to, and
that is.
I've done double shifts, like and as recent as like last year.
What?
Yeah, because it was, nobody wanted to do it like that, but.
Right.
I was shooting for Delhi Crime in Mumbai, and we had a short schedule for Toxic at the same time. So I would shoot for Delhi Crime, finish, drive, reach the jetty, take the jetty, go there, get ready, do 2 or 3 shots back. So I did this some 2-3 times in a week.
I did Bombay Meri Jaan and Bheed like that also for a few days. Same. Shoot, take a flight, night shift, take a flight back, come back.
After a point, I'm just sleeping like that on set. I don't care.
But yeah, but now it's there, and thank God, because I don't know how I did it early years. I cannot. And
caffeine and
I will not.
paychecks.
Is it possible to do one? Is it possible to do one film at a time? Because people will say doing 2 films is self-inflicted, right? You have signed 2 films, you have to do those 2 films.
I enjoy it.
Doing 2 films? No, I'd much rather do one.
One at a time, right?
I don't know. I'd be like, I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I've been seeing this on.
Are you a reader? Sorry, are you a reader? You read?
I'm very embarrassed, but it's really gone down significantly because audiovisual has spoilt me. I am just binge watching things, but I've come back to reading this year.
No, the reason why I ask is because I feel like when I'm reading also, I always read 2 or 3 books at the same time. So I'll read a book till a point. Then I read the other
I don't
one.
do this. I read one book at a time. I watch one thing at a time. I have to finish that. It's all or nothing for me. I can't even read when I'm shooting for something because that will eject me out of the script or something.
Right. Uma, I'll give you Kritika's number. You'll talk later. We have 6 minutes to go. I have been seeing
I meet you more than I meet her.
That's true.
That's true. I also meet you more.
One thing I've been seeing on social media, on Instagram for the past, can we get those red umbrellas? Huma, please tell us what is this? There were red umbrellas at a station, in metro station. What is happening with these? I just want to, we have got it here. Yes. Thank you. Huma, this is... What is this? What are you doing with this? Are you...
So guys, we've just invented something. It's never been done before. We invented a red umbrella.
You are at Hindu Huddle. You have to tell us more. You have to give me the headline.
Can I just sit like this?
Like I said, there's a timer. Yes. What is going on here?
So basically, this is for my film called Baby Do Die Do.
Baby Do Die Do.
It's a film that Saqib and I, my brother and I have produced, and we are releasing it on the 3rd of July in the theatres. And the significance of this red umbrella is that we were running this campaign where we were like, I'm playing a deaf and mute assassin, a deaf and mute hit woman.
You're a hit woman.
Yeah, and her gun is hidden in her red umbrella. And this is how she gets by in the crowded city of Mumbai, and she executes her next hit.
Did you enjoy playing a hit woman?
I loved it. Why should boys have all the fun?
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's a cool one. So
would you like an umbrella?
Give it to Shah Rukh Khan.
Right. So we'll take some audience question before we wrap. Yes, please raise your hand and a mic will come, and anything got to do with their work, let's discuss. Yes. Please pass the mic. Yes.
Yeah, we might need these umbrellas this evening. I'm happy to distribute to the best 10 questions.
Okay. You get a red umbrella. Change your question. There's time.
Okay. Yeah, my question is for Huma. Huma ji, आपने कहा कि आप जब ने OTT के लिए decide किया तो लोगों ने उसके मुखालफत किया and all these things. Good that you decided for OTT. But my question is, which role or project or series you think that you would have not done in a traditional cinema?
That I would not have done?
In traditional cinemas. You did that in OTT, but you could have not done in traditional cinema.
Maharani, definitely Maharani, hands down. I think that show has really changed my life. That show has changed how people look at me. And I don't think in a normal traditional cinema format that story would have gotten made. So I'm really grateful to that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes,
I am from Chennai.
Yes.
Does the OTT saves the pocket, but the cinema loses OTT loses your enjoyment with the family? What is your saying of it?
I feel that both OTT and cinema are extremely important. You have, who all are there in your family?
Yeah, with only
You're
a
married,
cinema
sir?
we can go with the family. We enjoy. We spend half a day.
But you like to watch movies with your wife at home?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No, OTT, not with wife.
So I'll suggest 5 titles to you after this that you can watch with the family.
Actually, enjoying cinema, enjoying film or anything. We go with family, spend half a day, half of your Sunday. You get stressed or reduces. If you watch with OTT, you break the films in 3-4 days and watch it on the 5th day or a weekend. So it takes a week to watch one film. But if you go with family, your stress reduces, children enjoy, they have some popcorn.
So you're saying you prefer cinema?
Definitely.
So I want to give you this umbrella.
Yeah,
Come.
I also want to say, sir, be like Huma.
Yeah.
The
Sir,
cinema,
3rd of
also
July.
watch something at home simultaneously.
Sir, 3rd of July, my movie is coming in cinemas.
This is how
You're from Chennai. It'll definitely release there. Under this umbrella, what is your wife's name?
Nivedita.
Nivedita and you must be under this umbrella and watch the movie. And send me a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need people like this to go to the theaters who are such
Good to know.
ardent fans of...
Good to know. Good to know. Like, most people complain about how expensive popcorn is, but good to know that there are people like that. So anything from this side? Yeah. Yes, please, sir.
First of all, thank you so much for this, the whole session. The questions you asked were so, different from what you would normally hear.
Thank you.
So it was fantastic, great responses. My fundamental question here is, there is so much content which we are watching, which is international, and we are taking it in, like Korean, Japanese, you name it. Why is Indian content not being absorbed internationally? I'm not talking about the Indian diaspora who's, watching the Kantara in the UAE and Malayalam movies and so on. But why are our content not being accepted internationally? What's going wrong?
That, Korean, that's true. Korean, the whole world is watching. Why Hindi, the whole world is not watching? That's a good question.
It's a really good question. And I think, for me, at least personally, that's the goalpost. I did season 3 of a show called Delhi Crime. And the season 1 when that happened, and Sri Mehta made that show. It was, again, not a show commissioned by anyone. He just made that and it went to Sundance, and that's how it happened. I do feel like, and I'm going to say this, the system right now does not support that kind of thinking right now. I feel we are so inward looking sometimes that we're not looking that there's a much larger piece of the pie that we can have. Like, I agree with you. I want to be part of like shows like Adolescence, Squid Game, Money Heist, that sort of like culturally break barriers, that we have our actors, our storytelling, our culture, our songs that the world is waiting for, but with a global lens, to sort of, shatter those kind of ceilings. So, I mean, honestly, all I can say is whenever you guys see that kind of content being made around you, it could be a small independent film, it could be like a big production that is trying to do like a global release, try and go and support it. That one pledge of support will go a long way in enabling those creators to have that confidence, because ultimately it's a business, right? We are purists in the sense we love the magic of storytelling. We'll watch a scene or a song and for years we'll be haunted by what it meant to us. But the people who run the show are also businessmen, so they need to have enough, like they say, bums on the seat for us to keep making these kind of things.
Right, I think that was the last question. Thank you so much.
Is there scope for your movie to go international? As an international?
Maybe do I do?
Yep.
Who knows, inshallah.
Right, so that's it. Thank you, Huma, Kritika, you all came to Bangalore for Hindu Huddle. And thank you, what a wonderful audience. Thank you, love the energy in the room.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Rohit. You're amazing as always.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rohit. Thank you so much, Huma. Thank you so much out there. So, I mean, honestly, just honest questions and just honest answers coming through from both of you. Just appreciate that. And the proof is there, out there in the middle. Thank you so much to everybody who enjoyed this particular discussion. Thank you once again. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about getting ready for the final act, which promises to be an absolute showstopper. So make sure you're here for that. Just a quick request to people who are right at the back. Would you mind just shifting a couple of rows and probably occupying a few seats which are in the front? Because the next session is going to be an interactive session. I think it'll be hugely appreciated if you can shift a couple of rows. Yeah, just waiting for a couple of minutes for people to settle down so that we can start with the final act. Right, I've been extremely deliberate when I said I'm not mentioning this as the final session for the day, because there's enough and more reasons to believe that this is not going to be just another ordinary session. This has got to be the final act which will make you go, wow, and that is what I sincerely believe. Simply put, the question that I would want to ask every one of you here in this room is, do you have secrets? Because if you do, you might want to guard them very, very well, because the man you're about to meet doesn't just about read your thoughts, he reshapes your reality. Naman Anand is somebody who's performed in over 30 countries and has performed for top personalities, including Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, MS Dhoni, Jacqueline Fernandez, Anushka Sharma, and also the Ambanis. Known as Bollywood's favorite mentalist and the official mentalist for the Indian Premier League 2025, he's here to do what he does best and leave you pretty much questioning what reality is all about. Let's quickly roll a show AV before we bring him up on stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a show like no other.
It's one of the finest fixed-term magician I've ever seen.
Get ready to experience the ultimate thrill ride. Give it up for Naman Anand Magic.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
I can't feel the energy of the room. I know we've had a long day and a lot of fun sessions. So how are we all doing? No, the left side, my left side is doing better than the right for some reason. So how are we all doing? Amazing. Just like you probably saw and heard, my name is Naman Anand. I'm a mentalist. Now, for those of you who must be wondering what a mentalist is, that's a valid question. Let me help you out. In very simple terms, I am a mind reader. And in even simpler terms, for people who still did not understand, your phone passwords, ma'am, your ATM pin code, sir, and just generally your deepest, darkest secrets are usually not safe in front of me. That's who I am. And you know, one more important announcement that I do not write in my introduction or do not let you guys know earlier is that once my session starts now, I get all the doors to get locked so that nobody can escape after hearing what I do. Sir is actually checking also in the blue shirt, sir. You're actually full of secrets right now that you're scared of. He's actually checking the door. All right, I'll come back to you, sir. But it's going to be a fun evening. Just like you all heard, this session is not like what you expect it to be. It's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of mind-reading magic. And this entire show, ladies and gentlemen, is made for each and every one of you. It's not for me, it's not about me. It's your mind, your opinions, your dialogue, and much more. So one last time to gauge the energy. Are we all ready? Amazing. So because I'm meeting most of you, rather all of you for the first time, I'm going to do a quick experiment, okay? We live in the world of influence, right? As a mentalist, I just don't read minds, I also influence minds. And I know all of us understand that term very, very well. So very quick experiment to prove how easily influenceable we humans are, irrespective of our caste, religion, country, language, doesn't matter. So we'll do a quick experiment. Can all of you keep your hands on your lap? Quickly, all the way at the back as well. Another disclaimer is that people who sit at the back and people who do not make eye contact with me thinking, oh, we're safe from Naman, he will not call us on stage. That's wrong. You all are the first people I call on stage, just letting you know. But very quickly, guys, everyone has to follow along. Can all of you take a deep breath? Relax. Don't worry, sir. Not making you do yoga at 6 p.m. He got very scared of it. Very quickly, I want all of you, each and every one of you, to think of a color in your mind. Now, don't get that expression on your face. Just a simple color in your mind. Do not say it to the person next to you as well. Be as relaxed as you are. Perfect. Whoever, and only whoever, thought of either blue or red, raise your hands up. Let me have a quick look. Quick look. Perfect. Keep your hands back down. Almost half the room. Quickly, one more time, each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen. Think of a number. Maybe let's keep it simple. Maybe between 1 and 10. Any number that comes in your mind first. Just get it and store it. Perfect. I see, sir, you changed your mind twice, but it's all right. Whoever, and only whoever, thought of the number 7, raise your hands up. Quickly. And keep your hands back down. I got a quick look at it. Lovely. Now, there's a third group of people here who did not raise their hands both the times. Can you guys raise your hands up? This third group of people. And keep it up in the air for a couple of seconds so that I register you guys as well. Perfect. You can keep your hands back down. Now, usually, ladies and gentlemen, this third group, every show, I've done like thousands of shows, this third group always feels very special. They think that we don't think like the others. We're outside the box thinkers. We're very creative. We're extraordinary. That you are. But ladies and gentlemen, this was just a way to find my first couple of volunteers. And I think, ma'am, on the table right there. Yeah, the one who's looking back. Yeah, can I request you to join me on stage for the first act? Don't worry, it's a warm-up. A round of applause for ma'am. Give it up. And I'm going to quickly grab a mic as you join me. Perfect. Ma'am also, I think, is one of the groups here who did not want to come on stage and was hoping I do not call you. Ma'am, but can we have a name on the mic, please?
Hi, I'm Tejni.
Tejni. Yeah. All right. Tejni, I feel that you're very scared to come on stage.
I mean, I was sitting in the front. So
yeah, rather front. So yeah, but perfect. Like I said, this is the warm-up or the start of the show. So it is not the most dangerous act. That is all I'm telling you. So you were safe. But I was talking about influence, right? You know, in this entire 5-7 minutes of banter that I did with all of you, it sounded like dialogue and banter to you guys, but I was actually planting something in someone's mind and without actually mentioning that thing. And in this process, I think, ma'am, you've received that something from me. And I'll tell you what that is. You don't have to think about it at all. Before you even figure out what we're going to do, I request you to just hold this envelope for me. Do not open it yet. By the way, just acknowledge this question mark, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the best question marks I've recently made in a long time, and I'm very bad at that. So, oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. That's a very loud acknowledgement. Thank you. But anyway, Tejni, right? Please, I trust you with my life. Do not give it to anybody. Even if your colleague or friends or whoever call you, offer you money, you will not give this right now. It is a prediction of something, of my influence that I try to create. Now, Tejni, you're going to be the eyes of the audience very quickly. On my phone, from Google, I have a list which I downloaded. It says top 100 Hollywood personalities in the world. Purposely, I'm going for Hollywood because, you know, Bollywood, we are very well versed with. You do not know which celebrity ranks or is at which number in that. It's not in alphabetical order. It's not in any particular chronology. It is a random list. Did I ever mention anything about any such list since I'm on stage?
No.
Did I meet you outside? Is this the first time you're meeting Tejni? Can you tell everyone?
This is the first time I'm meeting.
You do not look happy about that, but that is all right. So you have no idea what celebrity would be at what number. But Tejni, if I ask you to name a number between 1 and 100, because there are 100 numbers there, what number would you pick? You can just...
Go with the same number I was thinking of earlier.
Yes, anything you want, and it has to be your choice. So on the mic, please.
2.
2.
I was thinking of 2.
Single digit 2. No, it's completely your choice. If you want to change your mind from the previous one, or do you want to stick to 2, or your choice? I'm not forcing you to. You'll stick to 2. Okay. Tejni, you had like 98 more options, but you went for the number 2.
That's right.
And you're going to be the eyes of the audience, like I said. I'll open my phone again. I'm going to my notes. Can you just confirm very quickly that if I go to celebrities, there's a list which has 100 different Hollywood names right here on the mic, please?
Yeah, there are there are 100.
There are exactly 100 of them.
Of all celebrities in Hollywood.
Yeah. Now you're over-explaining, so they'll think I've paid you to do this. Don't do that. But Tejni, instead of 2, maybe if you went for 22, which is like my lucky number, for example, what would we land on? What's the name?
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. If we chose 42, what would we land on?
Oh, Christopher Columbus.
Christopher Columbus. I don't even know why he's there on that list now. But 72, for example, what would we land on?
72 is Tina Turner.
Essentially, every number would have landed us on a different choice. But Tejni, you went for the number 2 specifically. Can you read out loud who do we have on number 2?
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt. Interesting. You're already blushing seeing that name, but all right.
Suspicious.
But you know, like I mentioned, we're also easily influenceable, and I was trying to plant something in someone's mind. Tejni, what if I say that in all the people sitting here, I exactly knew that if I call you on stage, you would say the number 2. I exactly knew that she wouldn't change her mind even though she had so many other options. And hence I exactly knew that we would land on Brad Pitt. You know why?
Why?
I handed you this envelope since we started, yes? Obviously nothing in my hands. Can I please borrow it from you? And can you take a step closer towards the center of the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, I said I had something inside this. I have a picture of someone. And you chose the number 2 and Brad Pitt. Ladies and gentlemen, and Tejni, I exactly got Brad Pitt when he was 2 months old. Come on, guys. So, please, I'm waiting. Thank you. Okay. I know what she's thinking right now. What if I chose Barack Obama because even he was there on the list around this name? I also have Barack Obama when he was 2 months old. Thank you. No. I wouldn't obviously call you all the way on stage. The first act of the night of my set, I wouldn't do this. You chose Brad Pitt, exactly got something special for you here, Tejni, which is exactly Brad Pitt. Thank you. Round of applause to Tejni, guys. Give it up. Thank you so much. And thank you. I'll take this from you. You can have a seat. One more time, round of applause for the guys. Give it up. That was a quick warm-up. Thank you. Now that we're all serious and people at the back have also believed that this is not a random dude in a jacket trying to say that he reads minds and blah, blah, blah. Let's move on to the next step. How many of you, with a show of hands, you can tell me, how many of you have heard about this term called hypnosis? Raise your hands. Ooh, quite a lot of people here. Keep your hands up for a couple of seconds. I'm going to take a quick look because this is essential. Okay, keep your hands back down. You know, as a part of what I do, it's all to do with the mind, right? So hypnosis is another demonstration of how strong and how capable our minds are without us realizing. And I'm going to try something on those lines with a little bit of my style. And I think, sir, who was looking to exit the room very quickly, yes, on the first table, I think I sense that you would be perfect for this. I'm getting the energy. Can I request you to join me on stage? Round of applause for him as he comes up. This is definitely the most dangerous act of the show, sir. I like how he's trying to smile and had his emotion. No, I'm kidding, sir. Can we have your name on the mic?
I'm Debolin Sarkar.
Interesting. Sir, you were one of the first people who looked at the door when I mentioned about that locking thing. No, but jokes apart, you've heard of hypnosis, right?
Somewhat.
Have you ever experienced it? On the mic?
No, never.
No, never. Today you will. So we're going to try something. Dave, with you, can you please join me on this side? I have a special seat for your audience. I want all of you, I'm going to sound like a school teacher at this point, but I would request all of you to, be silent for the next 2.5 minutes, because you guys are going to play an integral part into this, and you guys are going to be his eyes, okay? I'm not going to pluck your eyes out or something. Your eyes are going to be shut. He's thinking a lot of things which I can hear right now, but Dave, can I call you Dave, if you don't mind? Interesting. Dave, can you keep your hands on the table? I'll just get this away, and just take your chair a little bit further so that you're relaxed. Hands on the table, look at the audience. At the count of 3, I'm going to take a deep breath along with you, and you're going to close your eyes as soon as I snap my fingers. Already done, but it's okay. At the count of 3, one more time. 1, 2, relax, and 3, relax. Perfect. Now, Dave, you're going to listen to my voice, and my voice is the only energy that you can focus on for the next couple of minutes. I want you to nod your head. Firstly, relax your shoulders completely. Relax your elbows, your knees, and your palms as well. Interesting. Take a deep breath and relax. Perfect. Dave, I want you to nod your head. You will not say a single word, because for the next 3 minutes roughly, your power of speech has been taken away. You need to imagine that. So everything you do is just by gestures of nodding your head. For example, do you feel this? Perfect. You're going to feel a similar sensation. Do you feel this? Interesting. And maybe let's say, do you feel this? Do you feel this again? Lovely. Take a deep breath, Dave. And relax. Focus on my voice. Do you feel anything now? Okay, take a deep breath one last time, Dave. Take a deep breath, relax, keep your eyes shut, do not open them until I ask you to. And I want you to focus on my voice. Imagine the entire audience is slowly disappearing. All the way from your left, in your mind, you see the left block going away where you were sitting, the center block going away, and the right block going away. Take a deep breath one last time as you focus on my voice. Do you feel anything now? Whenever you feel this, Dave, I want you to take your left hand. Imagine it's like a balloon with helium in it, so it's floating around this side. And when this pressure goes off, the balloon pops and you go back down. Make sure you don't slam your hand too hard, go down very softly. Take a deep breath again. And relax. Focus on my voice. Perfect, you're doing a great job. Keep focusing on my voice. One more time, you're going to feel this energy stronger this time. Audience, each and every one of you, I want you to extend your dominant hand. Just extend your hand very quickly, all the way at the back. Everyone. Perfect. All the way at the back as well. Perfect. Perfect. Take a deep breath again, Dave. You're doing an amazing job. I'm going to ask ma'am, I think you sat there, who's recording. No, you can keep recording. You can give the phone to somebody else also. You're sitting next to him, so I'm going to try this if you don't mind. Can you please stand up for us? Perfect. From there, I want you to focus at him. Imagine that you're actually trying to connect with him mentally, and imagine that you're releasing all the energy that you have inside. Look at him, take a deep breath, and relax. They focus on my voice. Ma'am, you know what to do, but not right now, whenever you want. Take a deep breath with me, both of you, and relax whenever you're ready. You can try it one more time if you want. This time, can you turn towards the audience so that you don't see him? I've never tried this, but let's see. Whenever your intuition is onto it, go for it. And whenever you want. Perfect. Ma'am, you can have a seat. Thank you so much. Dave, focus on my voice for a couple of seconds more. Audience, we're going to try something. I think I'll be able to do it better. Keep focusing on my voice. It's a little far from you this time, Dave, but we'll try this. Perfect. Hopefully this should work. Dave, at the count of 3, you're going to listen to the sound of my clap. My clap is the only sound that is a trigger for you to come out of the state of your trance and very gently open your eyes. Not right now, at the count of 3. 1, 2, take a deep breath, and 3. Please open your eyes now. Dave, you can open your eyes now. Perfect. You're good? Interesting. Can you please get the mic and join us at the front of the stage? In fact, I'll grab the mic for you, Dave. You feel good, right? Positive, all good. Wait a second. Dave, can you just point, not even say it, just point and show the audience, where was this last touch or sensation or pressure on your body? Where did you feel it? Just point and show us. A round of applause for Dave, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dave. And your colleagues will tell you what is happening. We have it on video as well. You feel fine, right? Don't mix your drinks with anything, just water. Perfect. Round of applause for him, guys. Give it up. Thank you. Thank you so much again. Thank you. Interesting. One second. I have never felt this earlier. Can you please stand back for just one more second? Dave, are you left-handed or right? Right only. Perfect. I don't know why I felt this. Who else do you know here in the audience except that table there? Are you familiar with anybody? Interesting. That is why I felt it. I got it from this side. Can you look towards that side? Yep. Again, close your eyes at the count of 3, 1, 2, and now relax your head. So, in the light bluish shirt, who's sitting? Yeah. I think it's you for some reason. Can you stand up? Perfect. You guys don't know each other. Okay. Look at him. Both of you take a deep breath. Relax. Sir, are you left-handed or right-handed? You're right-handed as well. I don't know why I kind of felt this energy. Dave, same thing. You're going to remember any sensations or touches, but this time you will not nod your head. You will just remember where it happened. So take a deep breath one last time. Relax. Focus on my voice. Dave, keep focusing on my voice. So focus on my voice and very slowly do this. One more time. Interesting. Dave, at the count of 3, 1, 2, and now open your eyes. Can you again show us, if you don't mind, just a couple of seconds, where did you feel a slight touch? Somewhere on your nose. A round of applause to the both of them, and thank you so much, Dave, for doing this. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving on. The most interesting part, let me get my glasses back. It helps me analyze people without you realizing I'm analyzing you. No, it's just a part of the look. But let's take it a step further. I was getting a lot of energies and I was sensing a lot of things from a lot of people. I'm going to try something on those lines. Ma'am, I think in the most vibrant and lovely outfit we have, if you don't mind, can I please request you to join me on stage? Round of applause for ma'am. Give it up. And there was somebody here I was getting this from. I think, sir, that was you with the pen. Almost as if you're analyzing my entire act. Yes, can I request you to join me on stage? I'm just kidding. A round of applause for him, guys. How are you, ma'am? A louder round of applause for him, guys. Please give it up. Amazing. Very quickly, ma'am, can we have your name?
Vijeta.
Vijeta. That's an amazing name. And sir?
Nakul.
Nakul, were you like making some deductions, analysis of something? You're writing everything down?
Playing with the pens.
Oh, perfect. And I love that we're recording right now. Yeah, I love that too. So we'll try this. Do you guys know each other by any chance? Okay. So we'll try this. Ma'am, I also feel, all of us here are quite connected to being creative, But ma'am, I feel that you have a very good sense of imagination. Like you have a very good visualization energy. I could just feel that. And I'm going to try this. Can you visualize somebody from your life, a name, a person who's not a famous celebrity, not anybody known to anybody here in the audience, just someone that when I say think of a person, that person comes first to you. And it's not somebody I can easily guess or, maybe stalk you on Facebook, Instagram, because people do think that I do that. But whenever you have a person, just say yes to me and don't tell me the name. Anybody in the world, anyone, but someone that you know personally. Okay, and it can be dead or alive if you want to, but your choice. Nakul, something very, very simple for you, but I think that helps me understand the human mind so much. I was just leaving my house this morning. I got a dice for Nakul. I didn't know it would be you, but I just got it for somebody. It's such a everyday object for all of us. Can you extend your right palm? Nakul, I'm going to grab the mic from you. I'm going to turn around while I go to ma'am and I talk to her. I'm going to trust you with this. Do not throw the dice away. A lot of people throw it. You have to pick a number. Very simple. Do not show it to any one of them and keep it on the top of the die. And with your other hand, you cover it. Obviously, you're recording, so we have proof later if you cheats. Yeah. But let me know once you're done. Don't obviously tell us the number. Just say yes. Ma'am, you have a name? Did you say that name to anybody did you smirk at anyone? Kisi ko kuch pata nahi chalega, right? So I want you to imagine that you have. This is my phone, obviously, but imagine you have taken out your phone and you have, let's say, dialed or typed this person's name in your contacts, and you're about to call them. And you speak to them, you said, hi, for example, if it's Naman, hi Naman, blah, 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 and then you cut the call. Imagine this process. Perfect. And I'll try this, take a step further with me. Nakul, you have a number? Did you show it to anybody at all? Guys, and we have ensured that he's not thrown the dice away, I hope. Okay. No, you look like a little notorious also. That is why. I'm kidding. We'll try this. I think we should do this very quickly while I have already guessed something, deduced something from Nakul's expressions. Can you please write the name here? Do not show it to any camera. Do not show it to anybody. Tear the page after you're done writing it. Close it in a fist. Let me know once you're done. Just write the name. Don't show it to anybody, ma'am. Nakul, can you take a step further? You did not show this number to anybody, and this was the number that you picked by yourself. You did not shuffle it a lot. Aapne khud se choose kiya. Can you say it one more time in your mind? Very slowly, not so fast. He's going very fast in his mind. I think you want to go back soon to the table. But can you repeat it one more time in your mind? Very slowly. Perfect. And this was your first choice, right? The first number that came. I don't know why Nakul, most people, when I call on stage, and I thought Nakul would also be, I thought go with the number 1 or 3, but he wanted to give me a tough challenge in the beginning itself. Nakul, with a huge yes or no, did you start right now with the number 6?
Yeah.
That is number 6 right there. You can show it to everyone as well. Round of applause for Nakul, guys. Give it up. Obviously, they'll not trust us so quickly. They might think that, I've offered you some money to help me again. Nakul, one more time. This time, keep it in your hand. Put your other hand on this and shuffle it. So we have no clue. Just shake it a couple of times. And then you see the number. He's so, interested in that. He does want me to go wrong. He's giving me a tough one. No. Just shuffle it as much as you want. See the number on top and then you cover it. Ma'am, you're done as well. I'll just keep it back for you. Did you show it there to anybody at all? Interesting. Sorry. Nakul, keep thinking of the number even when I'm not talking to you, because that helps me get. And he has a very lovely smile as a poker face, because whenever I look at him, he smiles to just throw me off, which I love. And you did not show it to anybody at all. So we have a number, we have certain letters in the name. Do you know the first name and the second name, or surname, or just the first name? Both. Okay, tough task. Love it. I think, can you think if this is male or female in your mind? Only in your mind. Don't. So ma'am, you can breathe, by the way. She froze as soon as I said in your mind. Most females on stage think of a female name, and most male, when I call on stage, they think of a male name because they know that I'll guess if it's something else. Ma'am, you went for a male name, but this is a male you're thinking of, yes? You kind of smirked when I said female. You're trying to put me off, so it's a male. And Nakul, this time I don't want you to think of this number when I talk to you. So don't react. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know if you guys picked it up a little bit this time by any chance. Look at me again. This is a skeptic's choice in my words. A lot of skeptics that I meet choose this. Ma'am, this is weird. There is a... Okay, I'm getting something of this. I'm going to try this. The surname and the first name are almost equal in the number of letters they have. Yes or no? Almost. Don't tell me. They're not. It's not 3 letters and 10 letters. It's basically 5, 6, 5, 6. Because you saw both of them. Look straight for a second. Just the last alphabet of the last name I'm not getting. Can you look there and think about, visualize the last alphabet? Perfect. Nakul, yes or no? Close your eyes actually. Keep your eyes shut. You can open your eyes now. Nakul, can you tell us for the first time, audience will react and tell you, I showed them something. This is mostly a skeptic's choice. Can you tell us what number you chose?
Choose like this.
Yeah, this one, yeah.
It's 4.
That is number 4. Thank you. Thank you. They're just clapping. I just told them to clap anyway. But Nakul, one last thing. N. You just said N. It starts with an N. Yes? Like N for Naman. It's not Naman, but it starts with an N. Interesting. I think I have something. Nakul, I want you to keep it in your palm one last time. Cover it, shuffle it. But this time, in the past 5 minutes, I predicted, we'll try to predict your body language. I've understood a little nuances of you. And if you want, are you shuffling it any further or are you happy? Okay, you haven't seen the number. You obviously do not know what number it is. I am going to try this. Can both of you close your eyes? Both of you. Audience, don't react right now. Both of you keep your eyes shut, please. This is somewhat, please bear with my handwriting. This is the name I'm getting. If anyone knows, don't react. We don't want ma'am to know. Nakul, don't think of anything right now because you do not know the number at this point. You have just shuffled it. But because I'm a micro body language expert, Nakul shuffled his hands 9 times if I'm not wrong, which should probably lead us to this. And we'll try this. Nakul, you'll go first. At the count of 3, you will open your eyes and tell us out loud what number it is, and then we'll go to ma'am. Audience will tell you one more time if we were right, wrong, or close. So for the first time, Nakul, you will open your eyes, see the number and tell us at the count of 3. 1, 2, and now. Please move your hand and tell us.
1.
That is number 1 right there. Thank you. And ma'am, you can open your eyes and tell us for the first time what is the name that you're thinking of.
Nitin Bansal.
And exactly got Nitin Bansal right there for you. Thank you so much. A round of applause to the both of them. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Nakul. Thank you. Please share this video with me as well. Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. Yes, sir, please. Yeah. Mike. We have the mic for sir.
I'm deeply worried
about
a mental freak
Okay.
sitting in the White House in Washington DC. What can be done? He wants to destroy a small country called Cuba.
Let the performance get over and then we'll ask the question.
As a mind reader, how do you establish that mind?
Done. I will work on that, son. Just after the show, I'll come around and I'll try to help you with that solution as well. But ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned, tonight is all about dialogue, and I feel dialogue is such an integral part of our lives. And today at the Hindu Huddle, I think I want to emphasize and try something with the power of dialogue, but with each and every one of you. So I will not be able to call all of you on stage, but you've been a lovely, lovely audience. So before I leave, the next 2 minutes is dedicated to each and every one of you. So all of you together, can you all remove your phones out very quickly? Everyone in the audience, from the left to the right, at the back, remove your phones out. And I'm very, very, very bad at mathematics. So hence, please open your calculators. And I'll need a couple of people to help me. And I was getting some energies. So on the first table, I think, yeah, so you've been trying to break, no, I know you're doing that, but you're sitting on the front row technically, but I think that's perfect, but I think I'll need your help to help me orchestrate this. So can I please request you to join me on stage? Round of applause for him, guys, give it up. And so on your way, you can pick 3 more people for me of your choice, because we need some people that will help us do this. So very quickly, without thinking, before I leave, just pick a couple of people that you want. Anyone? Okay. So I thought you'll go all across the room, but you've got next seat. But any choice, anyone. Ma'am, please join me on stage while sir is picking. How are you doing, ma'am? Can we have your name, please?
Akhila.
Akhila, nice to meet you. Oh, perfect. Lovely, lovely. I like how you've put so much effort, sir. I love this. Yes, you have to. One more person, one last person. How are you doing, sir?
Good, sir.
Nice to meet you. Can we have your name, please?
Rohit.
Rohit, nice to meet you, Rohit. You guys don't need your phones right now. We'll share my calculator. And sir is choosing one more person. Anyone. Black beard. So that's not much of a filter, I guess. Perfect. A round of applause for everyone, guys. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have your name as well for everyone?
My name is Sundar.
Nice to meet you, Sundar, and sir as well.
Vidhu Shankar.
Vidhu, lovely. Sir, we're going to try something spectacular. You know, this event wouldn't be as successful as it is without everyone involved here. Hence, with the power of dialogue, which we're focusing on, I wanted to try something, and you four are going to be an integral part of making it happen. So can I request the both of you also to join them on this side? And we are going to share my calculator at this point. So because you have the mic right now, and you were very much not expecting to come on stage at this point, I want you to give me, everything I ask now has to be very impromptu. It should come from your heart, and you shouldn't think much about it, because that is the power of influence that I was trying to talk about. So sir, can you please give me a random 3-digit number that comes to your mind? Any number on the mic.
999.
999. It's fairly common. Do you want to change, or are you happy with it? Perfect. The audience, requesting all of you to please press 999 on your calculators very quickly. It's a small number game. Thank God. Thanks to whoever for the calculator, actually. Otherwise, I would have never been able to do this. Can you please pass the mic to Sundar? Sundar, I think you already have some numbers rumbling in your mind as soon as he said 999. Please let us know. I give you the liberty. 2 digits or 3. Your choice. On the mic.
2.
Just tell us, what are those 2 digits?
13. 1 3.
1 3. Do you want to change your mind, or are you completely happy with that? Perfect. So we had 999 audience. We press multiply, and we press 13, which is Sundar's number. Press multiply again so that we keep increasing. You can pass the mic to ma'am. Ma'am, I don't want you to, okay, you have a number as well. Why does everyone think of a number so soon? I don't want you to say that. Can you give me a special number from your life? It can be a birth date, anniversary, lucky date, lucky number, something that means some value to you.
7.
Single digit 7. Do you want to change your mind as well, or are you happy? Perfect. So we had 999. We multiplied that by 13, 1 3. We multiplied that by ma'am's number, which is 7. And we press multiply again. We pass it on to sir. So before you give us the number, everyone is expecting you to give a number. So I want to take it a notch higher to make it more random. Without thinking again, can you very, very randomly pick somebody for this last number that I need? Because if you do this wrong, I will leave. My car is waiting as a backup, because everything will go wrong and my show will end abruptly. So I will leave. So it's your choice.
So I have to pick a person.
A person who can give us the number I want.
Okay.
Who's that?
This lady with the orange phone.
Orange phone. Perfect. That's also not a great filter today, but ma'am, from there as well, can you please tell me a 2-digit number that comes to your mind now? 27. You changed. You were going to say something else and then you said 27. Are you happy with 27 though? Interesting. 999 multiplied by 13 multiplied by 7 multiplied by 27. Can all of us do that? And audience, press equals to and just give me a huge yes if you're all on 2454543. Yes? Only 6 people. Yes? Perfect. Sundar, no, you can do it with us. That's all right. Now, this number, I want all of you to keep looking at your screens, and I want each and every one of you to look at the screen as well. This number does not mean anything to any one of us, I'm hoping. It's not directly connected to anything special. And you know, as I mentioned at the start, influence works best with your subconscious. Right now, whatever I took from you guys, they were conscious choices. I'm going to go one last step, and I'm going to take some numbers out of the 4 of you with your subconscious mind. And I know it's very skeptic right now of what I mean by that. Can all of you press plus? So I'll start with you. Give me your index finger. I need, let's say, 4 of you. So I'll take 2 digits each. Without looking, sir, give me 2 digits. That's going to come involuntarily from you. Just don't open my gallery, I hope. Perfect. You have 2 digits here. Can you confirm? Say yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Can you pass the mic to ma'am? Ma'am, I'll hold it for you rather. Can you give me 2 more digits? Perfect. We have 4 digits now, I think. Yes. And sir, 2 more digits from you as well. I'll hold it for you. You can just, without looking, because it shouldn't be in your control. So any 2 digits that you want. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And sir, last but not the least, 2 more digits from you. Perfect. So we have an 8-digit number. So I would like you to do the honor. Can you, everyone has pressed plus. Can you please dictate this 8-digit number that you guys have just put?
43
No, this one. 28.
28146467.
Yeah. I'll repeat it one more time. 28146467. Perfect. And one last time, ladies and gentlemen, can we all press equals to? And give me a huge yes if you're on 30601010. Yes? And like I mentioned at the start, we're living in the world of influence where dialogue plays such an important role, and nothing in this night happened without a reason. Because since I stepped on stage, I was influencing the four of you and the entire audience for this moment, because 30601010 looks like a random number until, give me a moment. I got a little present for each and every one of you. And I was so sure about this moment, ladies and gentlemen, that I did not write this down. I printed something for each and every one of you. And can all of four of you please help me unveil this number, sir, with you? We exactly got 30601010, exactly the same number that all of us made together. And a lot of you are realizing this now probably at the back. This did not happen because you gave numbers or they gave numbers. It happened because we're here celebrating something very important which I've been mentioning since the start. So this is actually not a number. This is the word dialogue for each and every one of you. Thank you so much, guys. A round of applause for the lovely four people we have on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to both of you. Thank you so much again. Thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much again. And with that, we come to an end of my session. My name is Naman. I hope you had a lovely time. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you so much, Naman Anand. When I said, it will be a showstopper, it was quite indeed the showstopper. But honestly, ended with the word dialogue towards the end, which means that we are ending the day as well, day one of the Hindu Huddle 2026. But make sure you're here first up in the morning for what promises to be an exciting day two as well. Thank you so much once again for joining us with a full house. See you tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye. Take care. Just a quick request to people. If I can request all the guests to settle down, please, so that we can start with the Hindu Huddle